Welcome to the Alpha's Captive, Werewolf fated mate romance, where fate is messy, the sparks are wild, and the full moon brings more than fur and fangs. There is snark, steam, and a mate, bond neither of them asked for, but cannot escape. Buckle up, pack. From haunted hearts to ancient curses, you will find stories here that pull you in and do not let go. If you are into tales that twist the real and the unreal, you are in the right place. Nyxen Audiobooks. To my subscribers and listeners, your ears give these stories their second life. Hit that subscribe button and let us dive in. The air was a heavy, suffocating blanket woven from the metallic tang of fresh blood and the biting, resinous scent of pine turning to ash. It hung thick and low, catching in the throat like grit. Slate Blackridge stood amidst the ruins, the rhythmic, sinister crackling of consuming flames providing the soundtrack to his victory. The heat did not just radiate, it pressed against his skin, a dry, scorching presence that made the shadows dance in jagged, unpredictable shapes. He surveyed the Silver Moon territory, a smoking landscape of shattered timber, overturned carriages, and the silent, grim evidence of a brutal lesson delivered. His wolves, massive shadows, against the flickering orange light, moved with the quiet, devastating efficiency of a well-oiled machine. He heard the muffled clank of steel as weapons were collected, and the low guttural whimpers of secured prisoners, sounds meticulously designed to send a cold, sharp message icing through the night. Cross the Blackridge warlord, and this is the consequence. Slate rolled his shoulders, the deep, satisfying rind of muscle and bone settling back into the compact framework of his human form. The transformation always left a heavy, leaden ache in the core muscles, a familiar reminder of the raw power he contained. The rough, worn leather of his armor felt cool against his heated skin. A shadow detached itself from the gloom. Cormac, his beta, moved like silent thunder, his boots crunching softly on pulverized stone and ash. Slate did not need to see his face to recognize the tension in his posture. The rigid line of his jaw and the slight downward tilt of his head spelled trouble. "We have got her." Cormac's voice was a low rumble, instantly audible over the distant hiss of extinguishing water. He jutted his chin toward the skeletal outline of the main manor house. "Her?" Slate raised an eyebrow, the movement sharp and dismissive. He had not come for trophies. He would come for balanced scales, for the cold taste of retribution against Silvermoon's Alpha for dishonoring a decade-long fragile treaty. Fallon's Silvermoon, the heir. Now that was interesting. Slate felt a quickening, not of emotion, but of strategic thought. He moved toward the house, his warriors automatically parting before him. The ground beneath his heavy boots was uneven, littered with debris. He could smell the faint, coppery scent of pulverized copper wiring and damper mixed with the pervasive smoke. He knew the whispers about the Silver Moon heir, fierce, intellectually razor-sharp, and rumored to possess a formidable inherent alpha strength. Capturing her was leverage he had not anticipated, a heavy, volatile weight that shifted the entire balance of power. She was confined within the echoing, ruined main hall, where a massive stone fireplace still radiated residual warmth. 4 of his largest, most forbidding enforcers boxed her in. Even shackled and outnumbered, she bore herself with the rigid posture of a mountain cat, unbroken, chin lifted in defiance. Her dark hair was heavily matted with black ash and streaks of drying blood, some of which, Slate noted with a fleeting sense of professional respect, was clearly not her own. Her gray eyes, a shocking pale shade, like storm clouds before a gale, blazed with a pure, unadulterated fury that seemed to defy the very chains binding her wrists. "Slate fucking Blackridge," she spat the name the moment their eyes met. The sound was sharp, brittle, and carried a dangerous emotional tremor. "Come to admire your handiwork." He stopped precisely 3 feet from her, close enough that he could feel the faint, restless energy radiating off her coiled tension. He took his time with the assessment, his gaze sweeping over her. Mid-20s, lean, athletic build, clearly physically conditioned. And that face, startlingly beautiful, yes, but dangerous in its structure, defined by high cheekbones and a mouth set in a thin, unforgiving line. Like a concealed blade you only registered when it was already too late. Fallon's silver moon, he replied, his voice a low, steady baritone that commanded silence in the ruined room. I was expecting your father. You are an unexpected bonus. Bonus, she laughed, the sound utterly devoid of humor. It was harsh, bitter, and grating, like metal scraping stone. You arrogant bastard. You think you have won something? I think I am standing in your burned territory with you in chains, breathing your pack's smoke. So yes, Slate said, the word settling into the silence like cold stone. I would say I have won. These chains? She lifted the heavy iron, causing them to clang sharply, the sound echoing off the high, damaged ceiling. These are temporary, but the mistake you made tonight, that is permanent. Slate felt a flicker of detached amusement, a rare sensation. Most wolves went instantly slack with fear upon meeting his gaze. This one was all fire and acid, threatening him while bound and surrounded by men whose scent alone should have induced panic. Is that so? You have made an enemy of every pack within 200 miles. My father will. Your father broke a treaty, Slate cut in, his voice dropping an octave, becoming a low, vibrating growl that held the unmistakable promise of violence. He ambushed my supply caravan, killed 15 of my wolves, and thought I would let it slide because we have kept an uneasy peace for a decade. He was wrong, dead wrong. That caravan was running through our hunting grounds, neutral territory, Slate corrected, his tone implacable, which your father knew. Do not waste your breath defending his honor. He has none. Fallon's jaw clenched so hard, the muscles jumped beneath her skin. He could see the physical struggle to restrain the urge to lunge, to tear at him with teeth he knew were currently dull and human. Fuck you. Creative, Slate drawled. Do they teach you that kind of diplomatic language at Alpha Air training? That teach us to recognize pieces of shit when we smell them? You are a warlord, Blackridge. You do not know the meaning of honor. You only know the cold application of violence. Slate took a final, deliberate step closer, deliberately invading the private bubble of air around her. She did not flinch, only leaned back fractionally, her head still held high, her focus absolute. I know enough honor to keep my word, unlike some. He reached out instinctively, his intention only to grip her arm, to emphasize the stark reality of her current powerlessness, to perhaps feel the tensile strength he sensed beneath her ripped tunic. The moment his skin connected with hers, palm flat against the forearm marked by drying grime and a faint trail of blood, the world shattered. The mate bond did not trickle in or bloom. It hit him like a supercharged lightning strike, a violent, blinding surge of white-hot energy that originated in his core and exploded outward, setting every nerve ending on fire. His world instantly narrowed to the scent of her, the overwhelming, intoxicating essence of his mate, ozone and rain, and warm, damp earth. His wolf roared, an internal sound of absolute, devastating possession that vibrated the bones in his chest. Mine. The word eclipsed all rational thought, primal, and terrifyingly absolute. Fallon gasped, sharp, ragged sound of pure animal shock, her pale eyes dilated, suddenly swimming with horror, and that same unwilling recognition that clawed at Slate's gut. She felt the searing shock, too. She had to. No, she whispered, her voice fractured, then louder, a desperate, rising shriek. No, no fucking way. Slate released her like the contact had chemically burned him, snatching his hand back to his side. The sudden, dizzying loss of contact left his palm throbbing. His heart was hammering a furious, uneven rhythm against his ribs, demanding he close the distance, demanding he claim her with teeth and scent. But the 15 years of rigid control, the cold, strategic mind of the warlord, screamed that this was a disaster. This was the most catastrophic occurrence of his life. You felt that, he stated, his voice a raw, sandpaper raspy, barely recognized. I felt nothing, she lied instantly, stiffly. But he was too close, too attuned now to the frantic, erratic thump-thump-thump of her pulse in the hollow of her throat. He could smell the sudden hot influx of sheer terror and volatile anger rolling off her in waves, warring with the deep, unwilling magnetic recognition of the bond. Bullshit. This is bullshit, Fallon shot back, the chains rattling as she trembled in controlled fury. Fate's idea of a sick, twisted joke. You raid my home, chain me up like a common criminal, and now you are my... She cut herself off, unable to voice the word, the term mate too sacred and too appalling to associate with the man who had burned her life to the ground. Absolutely not. Cormac cleared his throat from behind Slate, the sound of a low warning intended to ground his alpha. Alpha? Slate held up a hand, a silent command for patience, his attention locked on the air. His mind was a battlefield, the mate bond, with the fiercest warrior and heir of his bitterest enemy. A woman whose every visible muscle was tensed with the desire to inflict pain upon him. What do we do with her? Cormac pressed the question, heavy with implication. The implications were deadly. Fallon laughed again, that grating, sharp sound. Oh, this should be entertaining. What is the mighty warlord going to do now that fate's shackled him tighter than these chains? She rattled the manacles again, the metal singing with mocking emphasis. Careful, Slate warned, stepping back just enough to restore his composure. The separation, physical effort. You are still my prisoner, and you are still a bastard. Mate bond does not change the stench of you. You think I want this? He found himself moving toward her again, the invisible, magnetic pull nearly irresistible. You think I want to be bound to a sharp-tongued heir who is going to fight me, fight us, every single step of the way, then reject it, she challenged, her pale eyes flashing with defiance. The Zertha were a dare. Walk away, pretend this never happened. They both understood the gravity of the challenge. Rejecting a true mate bond was not a choice. It was a physical and psychic agony, a slow spiraling descent into madness and death for both parties. And now that the initial snap had occurred, the bond would only grow stronger, the physical need for proximity becoming a consuming, maddening ache. You first, he countered, the simple phrase loaded with the impossible weight of their shared predicament. Her lips parted, a sharp inhale, and her eyes flashed with intense, raw vulnerability. I would if I could. Trust me. Slate ran a large, gloved hand through his short hair, trying to think past the tumultuous roar of his internal wolf and the sharp, burning anxiety behind his eyes. His primal instincts screamed for him to tear off her chains, wrap her in his scent, and protect her from the cold air and the smoke. His practical, detached mind reminded him she was strategic leverage, a prisoner, the daughter of the man who had killed 15 of his pack, and now, impossibly, she was his mate. Take her to the fortress, finally ordered, turning to Cormac, the command clipped and final. The North Tower, secure accommodations, make sure she is comfortable. Comfortable? Fallon's voice dripped with scorn. How utterly thoughtful. A comfortable prison cell. Did you prefer uncomfortable? Slate asked, pivoting back to her, his expression ice cold, the temporary weakness gone. Because I can certainly arrange for true discomfort. I would prefer you to go fuck yourself, but we do not always get what we want, do we, Blackridge? Despite the smoke, the chaos, and the monumental disaster this night had become, Slate felt the slight, unwilling twitch at the corner of his mouth. She was magnificent in her fury, utterly unbowed. Get her out of my sight, he commanded his enforcers, the order edged with genuine urgency. Before I do something we will both regret. As the enforcers moved to escort her, Fallon dug her heels into the damaged stone floor, forcing them to half-drag her resisting weight. Her voice, sharp and high, sliced through the vast ruined hall, echoing off the bare walls. This is not over, Blackridge. You think you captured me? You just trapped yourself. Her words faded as the heavy, scorched door scraped shut behind her. Slate stood perfectly still, staring at the spot where she had been, the ghost of an electric tingle still sizzling on his palm where he had touched her skin. Cormac approached cautiously, recognizing the profound shift in his Alpha's aura. Alpha? Is it true? The bond? It is true, Slate confirmed quietly, the admission heavy and irreversible. What are you going to do? That was the only question that mattered. He had come here tonight to deliver a simple, brutal truth. Blackridge power was absolute. Instead, he had found his mate, and she hated him with a passion that was almost blinding. I am going to do what I always do, Slate said, straightening his shoulders, the weariness momentarily banished by fierce resolve. I am going to win. But as he walked out into the cold, smoke-filled air, the scent of her, now permanently imprinted in his senses, was inescapable. He could not shake the chilling intuition that Fallon Silvermoon had been right. He had believed himself the captor, but something deep in his core whispered that he was the one who had just been expertly caught, and the battle for their shared future had only just begun. The journey to Blackridge territory took 3 agonizing hours, and Fallon spent every minute of it visualizing Slate Blackridge's death. Every possible scenario played out behind her eyes: silent blades, strategically placed bombs, or perhaps just the sheer brutal satisfaction of her own teeth tearing through the soft vulnerability of his throat. She sat in the back of a reinforced transport, the air thick with the smell of stale diesel, old equipment grease, and the cold, damp wool of her captor's uniforms. Her hands were still bound tightly behind her back, the rough hemp rope chafing the delicate skin of her wrists, leaving them hot and slick despite the chilling temperature inside the thick-walled vehicle. The constant, rattling vibration of the engine over the rough, unpaved mountain roads worked its way up through the thin metal floor and into her bones, making her teeth ache. Flanked by 2 massive enforcers, silent, heavy presences who smelled faintly of dried sweat and cheap metal, she listened to the monotonous crunch of the tires, chewing through snow-dusted gravel. Beneath her skin, the meat bond hummed like a live, high-tension wire, electrically taut. The closer they got to the Blackridge stronghold, the stronger the physical pull grew. A deep, persistent ache centered just below her sternum, accompanied by a confusing, unwelcome warmth that she fought with every muscle contraction. It was an insult, a visceral, agonizing reminder of the cosmic joke fate had played on her. She had heard stories about the Blackridge fortress, whispers carried on trade winds, a stronghold carved into the unforgiving mountainside, built from stone older and darker than the surrounding peaks, impenetrable and brutal, just like its Alpha, a place where the air itself was rumored to taste like iron and dust, where warlords were made and broken. When the transport finally ground to a halt, the brakes screaming a metallic protest that echoed in the sudden silence, they hauled her out. The change in atmosphere was immediate and harsh. The night air was biting, carrying the sharp scent of pine needles, wet granite, and the pervasive, acrid smell of burning oil from the surrounding torches. She was shoved into a courtyard paved with uneven, frigid stones that sent a shock of cold through the thin soles of her boots. The fortress loomed above them, a monolithic wall of ancient stone and heavy, wrought iron. It absorbed the light, dominating the skyline, all hard edges and impenetrable shadows. Above, the sky was a black velvet dome, pricked by distant icy stars that shed no warmth. The courtyard pulsed with controlled movement. Wolves moved through the darkness with chilling military precision. She heard the soft, rapid thud of padded boots, the low guttural murmur of communicated orders, and the clinking of hidden weaponry. Patrols, guards, warriors who had seen real combat and smelled permanently of ozone and death. This was not merely a pack. This was an army, condensed and deadly. "Move," one of the enforcers grunted, shoving her forward with a heavy hand platted high on her shoulder blade. The unexpected force jarred her teeth. Fallon stopped instantly and turned, her movements deceptively fluid. She looked up at the grunt who had touched her, offering a smile that did not reach her cold, determined eyes. "Touch me again, and I will rip your throat out with my teeth." Her voice was low and clear, cutting through the ambient noises of the courtyard like a shard of ice. He blinked, the heavy creases around his eyes deepening in surprise. He was not used to prisoners who smelled like trouble and talked like royalty. "You are not in a position to." "She is in every position to do exactly what she wants." A familiar voice cut through the cold night air, deep and resonant, laced with the rough texture of command. Slate Blackridge emerged from the deepest shadows near the fortress entrance, moving with the fluid, powerful grace of a predator. He stepped into the uneven glow of the sputtering torchlight. He would clearly cleaned up since the raid. Gone was the ash and the metallic scent of fresh blood. Now, his dark clothes were tailored to emphasize the raw, contained power in his frame, and he smelled profoundly of cedar smoke and dominant alpha musk, a scent both intoxicating and infuriatingly possessive. His eyes, dark as polished obsidian, locked onto hers across the short distance. The moment their gazes met, the mate bond pulled tight between them, a sudden, sharp contraction in her chest that stole her breath and left a buzzing echo in her teeth. Fuck. She tasted the metallic tang of hatred rise in her mouth, amplified by the unwelcome physical response. She hated that feeling. "Bring her to my war room," he ordered, his voice crisp and absolute, "and remove those chains." "Alpha, are you sure?" the enforcer started, shifting his weight nervously. Slate's voice dropped one lethal octave, the sound cutting sharper than any blade. "Did I stutter?" The two guards moved quickly, anxiety radiating off them in waves. The rough hemp restraints were sawed off quickly, and the moment the tension was released, the full, agonizing rush of blood returned to her hands. It was a painful, hot tingling, 1,000 sharp needles piercing her numb skin simultaneously. She rubbed her wrists, feeling the tender, raw skin beneath her thumbs, watching the red ridges slowly fade. She could run. The brief moment of physical freedom was tempting, but where would she go? The vast Blackridge territory stretched 4 miles in every direction, crawling with his specialized wolves. The pervasive, relentless hum of the mate bond would make her location far too easy to track. No, running was not the play here. Not yet. Slate turned and walked toward the fortress entrance without even checking if she would follow. Arrogant bastard. He assumed her obedience, assumed the bond would drag her after him. He was right. She hated him for that most of all. She followed his retreating shadow through a massive arched doorway, reinforced with thick, pitted iron. The air inside the fortress was heavy, smelling of aged dust, stone, old iron, and a faint layer of wood smoke. The hallway walls were rough-hewn granite, cool to the touch even under the flickering light of the wall sconces. The war room was exactly what she would expected, brutal, functional, and devoid of any pretense of comfort. Massive, rough-hewn oak table dominated the center, its surface scarred by decades of use, currently covered with crisp, detailed maps, smelling of fresh ink and wax seals, alongside dense tactical reports, and copper steel, axes, gleaming rifles, and long wicked blades, lined the stone walls, reflecting the low light. The stone floor was worn smooth by countless paces of restless warriors. This was where Slate Blackridge planned his raids, his wars, his conquests, and now she was here, his latest prize, standing in the cold heart of his power. He closed the imposing ironclad door behind them. The resulting thud was deep and final, a sound that resonated through the floor and sealed them into the oppressive space. Suddenly, the room felt impossibly smaller. The mate bond immediately intensified in the enclosed space, the hum becoming a vibrating pressure against her eardrums, making her skin hypersensitive, her inner wolf restless, urging frantic compliance. "Sit," he said, gesturing toward a heavy, uncomfortable-looking wooden chair. Fallon remained standing, chin elevated. "I'm not your dog. No, you are much more annoying." He moved to a small, dark side table and poured 2 fingers of something amber into heavy crystal tumblers. The liquid caught the torchlight, gleaming richly. "Drink? Is it poisoned?" "If I wanted you dead, you would be dead." He held out a glass, the cold, heavy crystal contrasting against the warmth of the liquid inside. "It is whiskey, good whiskey. You look like you could use it." She strode forward and snatched the glass from his hand, more to have an anchor in her grip than because she wanted the drink. The glass felt substantial and cold, thoughtful. "You burn down my home and then offer me a drink. Your father burned down whatever goodwill existed between our packs." Slate leaned against the edge of the scarred oak table, studying her with those unsettling, deep-set dark eyes. She felt the scrutiny like a physical weight. "You are here as insurance that he will not be stupid enough to retaliate." "Insurance?" Fallon let out a short, harsh laugh and brought the glass to her lips. She inhaled the strong, complex aroma of aged peat and oak before taking a long, defiant drink. Whiskey was indeed good, a sharp, immediate fire that scoured the back of her throat, but left behind a pleasing, spreading warmth in her core. "Damn him. Is that what we are calling hostages now? Would you prefer guest?" "I would prefer free, but again, we do not always get what we want." She met his gaze squarely, the burning warmth of the whiskey fueling her confidence. So what is the plan, warlord? Keep me locked in a tower until my father comes crawling. Use me as leverage in negotiations. Or are you planning something more creative after this little bond revelation? I have not decided yet. Well, that is reassuring. Slate set his glass down on the table's edge with a sharp clack. You know what is not reassuring? Being bonded to a woman who has made it crystal clear she would rather slit my throat than accept fate. Oh, I'm not refusing to accept it, Fallon said, savoring the subtle burn of the liquor. I am going to make you regret it every single day we both manage to stay alive. You are really committed to this whole difficult prisoner shtick, are not you? Difficult? She laughed again, the sound brittle and edged. Blackridge, I have not even started being difficult yet. The air between them crackled with tension, anger and attraction, and the undeniable agonizing pull of the bond all mixed into a volatile, suffocating atmosphere. She could see him fighting it too, his jaw clenched so tight the tendons stood out in his neck, the broad plateau of his shoulders rigid beneath the dark fabric. Good, let him fight. She was fighting too, fighting the insistent, nauseating urge to move closer, to bridge the distance, to give in to the hungry, persistent whine her wolf was issuing deep inside her chest cavity. Why did you save my enforcer tonight? He asked suddenly, abruptly changing the vector of the combat. Fallon blinked, the whiskey haze momentarily clearing. What? When Cormac got too close to the flames, you shoved him out of the way. Why? She would hope the chaos of the raid had obscured their small reflexive action. Instinct, she spat out. Bullshit. His voice was flat, challenging. You hate us. You could have let him burn. Maybe I am just not a monster, she shot back, feeling the heat rise in her face. Unlike some people. Slate pushed off the table and moved toward her. Every instinct screamed at her to flee, to take 2 steps back, but she stood her ground, rooted to the spot by sheer stubborn will, even as her heart rate kicked up to a frantic, heavy thump, thump, thump against her ribs. He stopped inches away, close enough that she could feel the radiating, concentrated heat of his body. You are not a monster, he said quietly, his voice a low vibration that seemed to bypass her ears and settle directly in her core. But you are not innocent either. I have heard the stories, Fallon Silvermoon. The heir who is as ruthless as any warlord when it suits her. Do not play the victim. And do not pretend you are some misunderstood anti-hero, she countered. The scent of him, smoke, cedar, and potent, dangerous male musk, swirling around her, overwhelming the smell of the old stone. You are a warlord. You raid and conquer and take what you want. The mate bond does not change that stain on your soul. You are right, it does not. His voice dropped even lower, thick and resonant, but it does complicate things, only if we let it. And how do you suggest we handle it? He leaned in slightly, his head tilting down, forcing her to look up. She felt the warmth of his breath ghost across her temple. Ignore it. Pretend this electrical current between us does not exist. Fallon forced herself to breathe slowly, evenly, willing the frantic pulse in her ears to subside. We handle it like adults, she said, her voice surprisingly steady. We acknowledge the bond exists, without letting it control us. We operate on professionalism and mutual distaste. That is not how mate bonds work, he stated simply. Then we make it work differently. She tilted her chin up further, refusing to be intimidated by his proximity, fighting the dizzying sense of confusion his scent wrought. Or are you saying the great Slate Blackridge, the most feared warlord in the territories, cannot control himself? His eyes darkened instantly, the obsidian depth absorbing the low light. You are playing a dangerous game, Silvermoon. You know exactly what that question implies. Life's boring without a little danger. The heat radiating from his body was intense. She felt the compelling physical tug of the bond demanding that she lean into that heat, demanding contact. For a long moment, they just stared at each other, locked in a painful, silent standoff. The bond pulled tighter, demanding submission, demanding connection. She could see the war playing out behind his eyes, the alpha who never backed down versus the mate who was physically incapable of hurting her. Finally, Slate stepped back, breaking the oppressive concentration of heat and scent. The sudden rush of cooler air was such a relief that she felt faintly dizzy. You will stay in the North Tower, he said, his voice now carefully neutral, all traces of the previous intimacy scrubbed away. You will have freedom to move through the fortress during the day, but you will be escorted. At night, you are confined to your quarters. How generous, she murmured, tasting the lingering bitterness of the whiskey. Push me, Fallon, and those privileges disappear. Push you? She smiled dangerously, a genuine, sharp flash of predatory joy. I am going to do more than push you, Blackridge. I am going to make you wish you would never raided Silver Moon territory. You mean make me wish I would never met you? Same thing. He stared at her for another long moment, then shook his head, a muscle twitching near his mouth, almost a smile. Cormac will show you to your room. We will discuss your situation more tomorrow. My situation. That is one way to put it. Slate moved toward the door, his movements measured and heavy, but paused with his hand on the cold iron handle. For what it is worth, I did not want this allure. The bond, the complications, you. Wow, sweet nothings already. You really know how to charm a girl whose father you just ruined. He turned back slightly, and there was something raw and unmasked in his expression, a flicker of frustration that felt surprisingly genuine. But we are stuck with it, with each other. So we figure it out, or we both suffer the agonizing strain of resisting. Your choice. Before she could form a caustic response, he was gone, the heavy door closing behind him with a deep, reverberating thud that shook the stone walls. Fallon stood there, the empty whiskey glass still cold in her hand, trying to process the sensory combat she had just survived. The cold, sterile reality of the war room, the scent of the warlord still heavy in the air, a conversation that had felt more like fighting for her life than negotiation. And underneath it all, the mate bond hummed steadily, a tenacious physical pulse just beneath her ribs, a constant, infuriating reminder that fate had inextricably tied her, the reluctant silver heir, to her ruthless enemy. When Cormac appeared to escort her to the tower, she followed without complaint. Save her energy for the real battles ahead. The North Tower room was, she had to admit, nicer than expected. Large bed, private bathroom, even a sitting area with books, a gilded cage, but still a cage. She walked to the window and looked out over the fortress grounds. Somewhere in the stronghold, Slate Blackridge was probably pacing his own room, cursing fate as much as she was. Good. Let him be uncomfortable. Let him be frustrated. Let him realize that capturing her was not a victory, was a complication he would never anticipated, because Fallon Silvermoon had not survived as an alpha heir by being docile or defeated. And if Slate thought the mate bond gave him power over her, he was about to learn a very painful lesson. The bond worked both ways, and she was about to make it her greatest weapon. The abrupt assault on her senses yanked Fallon from a shallow, dreamless sleep. It was not just a knock. It was a rhythmic, violent pounding on the heavy oak door, bass notes of impact reverberating through the stone floor and straight into her skull. The repeated, jarring concussions sounded less like a summons, more like someone wielding a siege weapon, intent on splintering the thick wood. Rise and shine, princess, a female voice bellowed, the sound muffled slightly by the barrier, but still carrying an edge of sharp, military discipline. Alpha wants you at the morning briefing, Fallon groaned, the sound dry and gritty in her throat. She rolled away from the sudden, aggressive noise, squinting against the raw, gritty glare of the early morning light that sliced through the narrow, uncurtained slit of a window. The air in the room was cold, carrying the faint, earthy scent of damp stone and the slightly medicinal smell of the heavy linen sheets that felt rough against her skin. She had barely slept. Every fiber of her being felt scraped raw by the constant, unyielding awareness of the mate bond. It was not a comforting warmth. It was a taut, humming wire strung between her sternum and an unseen point across the fortress. Every minute shift in Slate's mood, every restless movement he made, translated into a low-frequency vibration in her own body, a ceaseless, nagging ache that kept her hyper-aware, her senses painfully elevated. The sheer exhaustion tasted metallic and bitter on her tongue. It was fucking exhausting. I am not going anywhere, she called back, pushing the thick, scratchy blanket away. The cold air immediately prickled the gooseflesh on her arms. The pounding stopped, replaced by a momentary, dangerous silence, and a heavy thud as the door handle was wrenched down, followed by the deep groan of ancient hinges. The door opened outward, and then slammed shut with finality. A tall, muscular woman strode in. Her posture was ramrod straight. Her movements were economical, suggesting years of hard-won experience. She wore thick, dark leather and felt dense with power. Her short-cropped blonde hair was faded and practical, exposing a rope-like, silvery scar that cut across her left cheekbone, dragging her eye downward slightly before disappearing into the corner of her jaw. She smelled sharply of mountain air, clean sweat, and aged leather, the scent of a professional warrior. She moved like she owned the very air Fallon was breathing. Wish in this fortress she probably did. Was not a request, the woman stated, her voice a low, gravelly alto that echoed slightly in the small Spartan room. She crossed her arms, the movement flexing the tightly coiled muscles of her biceps. I am Kira, head of fortress security. You have got 5 minutes to make yourself presentable. Fallon sat up slowly, dragging the movement out to emphasize her defiance. The cheap cotton of her slept-in chemise felt thin and vulnerable. If I refuse? She challenged, meeting Kira's steely gaze. Kira's response was a brief, sharp flash of white teeth that barely qualified as a smile. It held no warmth, only threat. Then I drag you there in your nightclothes. Your choice, Silvermoon. The name spoken by Kira sounded less like an identity and more like a tactical designation. Something about the way she said it, casual, almost friendly in its complete lack of malice, made Fallon pause. This warrior was not operating from personal hatred. She was simply executing a high-level order. The cold pragmatism of the Blackridge wolves was suddenly very real. Fine. 10 minutes. Fallon pulled her legs over the side of the cot, the cold stone floor shocking the soles of her feet. 7, 8, and you tell me what this briefing is about. Kira considered, tilting her head slightly, her scarred face impassive. Deal. Alpha holds morning strategy sessions with his inner circle, commanders, reworking betas. Normally you would not be invited, since you are. She made a vague, exasperated gesture that encompassed Fallon's entire being. Whatever you are now, he wants you there. Thrilling, Fallon pushed herself to her feet, immediately feeling the underlying thrum of the bond increase. Slate was aware of the conversation, aware of her proximity, and bracing himself. Oh, it will be. Kira's grin this time was wider, showing more of her teeth. It was a dark, amused warning. The others are going to eat you alive. Fallon moved quickly. She dressed in the clothes that had been left folded neatly on the wooden chest, thick, practical trousers, and a simple but well-made tunic of heady, rough-spun wool. The fabric smelled faintly of pine, and the chemical scent of commercial laundry detergent, a strange mix of domesticity and wildness. They were a vast improvement over the blood-stained, shredded remains of her previous outfit. When she emerged, fastening a plain leather cuff around her wrist, Kira gave her a single approving nod. Not bad. Try not to start any fights in the first 5 minutes. No promises. Walk to the inner section of the fortress took them through rough-hewn stone corridors. The air, heavy and perpetually damp, carried the faint smell of wood smoke and old earth. Torches flickering in iron sconces cast deep, dancing shadows that made the rough-cut walls appear to shift and breathe. The only sounds apart from their steady footsteps were the distant clank of metal and the low guttural murmur of wolves on patrol duty. The atmosphere shifted the moment Kira opened the heavy, sound-dampening door to the war room. The air inside was thick, pressurized, and immediately weighted by sheer, concentrated power. The space was high-ceilinged and smelled strongly of aged parchment, sharp ink, stale coffee, and the clashing musks of several dominant wolves. 6 wolves were already gathered around a massive table of dark, polished wood, which was currently dominated by a sprawling map detailed with military markings. All 6 heads swiveled toward the door as one, and the resulting wash of hostility was immediate, dense, and physically impacting. It felt like a sudden drop in temperature, a prickling sensation that crawled over Fallon's skin, raising the hair on her arms. Fallon's gut clenched. Every wolf here was either an alpha or a high-ranking beta. The sheer volume of their territorial sense, mixed with contempt and suspicion, was almost overwhelming. Slate stood at the head of the table. He looked haggard, visible exhaustion deepening the lines around his ice-blue eyes. If Fallon had barely slept, he looked like he had not slept at all. When their eyes met, the bond flared so violently it felt like a sharp, hot tub low in her abdomen. It was a momentary, electric surge of recognition and a desperate, shared need for physical proximity that was immediately and brutally suppressed by both of them. She watched the rigid control in his posture, the slight tightening of his jaw, as he fought the urge to move toward her. Good. The simultaneous, desperate struggle was its own miserable form of victory. "Gentleman Kier," Slate said, his voice even, yet underlaid with a low, dangerous growl that commanded attention. "This is Fallon Silvermoon. She will be joining our briefings for the foreseeable future." A wolf with the thick neck and a face lined by age and perpetual annoyance, gray streaking his dark temples, let out a short, harsh, hissing laugh of disbelief. His scent was heavy with territorial pride and immediate, overwhelming anger. "You are joking. An enemy heir at our strategic meetings? Does it look like I am joking, Marcus?" Slate did not raise his voice, but the temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. His own emanating scent, dark cedar and snow, pushed out like a physical warning. "Alpha, with all respect," a lean, dark-haired man. "Thorn," she recognized the name, interjected smoothly. Thorn's scent was clean, sharp, and calculating. "This is insanity. She is a prisoner. She should not be privy to our operations. We have not even finished cataloging the information on the Silver Moon raid yet," noted Thorn. Slate's gaze was fixed on Fallon, a silent challenge in the blue depths. He gestured to an empty spot nearest to him, set slightly apart from the other wolves. "Fallon, sit." She moved toward the designated space, acutely aware of the weight of 6 hostile gazes burning into her back and sides. Her muscles felt tight, coiled like springs, ready to pivot and strike. McCormack, Slate's imposing beta, stood to her immediate left. When she reached the spot, he gave a minuscule nod, a flicker of acknowledgement that was neither friendly nor hostile, merely neutral professional acceptance. "Let me make this clear," Slate continued, his palms flattening onto the surface of the scarred wooden table, the sound dull and heavy. "Fallon is under my protection and is my guest. Anyone who has a problem with her presence takes it up with me. Understood?" The response was a round of grudging, clipped nods. Marcus, however, simply intensified his harsh glare, his breathing audible and ragged with suppressed fury. "Now," Slate said, sweeping his attention back to the map. He unrolled a section of parchment with a dry, snapping sound. "We have received fresh intelligence that the Riverstone Pack is moving supplies through the eastern corridor. They think we are distracted after the Silver Moon raid." Fallon inhaled sharply. The pressure of the room, the weight of their combined strategy, was too much to ignore. The words spilled out before she could stop them. "Are we?" Every single head in the room swiveled, creating a collective, silent intake of breath that was almost deafening. Marcus looked ready to launch himself across the table physically. Slate's eyes narrowed, darkening further. The scent of cedar spiked, a clear sign of rising irritation, but his voice remained low. "What was that?" She would already opened her mouth and injected herself into command strategy. Retreating now was useless. She stepped fully into the glare. "Are you distracted? Because from where I am standing, you have got a hostage situation tied to a potential war with the second largest pack, and now Riverstone testing your borders. It seems like a lot of incredibly heavy, unstable plates to juggle. The Silver Moon heir has opinions on our strategy," Marcus sneered, the edges of his lips turning down in disgust. "How utterly generous and helpful." "The Silver Moon heir has eyes," Fallon shot back, not bothering to lower her voice. The adrenaline was starting to sing in her veins, sharp and clean. "And I can see you are stretched thin, 3 major fronts, and not enough wolves to cover all of them properly or decisively." Thorn leaned forward, his dark features displaying a flicker of intellectual curiosity, replacing the earlier hostility. "And how exactly would you know our wolf count? Are you telepathic?" "I counted patrols yesterday. Watched guard rotations from my window all night," she lied easily, smoothing over the fact that her true count came from observing the tired sensation radiating off the changing shift wolves. You are running shifts too long, particularly the northern perimeter, which means either you do not have enough bodies for a proper rotation, or you do not trust your fresh wolves with high-stakes border duty. She met Slate's hard, scrutinizing gaze without flinching. I am guessing both. A thick, suffocating silence fell over the room. The only sound was the faint crackle of the nearest torch flame. Kira made a low, rough sound in her throat that was undeniably sound of approval. She is observant, Cormac noted neutrally, his muscular frame remaining completely still to her left. I will give her that. Observant like a spy, Marcus spat, gripping the edge of the table so tightly his knuckles were white against the dark wood. She is gathering intelligence to take back to her father. Fallon let out a short, hollow laugh that held no humor, just bitter self-knowledge. You think my father's coming for me? That is adorable. The room went quiet again, but for a different reason. The scent of Marcus's anger was suddenly mixed with confusion. She saw outright surprise on several faces, and cold, sharp calculation on Thorne's. Explain that statement, Slate commanded softly. His voice held little emotion, but the low, intense vibration wrapped around her, demanding absolute honesty. Fallon shrugged, trying to project a casual indifference she did not feel, though the truth of her position burned like a live coal in her chest. I am the heir, not the favorite. Waffer has 3 other children who would happily step over my corpse to take my place. Losing me is inconvenient. It is a diplomatic headache, but it is absolutely not catastrophic. She fixed her gaze on Marcus, her smile tight and cold. So no, I am not gathering intelligence for a rescue mission that is never, ever coming. Then why should we trust you? Thorne asked, leaning back slightly, his genuine curiosity now outweighing his pack loyalty. You should not, Fallon said plainly, meeting each set of eyes in turn, making sure her voice was level and clear. But you also should not underestimate me. I am stuck here because your Alpha decided to raid my territory. I did not ask for this any more than he did. Her gaze locked fiercely with Slate's, holding the electric current of the bond steady. But I am not going to sit in a tower and play the damsel. If I am going to be here, trapped in your strategy room, I might as well be useful. Useful, Marcus repeated the word mockingly, spitting it out like spoiled meat. The enemy wants to be useful. The enemy, Fallon countered, her voice dropping to a dangerous icy register, just pointed out a critical tactical weakness you all missed because you were too busy posturing and focusing on the obvious. You want to keep treating me like a helpless prisoner. Fine, but do not come crying to me when I am the only one who sees the knife coming. Kira actually snorted, the sound loud and appreciative in the dead air. I like her. Of course you do, Marcus muttered under his breath, sounding thoroughly defeated by the bizarre turn of events. Slate had not taken his eyes off Fallon since she revealed her lack of familial support. She could feel his precise, relentless assessment, the way he was rapidly absorbing her information, calculating her worth, and adjusting his entire worldview of her presence. The Riverstone supply line, he said finally, pulling the conversation back with a low, authoritative rumble. If you were planning the interception, how would you do it? Well, a test, a deliberate challenge thrown into the fire of their sudden, strange alliance. Every wolf in the room knew it. Fallon leaned forward, placing one hand flat on the map, feeling the coarse texture of the old paper beneath her fingers. She traced the projected route, reading terrain and distances through the lens of her years of rigorous tactical training. I would not intercept it at all. A collective sharp exhale of breath from the group. Excuse me, younger Beta demanded. You intercept, you gain a bit of supplies and maybe a few low-value prisoners. But Riverstone knows you hit supply lines. It is your signature move. They are expecting an ambush here, at the choke point. She traced a different route on the map, a complex network of smaller, less used trails. Instead, let them through entirely. Follow them silently, without detection, until they reach wherever they are storing everything. Then you hit the cache, the full vulnerable stockpile, not just the small transport unit, and take out their entire offensive capability. Thorne whistled low, a sound of genuine, impressed awe. That is, actually brilliant. High risk, high reward. It is also risky, Cormac added, his focus entirely on the map now. his earlier neutrality replaced by professional consideration. You would have to track them for days without being detected in their own territory. I have got wolves who could do that, and who love a deep reconnaissance mission, Kira said thoughtfully, her eyes already scanning the map for potential entry points. And she is right. We would gain more from one big hit that cripples their supply chain for months than 3 small anticipated skirmishes. Marcus looked physically pained, wanting to argue the point, but unable to find a logical angle of attack. Slate was still watching Fallon, his expression unreadable, calculating the depth of her strategic insight. "We will consider it," he said, his voice measured. Moving on. "The Silvermoon situation. My father will not retaliate immediately," Fallon interrupted instantly, the certainty in her tone absolute. "He will not panic. He will wait, let you think you have won, allow you to focus all your resources on Riverstone, and then he will hit you when you are most stretched, probably in 3 to 4, maybe 6 weeks. "And how do you know that, Silvermoon?" Cormac asked, his eyes sharp. "Because it is exactly what I would do. It is what he taught me to do." She met Slate's gaze, her jaw tight. "You burned our territory and took me prisoner. He cannot let that stand without looking weak and inviting every other pack to try their luck. But he is also smart enough to know he cannot win an open field, direct confrontation with Blackridge. So he will be patient, calculating. He will gather resources and intelligence until your guard drops. Unless," Thorne interjected slowly, tapping a finger on the map, "he decides to write off the expendable heir and simply cuts his losses entirely." Words landed on the room like stones dropped into still water. The uncomfortable silence returned, thicker than before. Everyone looked genuinely awkward, except Fallon, who smiled her cold, bitter smile. "Also possible," she agreed, her voice flat. She looked pointedly at Slate. "Either way, Alpha, I am not going home, and I know your enemy better than everyone in this room, so you might as well use me." Slate's jaw clenched. She felt the bond surge with something that might have been anger or might have been something else entirely. "This briefing is over," he announced abruptly. "Cormac, coordinate with Kira on the Riverstone surveillance. Thorne, I want updated intelligence on Silvermoon movements. Marcus, double the Western patrols. Everyone out." They filed out slowly, several giving Fallon assessing looks. Kira clapped her on the shoulder as she passed. "Not bad, Silvermoon. You might survive here after all." When they were alone, Slate moved around the table toward her. The bond pulled tighter with each step. "That was quite a performance," he said. "It was not a performance. It was the truth. The truth about your father not coming for you." Fallon met his gaze steadily. "You wanted leverage. Turns out I am not as valuable as you thought. Sorry to disappoint. I am not disappointed." "Then what are you?" He stopped in front of her, close enough that she had to tilt her head back to maintain eye contact. "Trying to figure you out. You could have stayed quiet, played the victim, made everyone underestimate you. Instead, you proved you are a strategist. Why?" "'Cause sitting in that tower waiting for a rescue that is never coming is not my style." She held his gaze. "And because if I am going to be your mate," she practically spat the word, "I am not going to be weak. I never thought you were weak. No, you thought I was a prize, a trophy, leverage." She stepped closer into his space and felt the bond vibrate between them. "But I'm none of those things, Blackridge. I'm your equal, whether you like it or not." His eyes darkened. "My equal. That is what I said. The bond might have tied us together, but it does not make me yours. It makes us each other's." She smiled dangerously. "So get used to it, warlord. Because I am not going anywhere, and I am sure as hell not submitting." For a moment she thought he might close the distance, might give in to what the bond was demanding. She could see the war in his expression, the alpha instinct fighting against something deeper. Instead he stepped back, breaking the tension. "You are right," he said quietly. "You are not going anywhere. Welcome to Blackridge, Fallon Silvermoon. Try not to start a civil war before lunch." He left her standing in the war room, heart racing, the bond aching with unfulfilled proximity. Through the window, she could see the mountains surrounding the fortress. Beautiful and brutal, though just like everything else here, no one was coming for her. Her father had probably already written her off as a loss. Siblings were likely celebrating one less rival for the Alpha position. She was alone in enemy territory, bonded to a warlord who did not want her any more than she wanted him. And somehow, she was going to turn this disaster into her victory. 3 days of stark, visceral torment. Slate had managed to avoid Fallon, the Silver Moon captive and his reluctant mate, for 3 fucking days, and the enforced distance was not just difficult. Dee was actively dismantling him from the inside out, not metaphorically, actually, physically, killing him. The mate bond did not tolerate separation, especially in its initial forging. What had started nearly 72 hours ago as a dull, irritating ache in his chest, a constant thrum beneath his sternum, had progressed into a savage, grinding pressure. Now it was a searing, stabbing pain that radiated through his ribcage for his stressed breath. His body was a cage of tightly wound muscle, restless and jumpy. Sleep was a faded memory, an impossible luxury denied by the internal clockwork of the bond that pulled him relentlessly north. The constant low-grade fury was a taste on his tongue, metallic, like old copper and blood, and it had his inner wolf perpetually snarling, a guttural sound only he could hear, a deep resonance vibrating in his throat. His office, usually a sanctuary of controlled order, felt like a prison cell. Slate paced the length of the room, the heavy thud of his high leather boots on the polished black basalt floor, the only sound besides the ragged rattle of his own breath. "Alpha, you look like shit." Cormac, his beta, was a solid, uncompromising presence, smelling of pine smoke and cool mountain air, a stark contrast to the ozone and suppressed aggression radiating around Slate. They were reviewing patrol reports, but Slate could not focus. The stark black ink swam on the parchment. "Thanks for the observation," Slate clipped out, his voice a low grate. "When is the last time you slept?" Slate did not answer because the truth was a humiliating surrender. He could not. Every time he lay down, every time his eyelids drooped, the bond intensified, acting like a silver-hot, irresistible wire stretching from his core directly toward the North Tower. The pull was magnetic, demanding he go to her, check on her physical state, ensure she was safe, comfortable, and, no, he drove the instinctive thought down with a familiar, brutal force. He was Slate Blackridge, the warlord Alpha. He controlled himself, controlled his territory, and he would not submit his will to some chaotic, cosmic biological joke of a bond forged by fate. "You need to see her," Cormac said, the statement delivered carefully, like placing a glass shard on a table. "I see her at briefings. For 20 minutes once a day, while surrounded by 10 guards and 5 strategists. That is not proximity, Slate, and you know it." His beta leaned forward, the scent of wood smoke growing stronger with his sincerity. "The bond requires contact, especially this early, to stabilize. Fighting it will only make you both physically miserable. The tension you are exuding now is affecting the lower guard ranks. She is fine." The words were automatic, brittle. "Is she?" Slate's jaw clenched so hard, he felt the tendon snap tight under his ear. He had been very deliberately not asking about Fallon, not checking on her, not allowing himself the fatal weakness of acknowledging the part of him that needed to know she was okay. "Kira would tell me if there was a problem. Kira says she is spending 18 hours a day in the training yard, pushing herself until her muscles are shaking and her shifts are ragged. She smells like salt and pain, and she pushes past every physical limit. Then she goes back to her room and does not sleep." Cormac paused, letting the silence expand and fill with the sound of Slate's heavy breathing. Sound familiar? Fuck. The raw, panicked fatigue he felt was mirrored in her, was with shared agony he could not ignore, even if he tried to wall off his emotional awareness. "That is not my problem. It literally is, Alpha. You are both suffering because you are too stubborn and too proud to admit the bond exists, or that it has physical consequences." Cormac stood, his chair scraping loudly back on the stone. "Figure it out, Slate, before the pain drives you both into a frenzy that ends violently." After Cormac left, the air in the room seemed to deflate, leaving Slate alone with the intensifying thrum of the bond. He stared at the sprawling battle maps on his desk. The paper felt heavy, the ink dull, without registering a single tactical line. 3 days of building pain, pain that felt like acid eating away at his composure. 3 days of his wolf clawing beneath the surface of his skin, demanding release, demanding she-wolf, demanding completion. 3 days of knowing she was suffering too, feeling the distant vibrations of her restlessness and anxiety, and hating himself for being the cause. He made it until midnight before the physical agony became too much to bear. It was not a choice. It was a biological imperative, a desperate, gasping drive towards self-preservation. The North Tower was quiet when he arrived. The stone hallways were cold and damp, smelling of old lime wash and winter air. Slate moved silently, his senses heightened by fatigue and urgency. He did not need to see light under her door to know she was awake. He could feel her awareness through the bond, a sharp, almost frantic energy, knew she was pacing, restless, coiled tight, and unable to settle. He swallowed hard, fighting the instinct to simply break the door down and take the 3 feet of space that separated them. He knocked once, the rap a surprisingly loud sound in the dead silence. Before pushing the heavy oak door open, Fallon spun from the window. The instant relief that flooded through Slate at the sight of her, the sudden, dramatic easing of the acute chest pain into a manageable, low-frequency thrum, nearly buckled his knees. The relief was immediately followed by a wave of sharp concern. Cormac was right. She looked terrible. Dark circles, the color of bruised velvet, shadowed her eyes, highlighting the pallor of her drawn face. Her lips were dry. She was still beautiful, still fierce, wrapped in a simple gart tunic, but she was worn thin, like a wire strained to its breaking point. "What the fuck are you doing here?" she demanded, her voice sharp, like a sliver of shattered glass. "Reezy free Tibet. At midnight. How romantic. Did you bring flowers or a binding contract?" Her tone was laced with bitter sarcasm. "Do not." He closed the door behind him, the heavy thud echoing the internal slam of his control. "Just do not. Not tonight. I cannot handle the performance." She stared at him, and the flickering recognition in her eyes was like a physical blow. She saw his exhaustion, the deep lines around his mouth, the strain in his posture. She looked as bad as he felt, which meant she was enduring the very same internal torture. 3 days, she said, the sharpness fading into a quiet, raw accusation. "You avoided me for 3 days. I was giving us both space." "Space." She laughed, the sound hollow and brittle, like dry leaves crunching underfoot. "Do you feel that?" She pressed a hand dramatically to the center of her chest, right where the bone connection pulsed taut and frantic. That constant, fucking ache. That hollow, desperate need to know where I am or you are. That is not space, Blackridge. That is torture. I know. The word was a heavy exhale. "Then why?" "Because I thought I could fight it." The words erupted from him harsh and ragged. "I thought if I just stayed away, kept extreme distance, the bond would, I do not know, settle down, become manageable, less demanding." "And how is that working out for you?" Slate ran a large, trembling hand over the stubble of his jaw and through his military short hair. "I have not slept in 3 days. My wolf is borderline feral, pacing inside my skull, and I keep finding myself standing outside your door at 2 a.m, listening, like some kind of pathetic stalker. This is the first time you have knocked." He froze, his breath hitching. "What?" Fallon's smile was just a tired twist of her lips. "You think I cannot feel you on the other side of the thick oak door? You have been outside my room every single night, pacing, fighting with yourself, then leaving just before dawn." She tilted her head, her gaze piercing. "I could hear you, Slate, feel the seismic vibration of your fury through the walls. Every time you almost came in and it did not, it made the pull that much worse." Crust. He would thought he was being subtle, masking his scent and muffling his footsteps. The idea that his agony had been broadcasting itself to her was crushing. "Why did not you say anything?" "Because I was too busy doing the same thing." She gestured toward the window, where the moon cast long, cold shadows across the floor. "I stand here every night watching the torchlight below, hoping I will see you, knowing you are somewhere in this fortress, too close and too far at the same time. The bond pulls me toward you like a physical rope, and I have to physically hold myself back from going to find you, to end the ache." The admission hung between them, heavy and raw, thick with shared exhaustion and forced honesty. 5 feet apart, the space felt charged, vibrating. "This is insane," Slate said quietly, running a hand across his forehead. "Agreed. We hate each other, completely and irrevocably, but the bond does not care." "No," Fallon said, her voice dropping to a softer, more dangerous register. "It really does not. It seems intent on overriding every political, tactical, and personal objection we possess." They stood there, the distance shrinking the bond's pain into a powerful, deep hum, a living thing nestled between their bodies. Slate felt the knots in his shoulders ease just from being in the same room with her. He could see the tension leaving her body. Her breathing was becoming less shallow, more even. Her scent, sharp and clean, now filled the immediate air, and it was intoxicating. "So what do we do?" she asked, breaking the intense silence. "I do not know." He moved to the window, kneading the cold glass under his fingertips. "Every instinct is screaming at me to be near you, to make sure you are fed, resting, safe. To claim me," she finished, her voice flat. "I feel it too, the pull, the aggressive, possessive need to secure the other half of the connection." She joined him at the window, their shoulders now barely an inch apart. He could feel the residual heat radiating from her skin. "I hate it. I know. I hate that fate tied me to someone who destroyed my home, who made me a captive. Who what?" He turned sharply to face her, the movement causing their bodies to brush in a fleeting, agonizing contact. "Say it, Fallon. Get it all out. Do not hold back now." "Who represents everything I have been taught to despise?" Her eyes flashed, burning with spent fury. "You are a warlord. You take what you want through brute force. You do not negotiate. You do not compromise. You just conquer. You smell like power and blood, and you are so different." He challenged, leaning closer, enjoying the faint, intoxicating scent of her. "I have heard the stories about the Silver Moon heir. The wolves you have personally killed, the territories you have helped annex. Do not pretend you are some innocent dove in my cage. I never claimed to be innocent, but I am not you." "No," he snarled, the fatigue giving way to genuine cruelty. "You are just someone whose own family did not think was worth rescuing." The moment the acidic words left his mouth, he regretted them with a force that was physical. Fallon flinched violently, her face sucking inward, looking like he would struck her across the cheek. The bond instantly flooded with her, resulting emotional trauma, sharp, deep, and devastating. It was a crippling wave of abandonment and pain that made Slate gasp aloud, tasting the bitter ash of her humiliation. "Fuck," he spat, wheeling back slightly. "Fallon, I did not mean." "Yes, you did." Her voice was dangerously flat now, empty of feeling. "And you are right. I am not worth rescuing. My father made that clear while he did not even send a ransom demand, let alone reinforcements. I am just expendable leverage, a wasted asset. That is not what I meant." "Then what did you mean?" She turned on him, and a tear she was fighting to contain made her eyes shimmer wetly. "Because from where I am standing, you are pissed that your prisoner is not valuable enough, that your leverage is worthless, and now you are stuck with the debt." "That is not." Slate lunged forward, grabbing her upper arms with his rough, calloused hands, desperate to stop the tremor that was starting in her frame. The warmth of his hands pressed into her skin, and the bond thrummed aggressively. "I am angry because you deserved better. From your family, from your father. You are brilliant and fierce and powerful, a tactical machine, and they just wrote you off like you meant nothing." She stared at him, shock washing over the raw pain in her face. "I hate your father," Slate continued, the words pouring out now, heavy and dark with conviction. "Not because he broke a treaty or because he is my enemy. I hate him because he had you as a daughter and could not see what that meant. Because he raised you to be a warrior and an alpha potential, and then abandoned you the moment it became inconvenient or required a risky maneuver. Why do you care?" Her voice was barely a whisper now, thick with unshed tears. "Because you are my mate." The admission felt like a total, irreversible surrender, a physical wrench in his core. "And even though we did not choose this, even though we are enemies, even though this whole situation is a disaster, I cannot stand the thought of anyone hurting you, including your own useless family. A tear finally escaped, tracking a silver hot streak down her pale cheek. Her breath hitched. I do not know what to do with that. Neither do I. They stood there, caught in the small circle of shared heat, his hands still weighty on her arms. The bond sang between them now, no longer just pain or frantic need, but recognition, understanding. An unnerving resonance forming the bedrock of something that terrified them both. I am not submitting to you, Fallon choked out finally, wiping away the tears with a furious swipe of her hand. Bond or no bond, I know, and I'm not going to make this easy. Every day you will feel me fighting you. I would be deeply disappointed if you did. Silvermoon, good. Because I still think you are an arrogant, conquering bastard, and I still think you are the most infuriating woman I have ever met. He released her arms but did not step back. But maybe we do not have to fight the bond every second. Maybe we can find a middle ground. What does that look like? I do not know. He ran a hand through his hair again, a gesture she was starting to recognize as his tell when he was uncertain. Proximity without pressure? We stop avoiding each other. Stop torturing ourselves with distance. But we do not, he trailed off. Do not give in completely, she finished. Do not let the bond control us. Exactly, Fallon considered, chewing her bottom lip. So like strategic proximity? That is one way to put it. And what happens when strategic proximity is not enough? Her eyes met his. Because the bond is only going to get stronger. Eventually, it's going to demand more than just being in the same room. Slate knew she was right. Mock bonds intensified over time, especially when the mates were in close proximity. Right now they were managing with nearness, but soon the bond would push for more, for touch, for intimacy, for the complete claiming that would seal them together permanently. We will deal with that when we get there, he said finally. That is a terrible plan. You have a better one? She did not answer, just looked at him with those gray eyes that saw too much. Stay, she said finally. Tonight. Not like that. Just stay. Let the bond settle. Every instinct screamed yes. But, Fallon, if I stay, I know. She moved to the couch, curling into one corner. You take the other end. We keep our distance, but you were in the room, and maybe that is enough for tonight. It was a terrible idea. Dangerous. Crossing a line they should not cross. He sat down on the opposite end of the couch. The relief was immediate and overwhelming. His wolf quieted for the first time in days. The pain in his chest eased to nothing, and when he looked at Fallon, he saw the same relief written across her face. Better? He asked. Shut up, she muttered, but there was no heat in it. They sat there in silence, 5 feet apart on the same couch, and Slate felt something inside him settle. This was still complicated. Still a mess, still a disaster waiting to happen, but for the first time since the bond had snapped into place, he was not in agony. And judging by the way Fallon's eyes were finally starting to close, neither was she. Just tonight, she mumbled, already half asleep. Just tonight, he agreed. They both knew it was a lie. This changed things, opened a door neither of them could close. But as Slate watched her fall asleep, her features finally peaceful, he could not bring himself to regret it. Tomorrow they could go back to fighting. Tomorrow they could be enemies again. Tonight, they were just 2 people bound by fate, trying to survive. Slate woke on the rough, familiar fabric of the couch, a dull crick in his neck protesting the awkward position. Fallon's warm, wild scent, the comforting blend of forest floor and a subtle, sweet honeysuckle, clung to the air around him, a soft, heavy blanket. She was asleep on the other end, curled tightly, a small vulnerability pressed into the cushions, as if trying to shrink away from the coming day. The pale, pre-dawn light, slowly bleeding a faint gold through the dusty window panes, made her look younger, softer, less like the fiercely guarded warrior he knew, and more like the woman fate had relentlessly decided was his. He watched the faint, steady rise and fall of her chest, her dark hair fanned across the worn fabric. He stood carefully, muscles protesting with a low groan, making silent movements as he stretched the stiffness from his shoulders. He did not want to wake her. Deep in his chest, the bond hummed contentedly, a low resonant thrum of satisfaction with their proximity. His inner wolf, usually a restless growl of tension, was calm for the first time in days, a quiet, sated purr. This was dangerous. He knew it was dangerous, the sharp, metallic tang of risk, familiar taste in his mouth, but he could not bring himself to regret it. He was almost to the door, the cool wood grain under his fingertips, when her voice, husky with a lingering whisper of slumber, stopped him. "Running away already?" He turned. She was awake, propped on an elbow, watching him with those sharp gray eyes. They were like polished steel, glinting with a shrewd intelligence in the growing light. "I have a dawn patrol to supervise." "Of course you do." She stretched, a lazy, feline grace in the fluid coil and uncoil of her muscles under the thin fabric of her uniform. He tried not to notice how the movement highlighted every curve, a familiar punch to his gut. "Same time tonight?" "Fallon. Strategic proximity, remember?" "Or was that just bullshit to get in my room?" Her lips curved into a faint, challenging smile. Despite everything, he almost smiled back, a slight, involuntary upturn of his own lips, a warmth spreading through him. "Same time. Try to sleep more than 3 hours this time. You too." The words were an aching temptation. He left, the cool morning air hitting his face, before he could do something stupid like kiss her goodbye. The morning patrol went smoothly, too smoothly. An unnerving quiet hung in the crisp air, an absence of the usual rustles and snaps that marked a healthy territory. Slate had learned long ago that when things felt easy, that is when you should worry. A prickle on the back of his neck, low growl in his wolf's chest, and metallic taste of unease in his mouth. His instincts were humming, warning him of something off. "Cormac," he said, his voice low, as they reviewed the ancient, wind and rain-weathered stone western border markers, cold to the touch. "Double the fortress patrols today." "Something does not feel right." His lean, loyal beta nodded without question, the rustle of his uniform the only sound. "On it, Alpha." They were heading back, the crunch of their boots on the gravel path almost too loud in the quiet, when it happened. The arrow came out of nowhere, a sudden, silent hiss through the air, the glint of silver catching the pale light. It was silver-tipped and aimed directly at Slate's heart. He saw it, a terrifyingly slow motion. He knew he could not dodge in time, felt his wolf surge forward in a primal, useless roar in his mind, the futile struggle against inevitability. And then Fallon was there. She would come out of the tree line like a ghost, a blur of dark hair and swift motion, moving faster than should be possible, the rustle of leaves barely audible where she would have been hidden. She slammed into him, a sharp, jarring jolt of impact, knocking the wind from his lungs as they both went to the ground. The arrow passed through the space where his chest had been with a low thwip, scraping against stone behind them. They hit hard, Slate's back colliding with rough earth and small biting stones, a sharp pain radiating through his spine. Before he could process what had happened, Fallon was on her feet in one fluid, seamless movement, a knife in her hand that she would apparently stolen from one of his guards, steel glinting. "There." She pointed with a sharp, quick snap of her voice to a rocky outcropping, 50 yards, elevated position. His wolves were already moving, a low growl rippling through the air, the thud of heavy boots, a flash of gray and brown uniforms converging on the location. Slate rolled to his feet, muscles screaming, the cold reality settling in, the taste of dust in his mouth, his mind still trying to catch up with the fact that Fallon, his prisoner, had just saved his life. "Stay down," she ordered, her voice sharp, commanding, putting herself between him and the outcropping, her body a taut shield. "I am not. For once in your life, shut up and stay down." Her eyes, now blazing with a fiery intensity, never left the rocks. There could be more. There were. 2 more arrows flew, silent streaks, but his wolves had reached the position. Sounds of fighting, the clash of metal, guttural snarls, a sharp cry, the scuffle of feet, then an abrupt, chilling silence. Cormac emerged from the tree line, breath pluming in the cold air, dirt smudged on his cheek, dragging a black-clad figure. "Got him, Ed." Cyanide capsuled before we could stop him. The faint, bitter almond scent of cyanide drifted on the wind. Professional assassin, dark, still form, unnaturally twisted, not a random attack. Slate stood slowly, a slow uncoiling, the lingering ache in his back, the sudden chill of understanding, his eyes fixed on Fallon. She was still in a defensive stance, still positioned between him and potential threats, the stolen knife a natural extension of her hand, knuckles white. She held it with the competence of someone who had used one before, betraying a hidden skill. "Stand down," he said quietly, his voice low, resonant, a quiet command, cutting through the lingering tension. She turned to face him, and the fiery intensity was fading from her eyes, leaving a wide, almost glazed look, a flicker of vulnerability. The adrenaline was receding, replaced by something that looked like shock, at what she would done, at what she would revealed. Her breath hitched, faintly. "Inside," Slate commanded, his voice heavy with finality, jaw clenched. "War room, now." 10 minutes later, they were alone in the war room, the heavy oak door that had closed, sealing them in the scent of old parchment and polished wood. Outside, the low murmur of guards confirmed their privacy. Fallon stood by the window, a rigid posture, arms crossed, hands gripping her elbows, her gaze fixed on the gray sky beyond the glass. The subtle tension in her jaw was palpable. She was not looking at him. "Why?" Slate demanded, his voice sharp, raw, echoing faintly in the quiet room, a metallic edge of frustration. "Why what?" Her voice was tight, clipped, a thin shield. "Do not play stupid. You saved my life. You put yourself between me and an assassin. Why?" "Instinct." "Bullshit. Try again." She whirled on him, sudden swift movement, eyes blazing like molten silver, radiating a fierce defiance. The raw emotion radiating from her was a palpable heat. "What do you want me to say? That the bond made me do it? That I could not help myself?" "I want the truth." "The truth." She laughed, a dry, hollow sound, devoid of humor, a brittle crack. "The truth is, I saw that arrow, and I moved. I did not think. I did not plan. I just moved." The tremor in her voice was barely controlled. "That is not good enough." Slate closed the distance between them, the burning intensity of his gaze, the scent of his rising anger, and a deeper, unsettling curiosity. "Too bad. That is all you are getting." Slate crossed the remaining distance in 3 quick, deliberate strides, the quiet scrape of his boots the only sound, backing her against the cold glass of the window. "Someone just tried to kill me, and you, my prisoner, my enemy, saved me. I need to know why." His voice was a low growl, controlled but dangerous. "Maybe I am just not ready for you to die yet." "Why not?" He could feel her pulse racing, frantic thrumming against her skin, pushing against the bond. He could smell her fear and anger, a sharp tang and a bitter scorch, and underneath it, something else, a confusing, desperate warmth. "Give me a reason, Fallon, one honest reason." The taut silence stretched, broken only by her ragged breathing, the burning intensity of his stare, the demanding force behind his words. "Because you are mine to kill, not theirs." The words exploded out of her, a sudden guttural cry, raw with a fierce, possessive fury that shocked them both. Her chest heaved with the force of it. "If anyone's going to end the great Slate Blackridge, it is going to be me, not some coward with a silver arrow. Me." The silence that followed was deafening, thick, heavy, pressing in on them, amplifying the ragged sound of her breathing. "You are mine to kill," Slate repeated slowly, his voice a low, disbelieving murmur, testing the strange words on his tongue. Surprise was evident in the slight widening of his eyes. "That is what I said. So you saved my life because, what, you want the honor yourself?" A sardonic twist to his lips, a challenge in his tone. "I saved your life because the thought of someone else doing it made me want to tear them apart." A visceral image, a flash of her own savage protectiveness. Her voice dropped to a whisper, choked with emotion, the fierce anger laced with a profound, unsettling vulnerability. "I saved you because, even though I hate you, even though this bond is a nightmare, even though you have ruined my life, I cannot let you die." The admission hung between them, too honest, too raw, a tangible weight, a fragile bridge, built on paradox. The bond thrummed with a painful intensity. Fallon, a sharp, urgent rap on the heavy wood of the door interrupted whatever he was about to say. Cormac entered, his grave face lined with worry. Alpha. We found something on the assassin's body. He held out a thick, cream-colored parchment, a familiar, hated sigil pressed into the wax seal. It is addressed to you, from Alpha Silvermoon. The temperature in the room dropped 10 degrees, a sudden, palpable chill seeping into the air, a shiver running down Slate's spine. Slate took the letter, the faint, sweet scent of the Silvermoon pack clinging to the paper. He broke the seal with a crisp tearing sound, the whisper of parchment, and read. His eyes scanned the words, muscles in his jaw clenching, nostrils flaring. His expression went from neutral to dark fury in seconds, a slow build of suppressed rage, a dark storm gathering behind his eyes. What does it say? Fallon's voice was a thin thread, carefully controlled, a desperate hope clinging to the words. We will discuss it at the morning briefing. He looked at Cormac, his voice low, dangerous, a growl barely contained. Yet everyone assembled. Now, 20 minutes later, War Room was full, packed with wolves whose mingled scents, earthy, musky, sharp with anticipation and unease, filled the air. The low hum of their collective breathing, the rustle of uniforms, created a tense atmosphere. Slate stood at the head of the table, a formidable figure, the crumpled letter a stark white against his clenched fist. Fallon stood across from him, her face a mask of composure, a porcelain doll, every muscle rigid, every breath shallow. He could feel through the bond that maintaining it was costing her everything. Through their connection, he felt her fear, her dread, a cool, almost metallic taste of her terror, a rising tide of ice. She knew what that letter said before he even opened his mouth. I received a communication from Alpha Silvermoon, Slate announced, his voice cutting through the tension, cold and sharp, devoid of warmth. His pack instantly went silent, every eye fixed on him. I'm Tabrachavrib, maybe, Cormac began, his tone respectful, worried, but Slate cut him short. They deserved to hear it. Slate unfolded the letter with a deliberate, almost ceremonial act, the crisp rustle of parchment, all of them. He began to read, his voice hard as stone, each word landing like a cold shard of ice. Blackridge, I received your message regarding my daughter's capture. After careful consideration with my counsel, I must inform you that we have no interest in negotiating for her return. The bitter sting of rejection already seeped into the bond. Fallon did not move, did not breathe. Her eyes were wide and unblinking, a statue carved from ice. The air seemed to leave her lungs in a silent gasp. But through the bond, Slate felt something crack inside her, a sharp, internal splintering, a deep, hollow ache resonating through the bond, tearing at the fabric of her spirit. A cold wind rushed through a suddenly empty space within her. Fallon Silvermoon was always a problematic heir, too willful, too emotional, too unwilling to follow pack hierarchy. Her capture, while unfortunate, presents an opportunity for a cleaner line of succession. The casual cruelty in the words, a dismissive flick of the hand. Kira made a low, guttural growl of disgust, her fists tightening. Marcus looked uncomfortable, a furrow between his brows, unable to meet Fallon's unseeing gaze. Thorne's expression had gone cold with a silent, burning fury, his eyes like chips of flint. Therefore, we formally renounce any claim to her. She is no longer Silvermoon. Do with her as you please. Keep her as a pet. Kill her. Trade her to another pack. We do not care. She is your problem now. Words hung in the air. A final, brutal severing. The utter disregard. The flippant tone. Slate's voice had gone deadly quiet. A dangerous, controlled calm. Each word precise and weighted with his own fury. He folded the parchment with a crisp rustle. It is signed by Alpha Silvermoon and witnessed by his entire council. Official and binding. The cold, legalistic finality of it. The silence that followed was absolute and suffocating, a thick blanket heavy with unspoken outrage and raw grief. Through the bond, Slate felt the devastation hit Fallon like a physical blow. Blinding white flash of pain, then a crushing weight, stealing her breath, leaving only a vast, echoing emptiness. The bitter taste of ashes on her tongue, the cold seeped into her bones. The hollow, gutting agony of complete rejection. The final death of hope she had not even known she would be clinging to. It swept through her like a tsunami, threatening to drown her from the inside out. But she stood perfectly still, her spine straight, a testament to sheer willpower, a rigid, unbreakable shell, betraying nothing to the outside world. Then Kira spoke, her voice ragged, shaking with a furious contempt that cut through the silence. That fucking coward. He renounced his own daughter, Thorn said, his voice a low rumble, laced with incredulity and simmering anger. His heir. You caught her a problem, Marcus added, a hesitant, shocked whisper, and for the first time since Fallon had arrived, there was no hostility in his voice when he looked at her. Only horror, a genuine, horrified sympathy that was almost worse than his former enmity. Like she is nothing, like she is disposable, Cormac finished quietly, his jaw clenched. Slate's eyes never left Fallon. To everyone else, she probably looked composed, unaffected, strong, but through the bond he felt everything, the devastation, the hollow, gutting pain that was carving her out from the inside, the grief of being unwanted by the people who were supposed to love her unconditionally. It was destroying her, ripping her apart piece by piece, and she would not let anyone see it. She was breaking, shattering, dying inside, and she stood there like a statue, refusing to crumble. Fallon, he said quietly, it is fine. Her voice was perfectly steady, perfectly controlled. I told you they would not come. I was right. It is not fine. It is what it is. She looked around the table, meeting each pair of eyes with that sharp, brittle smile. Congratulations. Your prisoner is officially worthless. No leverage, no value, no reason to keep me alive. She spread her hands. Guess I am just taking up space now. That is bullshit, Kira started, her voice fierce. There is nothing else, Fallon interrupted, her composure cracking just slightly at the edges. I would like to be excused. Fallon, Slate's voice was softer now. You do not have to. I need to go. She was already backing toward the door. I need to. I cannot. She turned and walked out, her stride measured and controlled, her head high. The moment the door closed, Kira slammed her fist on the table. That absolute piece of shit, his own daughter, his heir. And he just threw her away like garbage, Thorn finished, his voice cold with fury. We need to destroy him, Marcus growled, after what he just did. Later, Slate cut them off, already moving toward the door. Through the bond, he felt Fallon's control starting to fracture. Meeting dismissed. Alpha. Cormac started. Not now. He followed the bond through the fortress, tracking her emotional signature. It led him to the training yard, and what he saw there stopped him in his tracks. Fallon stood in front of a practice dummy, her fists already bloody. She was hitting it with everything she had, powerful, devastating strikes that would have dropped any opponent. But she was not fighting an opponent. She was fighting herself, fighting the pain, fighting the rejection, fighting the reality that her own family did not want her. Slate felt his pack gathering behind him, drawn by the sound. Cormac, Kira, Thorn, Marcus, others. They stood in the shadows of the training yard entrance, watching. Fallon hit the dummy again. And again. Her knuckles split open, blood streaming down her hands. She did not stop, did not slow. Fallon, Slate called out. She hit harder. A sound escaped her throat, something between a sob and a snarl. Stop, you're hurting yourself. Good. The word was choked. She swung again, and he heard a bone crack. Her bones. She did not care. Slate moved toward her, but she was lost in it now, lost in the pain and the rage and the grief. Every punch was harder than the last, every impact more desperate. Let me go, she gasped, though no one was holding her. Just let me go. Just. Her voice broke completely, and she kept punching. Slate reached her, tried to catch her wrists, but she fought him, kept swinging, kept hitting. Blood splattered across the dummy, across the ground, across both of them. Fallon, stop. I'm not worth it. The scream tore out of her, raw and devastating. I am not worth keeping. I am not worth saving. I'm not. Her legs gave out. Slate caught her as she collapsed, and she was still trying to throw punches even as she fell, still fighting, still breaking. Her fist swung weakly at the air, at him, at nothing. I'm not worth anything, she sobbed, and the sound was so broken it physically hurt to hear. My own father does not want me. My own family. They do not. I'm not. She could not finish, could not breathe, just collapsed against Slate's chest as the grief finally overwhelmed her. Behind them, Slate heard Kira make a choked sound, saw Thorn turn away, his jaw clenched. Even Marcus looked stricken, his usual hard expression cracked wide open. Cormac's voice was rough when he spoke. No one should have to feel that. No one. Fallon was still trying to pull away, still trying to hide, but Slate held her tighter. Her hands were mangled, her knuckles shattered, blood everywhere. She would kept hitting long past the point of injury, past the point of pain, trying to feel something other than the agony of being unwanted. I have got you, Slate murmured into her hair. I have got you. You are not alone. You are not worthless. I have got you. Let me go, she begged, but there was no strength behind it. Please, just let me. Never. He held her as she shook apart in his arms. I am never letting you go. Do you hear me? Never. Kira stepped forward, her voice gentle in a way Slate had never heard before. You are pack now, Fallon. Our pack, and we do not abandon our own. You saved our Alpha's life, Thorn added quietly. That makes you one of us. Family does not throw away family. Not here. Your father's a coward, Marcus said, his voice hard, but not unkind. But you are not him. You are better than all of them. Through the bond, Slate felt Fallon's surprise cutting through the grief. She would expected them to see her as weak, as broken, as the worthless thing her father had named her. Instead, they saw her pain and met it with fury on her behalf. Come on, Slate said softly, lifting her into his arms. Her destroyed hands hung limp, still bleeding. Let us get you to the healer. She did not fight him. Just pressed her face against his chest and let herself be carried, let herself be held, let herself finally stop pretending she was okay. As Slate walked through his pack with his mate in his arms, he felt their resolve harden into something unbreakable. Fallon's father thought he could discard her, like she meant nothing. He would just united an entire pack of warriors who burned Silvermoon territory to ash for what they would done to her, and Slate Blackridge was going to lead them. The healer's quarters, typically a refuge of quiet, now hummed with a subtle tension. The air itself seemed heavy, thick with the sharp, clean scent of antiseptic overlaid by the earthy, calming sweetness of dried sage bundles hanging from the rafters. A faint tang of old blood lingered. Fallon sat on the hard, cool slab of the examination table, the rough texture of the stone seeping through her worn breeches. An older woman named Mara, her face etched with a lifetime of knowing and a keen, observant gaze, worked on Fallon's mangled hands with practiced, unhurried efficiency. Her touch was firm, yet surprisingly gentle. You did a number on these, child, Mara said, her voice a low, gravelly rasp that held no judgment, only a clear, professional assessment. Shattered 2 knuckles on your right hand, fractured 3 on your left. You are lucky you did not break your wrists in that fit. Fallon said nothing, her gaze fixed on a rough patch on the stone wall opposite, blurring at the edges. She focused on the barely perceptible shift of dust motes in the faint lamplight. The physical pain, a persistent throb in her swollen hands, felt distant, muted. It was a dull background ache, utterly dwarfed by the cavernous, icy hollowness that stretched wide inside her chest. Slate stood against the far wall, a dark, posing silhouette. His arms were crossed, a visible knot of tension in his shoulders, his eyes a steady, unwavering force, pinning her. She could feel his concern through the bond like a deep, persistent hum beneath her skin, a low thrumming present in every nerve ending. It was almost annoying, this raw, unfiltered worry, how much it physically hurt him to witness her pain, a constant, unwelcome pressure. She needs to keep these wrapped for 3 days, Mara instructed Slate, her voice crisp, her eyes flicking between the two of them. Change the bandages twice daily. And for goddess' sake, keep her away from the training yard. No heavy lifting, no punching anything, no sudden movements. Understood. Slate's voice was a deep, resonant rumble, holding a promise of absolute adherence. When Mara finished, the final knot of the bandage tightened with a gentle tug. Fallon slid off the table, the old stone groaning faintly under her weight, and walked toward the door without a word, her movements stiff but determined. Slate followed, his footsteps soft behind her, but did not try to touch her, leaving a small, comforting space between them. A smart man. A walk back to the North Tower was steeped in a heavy silence, broken only by the soft crunch of their boots on the packed earth pathway. The crisp evening air carried the scent of pine and damp earth. Wolves halted their tasks, a hunter sharpening a knife, a pup tumbling with its sibling, to watch her pass. Their expressions, a silent, shifting panorama, ranged from overt pity to simmering anger at her condition, to something that might have been profound, grudging respect. Fallon felt their collective gaze like a physical weight, a burning flush rising on her skin. She hated all of it, hated being seen in this broken state. Hated being pitied, the taste of it bitter on her tongue. Above all, she hated that her father's brutal words had stripped her bare, exposed her raw wounds for all to see, ringing in her ears like a curse. Fallon. Slate started, the tentative sound of her name a low rumble in his throat, as they reached the rough-hewn door of her room. Do not? Her voice was a raw, hoarse rasp, still ragged from the scream she would released earlier, the edges of it brittle. Just do not. I am not leaving you alone tonight, he stated, his voice firm, unyielding. Yes, you are. She met his gaze, and she knew her own eyes were empty, reflecting nothing but a vast, aching void. I need space, Slate, please. The word was a fragile plea, almost a whisper. He looked like he wanted to argue, the muscles in his jaw clenching, but something in her utterly desolate expression stopped him. His gaze held a lingering regret, a deep concern she could feel through the bond. I am right down the hall if you need me. His voice was a soft, steady anchor. I will not. The flat finality of her tone brooked no argument. She closed the door, a solid thud echoing in the small room, and immediately regretted the sharp spike of pain that shot through the bond, a sudden cold jolt that resonated in her chest. But she could not deal with him right now, could not deal with anyone. She craved only the heavy shroud of silence. She moved to the window, the cool pane of glass a faint comfort against her forehead, and stared out at the rapidly darkening sky, a canvas of bruised purples and deep indigos. Her bandaged hands throbbed with a rhythmic, insistent pulse, mirroring every beat of her weary heart. Not worth keeping, not worth saving. Her father's cutting words echoed in her mind, a relentless, bitter whisper. She would always known she was not his favorite, always felt the sharp edges of his disapproval, known she was difficult, too independent, too much like her mother, whose memory was a soft fading ache since she would died when Fallon was 12. But she would never thought he would just throw her away, like she was nothing, like she would never mattered at all. A crushing weight settled onto her, a profound emptiness that threatened to swallow her whole. A sharp, insistent rap on the door interrupted her spiraling thoughts. She almost ignored it, but a knock came again, a more determined series of thuds, followed by the familiar, unmistakable timbre of a woman's voice. It is Kira. I have got tea, and I am not leaving until you let me in, so you might as well open the door. Kira's voice was calm, yet undeniably resolute, carrying the faint, sweet scent of warm herbs. Fallon considered her options, ignoring, yelling, outright refusal, but something in Kira's unwavering, no-nonsense tone made her move, a phantom pull. She opened the heavy door to find the scarred warrior standing there, a sturdy tray balanced in her hands, holding a steaming teapot and 2 ceramic cups. Lamplight glinted off the raised scars on Kira's cheek, a testament to battles fought. I did not ask for company, Fallon said, her voice still rough, dry from disuse. Good thing I am not asking permission. Kira walked past her into the room with a confident stride, the gentle clink of the cups on the tray the only sound. She set the tray on the small, sturdy table. Sit. The command was soft but absolute. I am not, Fallon began, a weak protest forming in her throat. That was not a request, Silvermoon. Sit your ass down before I make you. Kira's voice dropped to a low growl, a steely glint in her eyes, though a flicker of warmth softened them. Despite everything, a small, wry twist almost touched Fallon's lips. She sighed, a deep, weary sound, and sank onto the chair. Kira poured 2 cups of tea, the gentle clatter of porcelain filling the quiet room, a rich, sweet, calming aroma, chamomile and honey, Fallon recognized, wafted through the air. Kira pushed one cup toward Fallon, its warmth radiating outwards. Drink. Fallon wrapped her bandaged hands around the warm ceramic cup, grateful for the simple, anchoring sensation, for something to do with her aching palms. The soothing heat seeped into her skin, and the earthy, medicinal scent of the bandages mingled with the fragrant steam of the tea. They sat in silence for a long moment, a quiet that, surprisingly, was not uncomfortable. It was a comfortable stillness, a shared space of quiet understanding. "Your father's an idiot," Kira said finally, her blunt words cutting through the comfortable silence. "You do not have to," Fallon tried to deflect, a small, weary protest. "I am not trying to make you feel better. I am stating a fact." Kira took a slow sip of her tea, her gaze steady, unflinching. "Any alpha who throws away a daughter like you deserves whatever is coming to him. And trust me, something's coming." Her tone held a bitter certainty. "It does not matter," Fallon mumbled, defeated. "Bullshit. It matters. You are allowed to be hurt. You are allowed to grieve." Kira leaned forward, her eyes intense, the raw force of her conviction palpable. "But you are not allowed to believe his lies." Fallon's throat tightened, a sudden constriction. "He is my father. He knows me better than... He knows nothing." Kira's voice was fierce, each word a solid blow against Fallon's self-doubt. "I have been watching you since you got here, Fallon. You are brilliant, strategic, stronger than half my warriors. You saved our Alpha's life without hesitation. You have earned respect from wolves who do not respect easily." She paused, her gaze unwavering. "Your father did not throw you away because you are worthless. He threw you away because you threatened him." "What?" Fallon whispered, a soft, stunned breath escaping her. "You are everything an alpha should be. Powerful, intelligent, unwilling to back down. That scares weak men like your father. They need people beneath them to feel strong. You were never beneath him, and he could not handle it." Kira's voice resonated with undeniable logic, a growing warmth spreading through Fallon's chest. The words struck something deep inside Fallon, a raw, aching recognition, a truth she had not known needed to be heard, cracking through the walls of despair she would built. "This may not have been the outcome you were hoping for," Kira continued, her voice softening now, a soothing balm. "Coming here, being captured, losing your family, none of that was in your plan. But sometimes fate has a way of putting you where you belong, with people who see your worth, with people who you might eventually call family." The quiet sincerity in Kira's tone was undeniable. "You are saying I belong here?" Fallon's voice cracked, raw with a fresh sting of old wounds. "With the pack that raided my home? I am saying you belong with people who do not think you are too much, who do not need you to be less so they can feel like more." Kira met her eyes, her conviction firm, empowering. "And yeah, maybe that is here. Maybe fate knew your father was too much of a coward to deserve you, so it brought you somewhere you would be appreciated. That is a nice way of saying I am stuck here." Fallon managed a wry, humorless twist of her lips. "You are not stuck. You are free." Kira stood, her posture suddenly radiating a powerful presence, free from a pack that did not value you, free from a father who saw you as a threat instead of a gift, free to become whoever the hell you want to be. She moved to the door, the soft click of her boots on the floor, then paused, her hand on the latch. "And for what it is worth, we would be honored if you chose to stay, not as a prisoner, as pack, as a family." The heavy weight of her sincerity hung in the air. She left before Fallon could respond, closing the door softly behind her with a quiet click, leaving only the scent of tea and the ringing echo of her words. Fallon sat there for a long time, the tea growing cold in her bandaged hands, the fading warmth replaced by a growing chill. Kira's words circled in her mind, a relentless, insistent chorus. Free. Was that what this was? Freedom? A cautious stir of hope, fragile and tentative, began to bloom in the vast emptiness within her. She stood, the slight stiffness in her joints easing a fraction, and moved to the door, opening it just enough to find Slate leaning against the wall outside, his attention focused on something unseen. He straightened immediately, his powerful form tense, his eyes rapidly scanning her face, searching. "Kira said you needed me," he started, his voice a low rumble. She is a meddler. A small, almost fond sigh escaped Fallon. She is the best security chief I have ever had. He took a soft step closer, the scrape of his boots barely audible. His voice softened with sincere concern. How are your hands? They hurt. The raw truth. A small admission. Good. Maybe next time you will stop before you shatter bones. A wry, rough edge to his voice, but underlying gentleness. There will not be a next time. The quiet, firm resolve in her tone was new. Why not? His searching question hung in the air. Fallon looked up at him. This warlord who would captured her and kept her, who had, against all odds, protected her, and somehow become the most important person in her world. The sheer weight of that realization, the raw vulnerability, bloomed on her face. Because I am done fighting. Her words were quiet but held a profound power. His eyes widened slightly, a flicker of surprise and dawning hope. Fallon, his voice caught a choked sound. Not fighting the bond, not fighting you, not fighting fate. She took a shaky breath, the trembling intake of air raw in her throat. I am tired, Slate. I am so fucking tired of pretending I do not feel this, that I do not want this, that I do not want you. The raw honesty of her admission, the heavy, weary truth finally released, sent a surge of emotion through their bond. Warm, overwhelming rush. The air between them crackled with sudden, tangible electricity. Through the bond she felt his shock, then a wave of exhilarating hope, followed by an overwhelming, profound relief that washed over her like a warm tide. Say that again, he said quietly, his voice a low, husky tremor. I want you. The admission felt like surrender and victory all at once, a release of tension, a profound sense of rightness. I want this bond. I want to stop running from the only person who has ever made me feel like I am exactly enough. The warmth of acceptance flooded through her, a balm to her aching soul. Slate closed the distance between them in one swift stride, cupping her face with both hands. The solid warmth of his palms against her cheeks was immediate, grounding. You are more than enough. You are everything. The fierce adoration in his voice, his thumb brushing tenderly over her skin, ignited a spark deep within her. Then prove it. The challenge was a mere breath against his lips. He kissed her. It was not gentle or tentative. It was a claiming, desperate force, a dizzying rush of sensation, everything the bond had been screaming for since the moment it snapped into place. His lips were firm, demanding, the rough scrape of his stubble against her skin, the scent of him, earth, pine, and pure alpha, filling her senses. Fallon kissed him back with the same desperate intensity, an answering fire, her bandaged hands still throbbing, fisted in his shirt, pulling him closer, tangling in the rough fabric. Slate backed her into the room, kicking the door shut behind them with a solid thud, plunging them into deeper shadow. His hands were everywhere, her face, her hair, her waist, a frantic, eager exploration, like he could not decide what to touch first, like he needed all of her at once. A fire spread across her skin wherever he touched. Tell me to stop, he said against her mouth, his voice a low, rough murmur, his hot breath ghosting over her lips. Tell me this is not what you want and I will walk away. The desperate question hung heavy in the air. Do not you dare stop. The fierce whisper, a raw, undeniable craving, escaped her. She pulled him toward the bed, the soft mattress yielding beneath him. I am done denying this, done denying us. A feeling of release, of surrender and power combined, wrapped around her, a comforting, exhilarating embrace. They fell onto the bed together, a tangle of limbs and need and the bond singing between them like a living thing. Slate was careful of her hands, gentle even in his urgency, and that care undid something inside her. I have got you, he murmured against her throat. I have always got you. Clothes disappeared, torn, discarded, forgotten. Every touch sent sparks through the bond, feedback loops of pleasure that built and built until Fallon thought she might shatter from it. When Slate finally moved over her, his eyes locked with hers, dark and possessive, and full of something that looked dangerously like love. Fallon, he growled, and she felt the word through every cell of her body. He moved then, and the bond exploded. It was not just physical pleasure, though goddess, there was plenty of that. It was the bond completing itself, sealing, becoming permanent and unbreakable. She felt Slate in every part of her being, his emotions flooding through her as hers flooded through him. Joy and possession and fierce protectiveness, and underneath it all, that dangerous emotion neither of them had named yet. The world narrowed to just them, the slide of skin, the sound of breathing, the bond wrapping around them tighter and tighter, until there was no separation, no her or him, just them. When they finally reached that peak together, the bond sealed with a flash of power so strong it rippled outward through the entire fortress. In the training yard, warriors stopped mid-swing as the wave of energy washed over them. In the war room, Cormac looked up from his maps with a knowing smile. It is done. In her quarters, Kira raised her teacup in silent salute. About damn time. Throughout the compound, every wolf felt it. The completion of a bond, the claiming of a mate, the shift in their pack structure. That meant their alpha was no longer alone. The Blackridge warlord had found his equal. Fallon lay in Slate's arms afterward, her head on his chest, listening to his heartbeat slow. Through the bond she felt his contentment, his satisfaction, his absolute certainty that this was right. The whole pack felt that, she said quietly. Good. He pressed a kiss to her hair. Let them know. Let everyone know. You are mine. Possessive bastard. You're possessive bastard. She smiled against his skin. Yeah, mine. They were quiet for a long moment, and then Slate spoke again, his voice serious. What your father did does not matter anymore. And surprisingly, she meant it. The pain was still there, probably always would be, but it did not define her. Kira was right. He freed me. He just did not realize what he was freeing me from, his expectations, his limitations, his need to make me small so he could feel big. You could never be small. No, she agreed. I could not. And I am tired, Slate. Bone tired. Slate tightened his arms around her. Would he want Fallon? Really want? She thought about it, about her old life, her old pack, the future she would thought she would have. Then she thought about the past few days, about Kira's fierce loyalty, about the pack's fury on her behalf, about Slate holding her while she broke apart and helping her put herself back together. I want this, she said finally. I want you. I want a pack that sees me as I am and does not ask me to be less. I want a home where I do not have to fight for scraps of approval. She tilted her head back to look at him. I want to stay. The emotion that flooded through the bond nearly overwhelmed her. Joy and relief, and that dangerous feeling that was definitely love, even if neither of them was ready to say it yet. Then stay, Luna, Slate said simply. You're Luna. She tested the word, and it fit better than heir ever had. The silver moon heir becomes the Blackridge Luna. My father would lose his mind. Fuck you, your father. Agreed. She kissed him slow and deep. Though eventually we'll have to deal with him. He will not be happy about this. Let him try something. I will enjoy destroying him. Outside, dawn was breaking over the mountains. A new day, a new beginning. Fallon silver moon. No Fallon Blackridge now. Closed her eyes and let herself feel it. The bond, strong and sure and permanent. The pack, accepting and protective. The man beside her, who saw all her sharp edges and called them beautiful. For the first time in her life, she was not fighting to prove her worth. She was simply, finally, home. The morning after the bond was sealed, Fallon woke wrapped securely in Slate's strong arms, a wave of piercing clarity washing over her mind unlike anything she would ever experience. Felt like a mist had lifted, leaving behind sharp edges and vivid colors. Through the nascent hum of their bond, she could feel him already awake, his thoughts a restless current turning over military strategies and intricate plans, a low thrum of anticipation vibrating within him. You are thinking about war, she murmured, her voice still husky with sleep, without bothering to open her eyes. The subtle tension in his muscles, the faint scent of pine and musk from his skin, communicated it instantly. Am I that obvious? His voice, a low rumble against her ear, held a touch of amusement mixed with a deeper undercurrent of grim purpose. To me, yes. The silk sheets rustled softly as she shifted, turning in his embrace to look at him. Her gaze, now sharp and direct, met his. You are thinking about Silver Moon, about my father. Slate's jaw tightened, a hard line forming along his cheek. After what he did, after that letter, he does not get to walk away from this. No one treats you like that and lives to regret it. A hot surge of protective fury pulsed through the bond, a tangible heat. Good. A cold spark ignited in Fallon's eyes. She pushed herself up, the soft sheets pooling around her bare waist. The cool morning air a crisp contrast to the warmth of his body. Because I have ideas. His dark eyebrows rose, a hint of surprise softening the hard angles of his face. Ideas? His voice was a low, questioning growl. You wanted leverage against Silvermoon. You wanted intelligence. Slow, chilling smile spread across her lips, sharp and precise as a newly honed blade. Well, congratulations, warlord. You just bonded with someone who knows every weakness, every secret, every vulnerability in that pack, and I am ready to use all of it. The power of her conviction thrummed, fierce and undeniable, through their connection. Slate pulled her back down with a strong, possessive arm, his mouth claiming hers in a kiss that was equal parts fierce declaration and profound admiration. Tell me, later, in the war room. With everyone, her fingertip, cool and deliberate, traced a path down the hard planes of his chest. If we are going to destroy my father, we are going to do it right. Complete eradication. Total takeover. I want him to know exactly who ended him. Her voice was a low, steady promise, etched with a cold fire, bloodthirsty. I like it. A dark, appreciative rumble vibrated in his chest, and a feral grin stretched his lips. You made me your Luna. This is what you get. Her words, a statement of undeniable fact, settled with solid weight in the silent room. 2 hours later, war room was packed. The air hummed with a different kind of tension now, sharp, focused, full of anticipation. The rich scent of strong coffee mingled with parchment and the faint, earthy musk of wolves. The inner circle, Cormac, Kira, Thorn, Marcus, stood around the large oak table, their faces grim and expectant. But this time, Fallon stood not across from Slate as a captive, but firmly at his right hand, a silent, powerful presence. The message was clear, palpable in the charged atmosphere. She was not a prisoner anymore. She was Luna, and judging by the respectful, if slightly odd, nods she received, the entire pack knew it. Let us begin, Slate commanded, his voice deep and resonant, instantly silencing any stray murmurs. His hand rested possessively, a warm, firm pressure, on the small of Fallon's back, rooting her to his side. We are here to plan the complete destruction of the Silvermoon pack. Finally, Air muttered, a low, satisfied sound of long-awaited vindication. Fallon has intelligence that changes everything. Slate continued, his dark gaze sweeping over the focused faces before settling on Fallon, a flicker of pride in their depths. I will let her explain. All eyes, sharp and keen, turned to her. A week ago, this room had crackled with hostility. Now surrounded by their shared purpose, it felt like home. My father thinks he is safe, Fallon began, her voice clear and steady as she moved to the large, worn map spread across the table. Her hand, cool and precise, smoothed over the parchment, tracing the familiar outlines of Silvermoon territory. He thinks his territory is secure because it is surrounded by insurmountable mountains on 3 sides and dense, impassable forest on the 4th. Traditional approaches are predictable. He will see you coming and have time to mount a defense or evacuate, which is why we have not moved against Silvermoon before, Cormac added, his gravelly voice confirming their long-held frustration. A deep frown line creased his brow. Too fortified. Too much warning time. Exactly. Fallon's finger, light but decisive, traced a hidden route on the map. But there is something my father forgot about, or more likely, assumed I would never tell anyone about. She marked several points with sharp, almost audible clicks of her nail. Tunnel systems, old smuggling routes from decades ago. My mother showed them to me when I was a kid. A collective, hushed intake of breath rippled through the room. The room went utterly silent, the only sound a faint rustle of clothing. Tunnels, Thorn repeated slowly, his voice a low, awestruck murmur, his eyes wide with dawning strategic insight as he stared at the map. How extensive. Extensive enough. 3 main tunnels led directly into the heart of Silvermoon territory. They have not been used in years, which means they are unguarded. Forgotten. Fallon's smile returned, cold and lethal. My father was always so busy worrying about external threats that he never considered someone who knew all his secrets would turn against him. A bitter twist touched her lips. That is because he is an idiot, Marcus muttered, his eyes keen and narrowed, already dissecting the potential routes on the map with new interest. These tunnels, the main one could handle 20 wolves moving single file. The other two are narrower, maybe 10 each, but the advantage is stealth. We could have 40 warriors inside his defenses before he even knows we are there. Her voice was crisp, painting a chilling picture of an unseen invasion. Slate was watching her, his intense gaze a smoldering fire of pride and a fierce, possessive hunger. Where do they emerge? His voice was a low, eager rumble. Fallon marked 3 locations with shark taps. Here, near the armory. Here, close to the main packhouse. And this one, she tapped the 3rd mark, the sound unnervingly precise, comes up directly into the Alpha's quarters. My father's bedroom. Holy shit, Kira breathed. A sharp, shocked whisper. You could take out the Alpha before the pack even mobilizes, Cormac said, his tactical mind clearly racing, his fist thudding lightly on the table. Cut the head off the snake. No, Fallon's voice dropped, becoming instantly colder than any winter wind, sharp as a blade. My father dies by my hand, not before. We capture him alive and he watches everything he built crumble. Then I kill him myself. The vivid, chilling image of his slow, agonizing demise hung in the air. The room went utterly quiet, a heavy, stunned silence. Even Slate looked at her with a new, profound understanding, his gaze unreadable. Understood, he said quietly, his voice a low, solemn promise of unwavering support. What about his heirs? Your siblings. Fallon did not hesitate. Her response was immediate and devoid of warmth. Kill them on sight. Marcus raised an eyebrow, a faint ripple of unease moving through the room. All of them? All of them. Her voice was flat, emotionless, a stark declaration. My 2 brothers stood beside my father when he wrote that letter. My sister laughed when she heard he was renouncing me. They are not innocents. They are co-conspirators who celebrated my abandonment. I want them dead. The bitter memory of that laughter was a cold, sharp echo in her mind. Fallon, Kira started gently, a soft, hesitant sound of concern. They stopped being my family the moment they did not speak up for me. Fallon's gaze, sharp and unwavering, swept across each pair of eyes in the room, demanding full comprehension. I want them eliminated, completely. No mercy, no second chances. The silver moon line ends with my father, after I am done with him. Her words were a chilling decree. Slate squeezed her waist, a silent, powerful current of support flowing through their bond. You heard your Luna. The heirs are kill-on-sight targets. His command was clear, leaving no room for argument. What about the rest of the pack? Thorne asked, her practical query breaking the tension. Anyone who fights dies. Anyone who submits lives and can choose to join Blackridge or leave the territory. Her words were precise, unyielding, outlining the stark choices. Fallon straightened her, posture radiating absolute authority. But I want the command structure eliminated. Alpha, heirs, Beta, the council members who signed that letter, all of them gone. That is at least 15 targets, Cormac calculated methodically, his eyes narrowed in assessment. I have the list. Fallon smoothly pulled out a sheet of paper, the names written in her precise, elegant handwriting stark against the white. Every single one who participated in throwing me away. They all die. A low murmur of approval rippled through the room. This was the kind of ruthless, unwavering leadership they understood and respected. Now, Fallon continued, a new layer of cunning entering her voice. There is something else you need to know, something that makes this raid even more valuable. She marked a specific spot on the map, beneath the armory. Below the armory is a reinforced safe room. My father keeps it heavily guarded during the day, but at dawn, there is only one guard. The mental image of a lone, drowsy guard was potent. What is in it? Slate asked, his voice a low, keen question, his interest visibly piqued. Fallon's smile turned predatory, a slow, chilling spread across her lips. Do you remember the Garden Hunters pack? They were wiped out 5 years ago, completely eradicated, their territory absorbed. every trace of them erased. I remember, Thorne said slowly, a dawning horror in his voice as the faint memory resurfaced. It was brutal. No survivors. No warning. Everyone assumed it was an internal collapse or a disease outbreak. A subtle shiver ran through the room. It was Silver Moon. Fallon let that chilling truth sink in, her words stark and heavy. My father orchestrated it, called it a training exercise for his wolves. He attacked at dawn, slaughtered them all, men, women, children, and took everything they owned. The gruesome imagery painted in the room chilled the air, drawing gasps. The room had gone cold, a distinct, palpable drop in temperature. The garden hunters were known for their wealth, Cormac said quietly, piecing together the grim puzzle. Generations of collected art, gold, treasures. All of it is in that safe room, Fallon confirmed, her voice precise, detailing the immense plunder. Paintings worth a fortune, gold bars, cash, jewelry, tapestries that are hundreds of years old. My father's been slowly selling pieces off to fund his expansion, but most of it is still there, millions in assets, maybe tens of millions. A vivid mental image of such a hidden hoard, ancient and gleaming, settled heavily in the minds of the Blackridge wolves. Jesus, Marcus breathed, a mix of greed and shock in his whispered exclamation. He kept proof of the massacre too, Fallon added, her voice now harsh, raw with barely contained fury. Trophies. Documentation. He wanted to remember his greatest victory. She practically spat the words, the bitter taste of them evident. We take that room. We take evidence of his war crimes along with enough wealth to fund Blackridge operations for years. Slate was staring at her, his gaze intense and unblinking, a complex mix of awe for her ruthless cunning and a deep-seated concern for the darkness she carried. You are telling us your father committed genocide and kept souvenirs. I am telling you my father is a monster who deserves everything that is coming to him. Fallon's hands clenched into tight, white-knuckled fists. The unleashed fury in her voice was raw, unvarnished. And I am telling you that when you asked what you were getting with me as your Luna, this is it. I know where the bodies are buried, literally and figuratively. The profound weight of her final statement, a declaration of ultimate knowledge and power, settled over the silent room, a chilling promise of retribution to come. How do we access the safe room? Kira asked, already thinking tactically. There is a reinforced door at the base of the armory, Fallon stated, her voice low and steady, though a faint tremor of suppressed emotion ran beneath it. She could almost feel the cold, heavy steel of the door under her fingertips, a familiar chill even in memory. Combination lock. I know the code. My father made me memorize it when I was 16 and said someday I would need to access it as Alpha. A harsh, brittle sound, half laugh, half choke, escaped her lips, devoid of humor. He never thought I would use that knowledge to rob him blind. Slate's gaze, sharp and assessing, met hers across the war table. So Team 1 secures the armory and the safe room, he rumbled, his voice a low thrum that vibrated through the air. Takes out the guard with minimal fanfare, loots everything of value. He pictured the gleaming piles of gold, the stacks of weaponry, the raw power hidden behind thick walls. Exactly. Fallon's voice was sharp, decisive. We will need to bring equipment to transport the gold in larger pieces, heavy sacks and reinforced crates, but the tunnels are wide enough to accommodate them. The scent of damp earth and old stone, the very breath of those subterranean passages, already seemed to fill the room for her. This changes the entire operation, Cormac breathed, excitement a palpable ripple in his tone, his eyes alight with a dangerous gleam. We are not just taking territory. We are taking wealth, irrefutable evidence of his crimes, and eliminating his entire line of succession, every last root. The stench of his legacy will be wiped clean. We are erasing him, Fallon said simply, her voice now an icy whisper. When we are done, it will be like the Silver Moon Pact never existed, just like he tried to do to me. Her gaze held a stark, chilling resolve, a ghost of past pain flickering in their depths. Slate pulled her closer, his arm a strong, anchoring presence around her waist. She felt the fierce, resounding thrum of his pride through their bond, a warm counterpoint to her cold fury, and inhaled the familiar, comforting scent of pine and rich earth that was uniquely his. Tell us your strategy, Luna. he murmured, his voice a low command. We use 3 strike teams, Fallon began, her finger tracing precise lines on the map spread across the scratched oak table. The parchment rustled softly under her touch. Team 1, led by Kira, goes through the main tunnel to the armory. They take out the guard, swiftly, silently, secure the safe room, and start extracting assets. Once the armory is secured, they cut off access to weapons so the pack cannot arm themselves during the chaos. No glint of steel, no desperate scrambling for blades. Team 2, led by Thorn, takes the pack house tunnel. Their job is to secure the civilians, anyone not actively fighting, women, children, elderly. We separate them from combatants and give them the choice, submit or leave. We are not monsters. We do not kill innocents, but anyone who picks up a weapon, anyone who tries to draw blood, dies. The final word hung in the air, cold and definitive. Team 3 is you, me, and Cormac, she said, her eyes locked onto Slate's. We go through the Alpha's quarters tunnel. Our targets are my father, my siblings, and the Beta. We hunt them down systematically, through halls I remember from childhood, now filled with the echo of vengeance. My siblings die on sight. No hesitation, no quarter. My father and his Beta we take alive. They need to submit publicly before they are executed. They need to feel the shame of their defeat. What about timing? Marcus asked, his voice cutting through the heavy air, a practical counterpoint to the raw emotion. We move at dawn. My father runs the eastern border every morning at first light. He will be away from the compound, the crisp morning air chilling his exposed skin, unaware. My oldest brother Garrett usually runs with him, which means he will be an easy target out in the open, silhouetted against the rising sun. My other brother Cole and my sister Zara will likely still be in the pack house, probably still stirring in their beds, safe in their illusion of security. So we kill Garrett during his run, then move on the compound, Thorne stated, a low hum of grim satisfaction in his tone. Exactly. Once my father realizes what is happening, the dawning horror on his face, he will run back, a desperate sprint, right into our trap. By then we will control the armory, the pack house, and his quarters. His entire world will have shrunk, leaving him nowhere to go, no corner to hide in. A faint, cruel curve touched Fallon's lips at the thought. Cormac was nodding slowly, a thoughtful weight to the movement. It is brilliant, completely subverts every defensive advantage they have. They will not see it coming. What about resistance? Thorne asked, his brow furrowed. Even with surprise, some will fight. The scent of fear, of battle, will rouse them. Let them, Slate said, his voice dropping several degrees, becoming an arctic blade. Any wolf who raises a weapon against us dies. Let their blood stain the ground. But those who submit, who bend a knee to Blackridge, live. We will integrate the ones worth keeping and exile the rest, their tails between their legs. My father's elite guards will fight to the death, Fallon warned, a memory of their fanatical loyalty, their hard, unyielding faces flashing through her mind. He has got about 20 of them. They will not surrender. They will smell the approaching battle and become rabid. Then they die with him, Kira said flatly, her voice devoid of any warmth or hesitation, the words a cold snap in the tense air. The safe room is priority 1, Slate added, his focus razor sharp, and wealth funds future operations. Kira, you secure it first. The heavy door groaning open, then the armory. Understood. Kira gave a crisp nod, her eyes reflecting a glint of anticipation. What about the tunnels themselves? Marcus asked, his practical nature cutting through the grim enthusiasm. If they have not been used in years, are they even safe? I can practically smell the dust and decay. I will take a small team to verify them tonight, Fallon said, her voice filled with a quiet certainty. I know the paths, the weak points where the rock feels crumbly, where to watch for cave-ins, the faint drafts that signal hidden passages. We will mark the route and ensure it is clear before we move the strike teams through. I am going with you, Slate said immediately, his voice resonating with an unyielding command, his gaze possessive. Slate, she started, a frustrated sigh escaping her. Not negotiable. You are my mate, and my Luna. Where you go, I go. The shadows will hide us both. The deep resonance of his chest, the tangible strength of his will, rooked no argument. Through the bond she felt his fierce protectiveness, a warm thrum against her own energy, his raw need to keep her safe. And underneath it, his absolute trust in her knowledge and capability, a quiet reassurance that settled deep within her. "Fine," she agreed, a slight curve touching her lips. "But we take Kira too. She needs to know the route if she is leading Team 1, the twists and turns, the scent of the proper path." "I am honored," Kira said with a grin, a flash of white teeth in the dim light. Tunnel crawling in the middle of the night with a treasure map. "This keeps getting better." The thrill in her voice was infectious. "When do we strike?" Thorn asked, all business now, his posture rigid with focus. Slate looked at Fallon, an unspoken question passing between them. This was her operation, her revenge, as much as it was his conquest. She considered, running calculations in her mind, the whir of possibilities echoing in her thoughts. 3 days, she decided, her shoulders squaring. Her voice was clear, unwavering. "That gives us time to scout the tunnels tonight, prepare the strike teams tomorrow, and finalize logistics the day after. We attack on the 4th dawn, just as the first gray light touches the horizon. 3 days to plan a war," Marcus mused, a thoughtful furrow in his brow. "It is ambitious." "It is necessary," Fallon countered, sharp edge in her voice. "The longer we wait, the more chance there is that someone figures out I am helping you. My father has spies everywhere. I can almost feel their eyes on my back. We need to move while we still have the element of surprise, before he smells betrayal in the air." "Right," Slate said, his voice booming with authority. 3 days. Cormac, start organizing the strike teams. I want our best warriors, fully armed, ready to move. Thorn, you coordinate with our healers. We will need medical support standing by for casualties. The scent of blood will be heavy. Marcus, I want reserve forces positioned around Silver Moon borders to catch anyone who tries to run. No escape will be permitted. And I want transport ready for the safe room contents, Kira added, a practical glint in her eyes. If we are looting millions, we need a way to move it. Silent vehicles, hidden routes, secure vehicles, discreet route back to Blackridge, Cormac affirmed, his voice efficient. "I will handle it." Orders were given, plans refined, details hammered out with a relentless precision. The low murmur of voices, the scratching of pens, the palpable tension in the air, all swirled around Fallon as she stood beside Slate, a solid, reassuring presence. She contributed tactical knowledge, answering questions about Silver Moon's defenses, identifying which guards would fight to the last breath and which would fold at the first sight of overwhelming force. When someone asked about her sister Zara's likely position, Fallon answered without hesitation, her voice flat, devoid of emotion. "She will be in the training yard, the clang of steel on steel her daily rhythm. She runs drills every morning, quick, no lingering pain." When they asked about her brother Cole's habits, "He will be in the packhouse kitchen, the scent of breakfast in the air. He eats breakfast at the same time every day. Do not let him reach the weapons cache in the hall. He is surprisingly quick with a blade." She gave them everything, every detail, every vulnerability, every secret her family had trusted her with, now laid bare for their destruction, as she felt nothing but cold satisfaction, an icy calm spreading through her veins, chilling her to the bone. 2 hours later, the meeting dispersed, leaving just Slate and Fallon in the war room. A quiet click of the closing door echoed in the sudden silence, the lingering scent of many bodies and tense emotions slowly dissipating. "You are certain about this?" he asked quietly, his voice a low rumble, concern etched on his features as he looked at her. "Ordering the deaths of your siblings? To hear their last gasps?" "They celebrated when our father threw me away," Fallon said flatly, the remembered sting of their cruel words twisting in her gut. "Heir actually suggested selling me to another pack, like chattel. Cole said I would always been too difficult to control, a nuisance." Zara laughed and said, maybe now she would get to be heir, that cold, hungry ambition shining in her eyes. She met his gaze, her own hardening to iron. "They are not my family. They are obstacles. And I want them removed, every last one." "And your father?" Slate's voice was low, probing. "My father will watch his children die, watch his pack fall, the very ground beneath his feet crumbling. Watch everything he built, every ounce of his legacy, crumble to dust, and then he will bend his knee to me, his face twisted in humiliation, and beg for a mercy I will not give. Her smile was slow, predatory, a chilling glint in her eyes. He wanted me gone because I was too strong, too willful, too much of a threat. Now he gets to see exactly what kind of threat I am. The kind that burns everything to the ground. Slate pulled her close, his arms a powerful embrace, and breathed in her scent, wild, fierce, and utterly his. You are terrifying when you are plotting revenge, Luna. A low growl of admiration vibrated in his chest. You are the warlord. I am just learning from the best, she countered, a dry, almost playful tone belying the grim reality of their conversation. Luna Fallon Blackridge, destroyer of packs. He kissed her temple, the soft warmth of his lips against her skin, the faint rasp of his stubble. It has a nice ring to it. I prefer their daughter who burned her father's legacy to the ground, she said, a fierce pride behind her words, the imagined crackle of flames invigorating her. That works too. His low chuckle vibrated through her. They stood there for a moment, wrapped in each other, the shared breath, the silent communication, the immense, looming shadow of the impending conflict settling between them. Are you ready for tonight? Slate asked, his voice softer now, shifting focus. The tunnels, the cold, damp embrace of the earth. I grew up in those tunnels. They are like a second home, every stone a familiar friend in the dark. Fallon smiled, a genuine, if dark, curve of her lips. Besides, I will have you and Kira with me. What could possibly go wrong? Do not tempt fate, Slate warned, squeezing her gently. Too late. I already mated with a warlord and ordered the execution of my entire bloodline. Cannot get much more tempting than that. A wry, defiant lift of her chin, the sharp tang of danger on her tongue. That night, under the cover of a moonless, inky blackness, 3 figures moved through the dense forest toward Silver Moon territory. The rustle of dry leaves and the snap of twigs underfoot were the only sounds, absorbed by the vast quiet. Fallon led the way, a silent, predatory grace in her steps, the familiar crunch of pine needles beneath her boots, the crisp scent of damp earth and resin, a comforting blanket. Her confidence was absolute, honed by 100 past journeys on this very path. The entrance is hidden, she explained quietly, her voice barely a whisper against the night, as they reached a rocky cliff face that loomed like a dark, silent sentinel. The cold, rough texture of the stone against her fingertips was familiar. You would never find it if you did not know it was here, shrouded by moss and ancient vines. She pressed against a specific weathered stone, her palm flattening against its gritty surface, and with a faint, grinding sound that seemed to vibrate through the earth, a section of the cliff swung inward. A sudden rush of stale, earthy air, heavy and cool, sighed from the newly revealed darkness, revealing a narrow, gaping maw of a passage. Impressive, Kira murmured, her voice a soft echo, a faint glint of moonlight catching the intrigue in her eyes. My mother was paranoid about having escape routes. Turns out she was right to be. Fallon lit a small lamp. Stay close and watch your footing. Some sections are unstable. They descended into the tunnel system, and Fallon felt the memories wash over her. Her mother leading her through these passages, teaching her every twist and turn. Someday you might need to know these, she would said. Someday they might save your life. She would never imagine they would help her destroy her father. Instead, the main tunnel was exactly as she remembered, wide enough for wolves to move through, shored up with ancient timbers, the air stale but breathable. Fallon moved confidently through the darkness, marking the path with chalk as they went. How far does this go? Slate asked. About 2 miles. It emerges in a storage cellar beneath the armory. The safe room is 1 level down from there. Reinforced steel door, combination lock, usually 1 guard. They marked the entire route, checked for structural weaknesses, identified the best positions for the strike team to pause before emerging. Fallon showed them exactly where the safe room door was located, explained the guard rotation schedule, described the security measures her father thought were impenetrable. Then they verified the other 2 tunnels, each with their own strategic value. By the time they emerged back into Blackridge territory, dawn was approaching and Fallon felt certain this would work. In 3 days, her father would lose everything: his children, his pack, his wealth, his life, and she would be the one to take it all. "Are you ready for this?" Slate asked as they walked back to the fortress. Fallon looked up at the sky, watching the stars fade as morning approached. She thought about the girl she would been, desperate for her father's approval, trying to prove her worth, never quite enough. That girl was gone. In her place stood Aluna, a strategist, a woman who knew her value and would destroy anyone who tried to diminish it. "I'm ready," she said. "Let us go to war." 3 days of meticulous planning, 3 days of relentless preparation, 3 days of checking and rechecking every intricate detail until the strategy was not just good, but flawlessly honed, a razor's edge of intent. The scent of stale coffee and parchment still clung faintly to her memory, along with the hushed whispers of urgent voices and the grit of exhaustion under her eyes. Now, on the chilling bite of the pre-dawn darkness, the oppressive silence before the storm, it was time to execute. Fallon moved through the main tunnel with 20 of Blackridge's best warriors, a disciplined wave of shadows behind her. The soft scrape of their boots on loose gravel was the only sound, a controlled rhythm against the profound quiet. Slate was a solid, reassuring presence at her side, his movements silent, while Cormac brought up the rear. Further back, the other 2 strike teams had already peeled off, melting into the unseen toward their own objectives. The air, thick with the familiar scent of damp earth and ancient, cold stone, seeped into her lungs, a fragrance that once promised clandestine childhood adventures. Now, it tasted of grim resolve. The dim, flickering lamplight cast long, dancing shadows, making the rough-hewn walls seem to press in, mirroring the heavy weight on her shoulders. Through the profound, humming warmth of their bond, she felt Slate's focused intensity, a taut bowstring of readiness. His wolf pulsed with anticipation, a low, guttural thrum that vibrated deep within her. His mind, usually a whirlwind of strategic thought and protective instinct, was a razor's edge. He turned his head just slightly, the lamplight catching the sharp planes of his face, and in his dark eyes, she saw the silent question, a flicker of concern. "Are you good?" She gave a single firm nod, the subtle movement a stark contrast to the inferno building within her. She was more than good. She was a spark, ready to ignite a wildfire and watch it all burn. A faint gray light began to bleed through unseen cracks above, signaling the creeping arrival of dawn as they reached the rough-hewn entrance to the storage cellar beneath the armory. Fallon raised a fist, the universal signal, and 20 bodies froze instantly, a sudden, absolute silence falling like a shroud. Her gaze sharpened as she pointed to Kira, then upward. Time to split. Kira's expression was grim, resolute. With a silent sweep of her hand, she gathered her contingent, 10 shadows melting away into the deeper gloom, their soft footsteps barely disturbing the dust. Their orders were etched in their minds. Secure the safe room first. A swift, silent elimination of the guard, then the methodical lockdown of every weapon. Fallon, Slate, and Cormac, a tight, lethal trio, led the remaining wolves into the darker maw of the Alpha's quarters tunnel. Their target, the venomous heart of the pack, her father, his loyal beta, and any fool brave or blind enough to stand in their way. The air grew colder here, heavy with the weight of retribution. "Radio check." Slate's voice was a low, guttural murmur into his comm unit, barely a whisper against the stone. Faint, static-laced crackle answered him. "Team 1 in position." Kira's voice, startlingly clear despite the low volume, filtered back. "I see the guard. 1 target, half asleep. This is going to be easy." Then, Thorne's gruff confirmation. "Team 2 in position. The pack house is quiet. Civilians are still sleeping. Team 3 ready." Slate confirmed, his gaze locking with Falloness. "Execute in 30 seconds. Mark." Alan's heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the profound silence, yet her hands, gripping the hilt of her blade, were rock steady, almost cold. Through the intricate tapestry of their bond, she felt Slate's unwavering confidence in her, a powerful surge of pride and profound love washing over her, anchoring her amidst the rising storm. It was a silent, potent force, steadying her like nothing else could. "Execute." Slate's voice, now sharp and commanding, ripped through the pre-dawn stillness. And in that instant, a dam seemed to burst. All hell broke loose. Team 1, a blur of dark shapes, flowed with Keir like predatory smoke through the deep shadows. The lone guard slumped against the heavy oak door of the safe room, his breathing a soft snore, never registered the whisper of their approach. Kira's blade was a silver flash, a silent arc that opened his throat in a single practiced motion before a gasp could even form. A choked gurgle, wet and horrifying, bubbled in his windpipe as she deftly caught his slumping weight, preventing the thud that would have alerted anyone. The warm, metallic scent of fresh blood already permeated the air. "Clear," she whispered, her voice a low rasp, even as the body slid gently to the floor, moving on the safe. Her fingers, quick and precise, punched in the combination Fallon had provided, her mother's birthday, a cruel, bitter irony that hung unspoken in the tense air. With a deep, mechanical hiss of hydraulics, the heavy vault door sighed inward, revealing the breathtaking secret within. "Holy shit," one of her warriors breathed, the awe thick in his voice. The room was a blinding spectacle, packed floor to ceiling with a shimmering, glittering hoard. Gold bars, reflecting the ambient dimness, were stacked like miniature bricks, their weight palpable even from a distance. Ornate frames of old masters leaned against the walls, their painted eyes seeming to watch. Jewelry boxes, flung open carelessly, spilled cascades of glittering gems, rubies like drops of blood, sapphires like frozen tears, diamonds winking with coal fire. Silken tapestries, rolled and fastidiously labeled, spoke of stolen histories. Neat bundles of cash lay in piles, a silent testament to the vastness of the plunder. The spoils of genocide, chillingly beautiful. "Grab everything," Kira commanded, her voice cutting through the stunned silence, urgent and crisp. "We have got 20 minutes before this place lights up. Move." Her team erupted into a frenzy of motion, the clink of gold against gold, the soft rustle of expensive fabrics filling the vault as they feverishly loaded the treasures into the reinforced bags they would carry. Upstairs, Kira ghosted through the cold, echoing corridors toward the armory proper. 2 guards, their yawnings still visible, were just beginning their desultory morning patrol, their heavy boots thudding softly on the stone. Kira moved like a specter, her blade a silent whisper in the air, dispatching them both before a single cry could rise past their lips. "Armory secure," she reported, her voice taut with adrenaline, into her comm. "Beginning lockdown procedures. No one's getting weapons today." Thorne's team, a disciplined unit of silent predators, emerged from their earthen tunnel into the cool, damp air of the packhouse basement. Above them, the mundane sounds of a community waking gently began to filter down. The soft thud of footsteps, the murmuring drone of morning voices, the cheerful clatter of pots and pans from the kitchen. "Remember," Thorne's voice was a low, gravelly whisper, a stark contrast to the impending storm. "Civilians are not targets. Anyone who does not fight gets to live. Anyone who picks up a weapon dies." They ascended the creaking wooden stairs in perfect, synchronized formation, a wave of dark intent. The kitchen was a bustling tableau of morning life, wolves slicing meat, stirring porridge, their laughter and light chatter a stark counterpoint to the quiet menace entering their space. Thorne's team flowed into the room like a silent, deadly tide. "Nobody moves." Thorne's roar was a thunderclap, echoing in the sudden shocked silence. "This is the Blackridge pack. Drop to your knees now." Chaos erupted like a thrown stone shattering a mirror. Some wolves, their faces pale with terror, immediately crumpled to the floor. Others, their eyes wide with fear and defiance, instinctively reached for anything, a glinting butcher's knife, a heavy rolling pin, a ceramic plate. Those who fought died. Thorne moved with the brutal grace of a surgeon, methodical and chillingly efficient. His blade was a silver blur, finding throats and hearts with practiced, devastating precision, ear filled with the sharp, coppery tang of fresh blood and the guttural gasps of the dying. Splinters of wood flew as bodies crashed against tables. Within 90 seconds, the cacophony died down, replaced by ragged breaths and whimpers. The kitchen was secured, soaked in a horrifying silence. 8 lay dead, their forms twisted, their blood staining the clean floor like dark wine. 23 others, faces streaked with tears and grime, huddled together, cowering in terror. "Clear the building," Thorn ordered, his voice devoid of emotion. "Room by room, secure all civilians in the main hall." His warriors fanned out, their movements swift and silent. They found women clutching whimpering children, their eyes wide with primal fear. Elders, their limbs too stiff, their reactions too slow. Teenagers frozen in catatonic terror. All were quietly but firmly herded to the sprawling main hall, the cold stone floor offering little comfort as they were told to sit, their knees shaking. "If you stay down, you live," Thorn announced, his voice carrying in the sudden quiet, each word a cold, hard stone. "If you fight, you die. Choose wisely." The nuss sound cut through the tense quiet, heavy, rhythmic footsteps echoing from the hallway, undeniably male and armed. The sound grew louder, more distinct, until Cole Silvermoon, Fallon's brother, emerged, flanked by 6 grim-faced guards, their weapons glinting in the dim light. "Lackridge," Cole snarled, his voice thick with fury, his hand already on his weapon's hilt. "You have made a mistake coming here." "The only mistake is you still breathing," Thorn replied, his own voice a low growl, utterly devoid of fear. "Stand down, or die. Your choice." Cole's face contorted in a snarl of defiance. With a sharp shink of steel, he drew his blade, the cold metal catching the light. "For Silvermoon," he roared, and his guards charged, a wave of furious loyalty. Thorn's team met them head-on, a clash of steel ringing loud in the enclosed space. The hallway instantly became a brutal killing ground, echoing with grunts, the scrape of boots, and the sickening wet thuds of impact. Cole fought with the primal ferocity of his lineage, alpha-born and trained from birth, his movements swift and powerful, yet he was outnumbered and fundamentally outmatched. Thorn's blade found its mark, a devastating sweep that opened Cole's ribs in a deep, fatal gash. Cole staggered, a strangled gasp escaping his lips as warm, dark blood blossomed rapidly over his tunic, soaking the fabric. "Tell my sister," he choked out, his voice weak, eyes wide with fading life. "Your sister ordered your death," Thorn responded, his voice chillingly devoid of emotion, a cold, hard fact. With a final, swift movement, he drove his blade through Cole's heart. The heir's eyes glazed over, his body dropping, a lifeless weight, before it even fully registered hitting the floor. "One down," Thorn reported into his comm, his voice calm, resolute. Cole Silvermoon eliminated. Fallon emerged from the claustrophobic confines of the Alpha's quarters tunnel into the sprawling, opulent bedroom of her father. The air in the room, even now, seemed to carry a faint, oppressive scent, a mix of his expensive cologne and the ghost of countless intimidating summons, echoing with memories of her failures, her perceived weaknesses, every solitary way she had disappointed him. Now she stood here to extinguish that source of pain. "He is not here," Cormac confirmed, his voice a low rumble, after a swift scan of the meticulously made, empty bed. "Still on his morning run by the looks of it." "Good," Fallon said, a grim satisfaction tightening her lips. "That means Garrett is with him. Let us go hunting." They moved through the labyrinthine compound with the silent precision of ghosts, their presence an unseen threat, but the stillness was breaking. The shrill, piercing shriek of alarms began to tear through the morning air, a chaotic symphony that ripped through the lingering peace, confirming the pack was belatedly waking to the brutal reality of an attack. Confused, half-dressed warriors, their eyes still clouded with sleep, stumbled from their quarters, weapons half-drawn, utterly unprepared for the storm that had broken. Slate's team, a whirlwind of lethal efficiency, cut through their ranks like a scythe through ripe wheat, leaving a trail of disoriented, falling bodies. "There." Cormac's voice was sharp, cutting through the rising din, as he pointed to the open expanse of the training yard. "Female, Alpha heir signature, Zara, Fallon's sister." Even from a distance, Zara exuded a dangerous grace. Already armed, her movements sharp and confident, as she rallied a cluster of guards around her. She was a vision of lethal beauty, every inch the formidable Alpha heir she had been groomed to be, everything their father had ever wanted. "Zara." Fallon's voice, clear and cold, cut through the clamor, carrying across the training yard as she stepped deliberately into the open, a stark figure of defiance. Her sister's head whipped around, flicker of pure, unadulterated shock twisting Zara's beautiful features. "Fallon, you are with them," she stammered, disbelief warring with dawning horror. "I am leading them," Fallon corrected, her voice flat, devoid of warmth. She felt the reassuring brush of Slate's shoulder beside her, his protective aura a tangible heat, his wolf a low rumble of readiness. "Father threw me away, so I came back to return the favor." "You traitorous bitch," Zara hissed, her voice laced with venom, her eyes blazing with fury. "You would destroy your own pack." "This stopped being my pack when you laughed about my abandonment," Fallon retorted, each word a shard of ice, the memory a fresh wound. "Surrender, and I will make it quick. Fuck you." The raw expletive hung in the air, a declaration of war. Zara charged, a furious blur of motion, her personal guard surging with her. Slate moved instantly, the dark wolf shadow preparing to intercept, but Fallon's hand shot out, her fingers tightening around his forearm, stopping him. "She is mine," Fallon sent through the bond, the command firm, absolute. Fallon met her sister in the very center of the dusty training yard, the ground scuffed and churned by their feet. Zara was a whirlwind of practiced aggression, fast, her training evident in every vicious lunge of her blade. She always had been. But Fallon possessed an edge Zara could never comprehend. She had nothing left to lose. Their blade met with a searing clang of steel on steel, a shower of bright sparks illuminating the grim scene before they separated, only to connect again with a relentless scrape and ring. Zara pressed her attack, a relentless torrent of blows, aiming to overwhelm with sheer speed and ferocity, her breath coming in sharp, angry pants. But Fallon was a stone wall, patient and defensive, absorbing each strike, feeling the jarring vibrations up her arm, waiting with a cold, predatory focus for the smallest opening to present itself. The opening came, fleeting and precise, when Zara overextended on a desperate, wild lunge, her body momentarily off balance. Fallon moved with a predator's grace, sidestepping the attack, her hand ensnaring her sister's arm in an iron grip. With brutal efficiency, she drove her blade upward, beneath Zara's ribs. The angle was sickeningly perfect, straight into the heart. Zara's eyes, a mirror of Fallon's own, went wide with a profound, shattering shock, her breath catching in a ragged gasp. "Sister," she choked out, a raw sound of disbelief and betrayal. "I am not your sister." Fallon's voice was a whisper, cold and flat, as she twisted the blade. "I am your killer." She yanked the blade free, the wet, visceral sound sickening, and let Zara collapse to the dusty ground, a lifeless heap. Dark, warm blood immediately began to bloom beneath her, soaking into the earth like a morbid flower. "Two down," she reported into the comm, her voice startlingly steady despite the roaring adrenaline that surged through her veins. A cold fire, Zara Silvermoon illuminated. Through the profound depths of their bond, she felt Slate's fierce, primal pride, a wave of savage approval that resonated deep within her core. When she finally met his gaze, his eyes, dark as midnight and alight with hunger, burned with unadulterated admiration. Beautiful, he sent through their connection, the word a caress of pure, fierce devotion. "My Luna is beautiful when she is deadly." Alpha. A warrior's voice, sharp and urgent, crackled through the comm unit, pulling Fallon from the immediate aftermath of the kill. Two males approaching from the east, Alpha signature on one. "They are running toward the compound." "That is my father," Fallon confirmed, her voice now a low thrum of anticipation, a final, lethal resolve settling deep within her. "And Garrett, Team 3, with me. Everyone else, hold positions." The final act was about to begin. They moved to intercept, a lethal wave of motion, cutting efficiently and ruthlessly through the panicking, disorganized pack. The air vibrated with the chaos, sharp, frantic yelps merging with the wet thud of bodies hitting the dirt. Wolves who fought died swiftly. The metallic scent of fresh blood spiked the cooling morning air whenever a blade found flesh or a throat was viciously torn. Wolves who surrendered were jerked onto their bellies, secured with binding cord that bit into their fur, and left whimpering for later sorting. Fallon felt her father before she saw him, a signature, heavy presence that pressed down on the humidity of the clearing, thick and cold, like a sudden drop in barometric pressure. That Alpha force would grown up fearing for when possible standard she would strive to measure up to. Not anymore. That pressure now tasted like ash. He burst into the clearing with Garrett trailing his wake and 12 elite guards surrounding them, their polished leather armor squeaking faintly with every quick step. The rich, earthy scent of his alpha musk, usually dominant and reassuring, was now tinged with a sharp, sour note of confusion. When his eyes swept over the carnage, the splatters of crimson staining the pale ground, the grotesque stillness of Blackridge wolves everywhere, his face usually a mask of rigid command, wet white, the blood draining from his features until his skin looked taut and shiny. "What is this?" Alpha Silvermoon roared, the sound deep and guttural, vibrating through the bones of everyone present. "Blackridge, show yourself." "Hello, Father." Fallon stepped forward, the sound of her boots crunching lightly on scattered gravel and broken twigs. The shock on his face was a delicious sensation, cold and exhilarating, almost worth the years of gnawing emptiness she had endured. His eyes, the exact shade of gray as hers, widened until the whites showed clearly. "Fallon?" He looked at her like she was an apparition summoned from the thick morning fog. You are alive?" His voice was a strained whisper, raw with disbelief. "Disappointed?" She smiled, a cold, brittle edge to the expression that did not reach her eyes. The sound of her voice was unnaturally clear in the tense silence. "You did tell Blackridge to kill me if he wanted. He wanted something else instead." Slate moved to stand beside her, his movement quick, powerful, and utterly possessive. His large hands settled heavily on her lower back, a searing pressure that anchored her in place. The claim was obvious. The heat of his palm radiated through the thin fabric of her tunic. "She is my mate," he said simply, his voice a low, steady rumble. "My Luna. And she is here to take everything you have." "You mated with him." Her father's voice shook, no longer with power, but with uncontrolled, violent rage. "You betrayed your pack, your blood, your family. You renounced me." Fallon's voice cracked like a whip, sharp and loud, echoing the sudden metallic ping of adrenaline in her chest. "You wrote a letter saying you did not want me back, that I was disposable, that I was too difficult to be worth saving." She took a deliberate step forward, the smell of dust and impending violence strong in her nostrils. "Well, Father, you were right about one thing. I am difficult to control, difficult to break, difficult to defeat." "Garrett," her father snapped, his command sharp and final. "Kill her." Her brother moved instantly, teeth visible, a low snarl ripping from his chest. His face was a contorted mask of hatred. "I should have done this years ago." "You can try," Fallon said, her gaze steady, watching the flexing muscles in his arms. Garrett charged in a blur of motion, but Slate intercepted. The two alphas collided with a devastating heavy thump, like two trains meeting. The air rushed out of their lungs with a gasp. They were evenly matched in size, two boulders meeting, but Slate had decades of experience honed in the unforgiving grit of constant warfare, etched into every line of his hardened body. The fight was a brutally short explosion of claw and muscle, over in under a minute. Slate grabbed Garrett by the throat, the leather of his glove slick against skin, and lifted him effortlessly off the ground, cutting off a desperate, strangled sound. "Your sister says hello," he growled, the vibration of the threat transferring through Garrett's windpipe. Then came the sudden, sickeningly loud crack of bone snapping, sharp and final. He dropped the limp body heavily at her father's feet. The corpse landed with a wet, flat sound amidst the stirred dust. "3-3," Slate reported, his breathing even, eyes fixed on the Alpha. All heirs eliminated. Fallon watched her father's face collapse, the rigid anger melting into a ruin of shock and anguish as he stared at the corpse of his son. "My son, my children." "You killed my children. You killed your daughter first," Fallon said, her voice dry, devoid of warmth. "I am just returning the favor." Alpha Silvermoon's elite guards rushed forward, a tight, desperate formation, but Cormac and the Blackridge warriors met the charge head-on. The clash was brief and sickeningly brutal. These were loyal wolves, bound by oath, willing to die for their alpha. So they did. One by one, their movements stuttered and stopped. Blades hissed as they slid into muscle. Claws tore through fabric and throat. The clearing, already damp, became soaked in a slick, viscous mire of blood and violence. The air thickened with a metallic, coppery smell of iron and the sharp tang of sweat and adrenaline. When the last guard dropped, collapsing with a heavy rattle of armor, only Alpha Silvermoon remained, along with his beta, a scarred older wolf named Dane, one young guard who looked barely 20, his breath catching in ragged, terrified bursts. "It is over," Slate said, circling them slowly, his heavy boots crunching on the gore-covered ground. "Your pack is scattered. Your heirs are dead. Your wealth is ours. Surrender or die." "I will never surrender to you," her father snarled, his voice hoarse, tasting of defeat. "I was not asking you," Slate countered, his eyes flicking past the Alpha. "I was asking them." The young guard immediately dropped his heavy sword. The metallic clatter of the weapon hitting the stones echoed in the sudden silence. He fell clumsily to his knees, burying his face in his hands. "I surrender. Please, I surrender." Dane looked from his Alpha's ravaged face to the carnage around them, then met Fallon's cold, impassive stare. He let out a long, heavy sigh of resignation. "Fuck this," Dane muttered, and dropped to his knees too. Alpha Silvermoon stood utterly alone, surrounded by the enemy, his kingdom destroyed, the scent of death suffocating him. "I should have killed you when you were born," he spat at Fallon, the hatred in his eyes a searing, visible heat. "Your mother wanted a daughter. I wanted a son. You are always a disappointment." "And yet," Fallon said, moving closer, watching the tremor of residual fear running through him, "I'm a one still standing." Her father lunged, a desperate final burst of savage energy, but Slate was faster, a blur of controlled motion. He grabbed the Alpha, twisting him down brutally until his knees hit the dirt with a painful, jarring impact. Cormac was there instantly, securing his hands with thick silver chains that instantly began to smoke and sizzle against the Alpha's skin, emitting a sharp, burning ozone odor. "Get your hands off me," her father thrashed wildly against the searing pain, but the silver weakened his muscles, making him slow and clumsy. "I am an Alpha." You deserve nothing," Fallon said quietly, the low register of her voice cutting through his panicked cries. "But you are going to get everything that is coming to you." Around them, the localized sounds of intense battle were fading, replaced by the murmurs of organized cleanup and command. The pack was secured. The civilians were under guard. The heavy, resonant thump of chests being loaded onto wagons signaled the transport of wealth. The Silvermoon pack had fallen in under an hour. "Kira, Thorn, report," Slate commanded, his voice returning to its normal, authoritative volume. "Armory and safe room secured." Kira's voice crackled back over the comm system, tinny and distant. "The treasure is loaded. You would not believe how much gold this bastard was sitting on. It smells like old dust and money." "Pack house secured," Thorn added. 73 civilians in custody. 8 warriors surrendered. 21 dead, who refused to yield. Team 3 objective complete, Slate confirmed, looking down at the kneeling, chained Alpha. Alpha Silvermoon and his beta are in custody. All heirs are eliminated. Fallon inhaled deeply, the air now a mix of fresh pine and pervasive gore, as she looked around at the compound where she had grown up. The architecture felt familiar and cold, a place that had never offered solace. Now it was hers, conquered, claimed, and stained with the violence of her triumph. "Bring them," she commanded, nodding toward her father. "The 2 prisoners. Drag them to the compound center. I want everyone to see." Blackridge warriors grabbed Alpha Silvermoon, hauling him roughly to his feet. He struggled, the silver chains biting painfully, weakening him with every movement. They dragged him through the compound center, past the still, cold bodies of his guards, past the huddled shapes of surrendered wolves, past the civilians staring from the packhouse windows. Everyone saw their Alpha, bruised, defeated, and bound by chains that burned his skin. The sun had fully risen now, a blinding, golden light washing over the scene, a grotesque contrast to the pools of dark blood They reached the center courtyard, and the Alpha was shoved roughly onto the graveled ground at her feet. His face was streaked with dirt and pain, his pride shattered, his kingship reduced to nothing. He looked up at her, pure, acidic hatred radiating from his eyes. "This is not over," he hissed, the sound thin and vibrating with impotent fury. "I am still Alpha." "I still have." "You have nothing," Fallon interrupted, the cold clarity of her voice stripping away his remnants of power. "Your pack is mine. Your treasure is mine. Your territory is mine." She crouched down, bringing her face close to his, so he could smell the victory on her breath. "And tomorrow, at dawn, your life will be mine too." She stood tall and surveyed the assembled wolves. Her father's former pack, Slate's iron-hard warriors, everyone who would witness this seismic conquest. "Silver Moon pack is finished," she announced, her voice ringing across the courtyard, steady and unyielding. "You have a choice. Bend the knee to Blackridge and live. Refuse and die. You have until sunset to decide." Behind her, Slate stood like a sentinel, his presence a wall of unwavering certainty. His hand found hers, squeezing hard. Through their bond, she felt his fierce, savage pride, a roaring heat of protective, possessive love. She belonged here, ruling beside him. "Take them to the cells," Slate ordered, his voice echoing the command. "Make sure they are secured. I want guards on them at all times. Triple the silver." As her father was dragged away, still cursing, the desperate sounds fading into the compound's structures, Fallon felt a deep, profound settling in her core. The frantic girl who had desperately craved his approval was truly, irrevocably, dead. In her place stood a Luna who had conquered her own father and felt only the cold, hard satisfaction of justice served. She turned to Slate, and he pulled her close, kissing her hard and deep, a possessive, celebratory claim, witnessed by every wolf present. The taste of him was familiar, power, pine sap, and the triumph of the morning. "My Luna," he murmured against her mouth, a low sound of ownership. "My fierce, deadly, perfect Luna." "My warlord," she replied, gripping the solid muscle of his arms. "My mate, my home." Tomorrow would bring the execution, the final, absolute end of her father's toxic legacy. But tonight, they would taste the victory, and the blood on her hands felt less like a stain and more like blessed absolution. Dawn broke over Silver Moon territory with a blood-red sky, streaks of violent crimson bleeding into bruised purples and cold grays above the pines. A keen, biting chill, sharp with the scent of damp earth and coming frost, hung heavy in the air. Fallon stood at the window of what had been her father's office, the cold glass pressing against her fingertips. The room smelled faintly of stale paper, old ambition, and dust. Below in the central clearing, the former pack members huddled, a somber, silent gathering. 73 civilians, their faces pale and drawn, who would survive the takeover. 15 warriors, their shoulders slumped in surrender. All of them were waiting, a palpable tension in the air, to see what justice would look like. Through the deep, resonant thrum of their mate bond, she felt Slate approach, a warmth and solid presence even before his arms wrapped around her from behind. His familiar scent, pine, ozone, and something uniquely him, enveloped her, a steady anchor in the swirling unease. "You do not have to do this," he murmured, his warm breath stirring the hair at her temple. His voice was a low rumble against her ear. "I can handle the execution. You do not have to watch." "I am not watching," Fallon said quietly, her voice thin, a taut string barely holding. "I am doing it. He is mine to kill, remember." "Fallon, do not." She turned abruptly in his embrace, her eyes, usually soft for him, now flecked with cold, hard resolve. The movement was sharp, decisive. "He chose this. He wrote that letter. He threw me away. Now he faces the consequences." Slate searched her face, his gaze intense, unwavering, reading the unyielding steel forged in her. He saw the pain too, a deep, abiding ache, but knew it would not deter her. Finally, he gave a slow, firm nod. "Then we do it together." They walked down to the clearing side by side, Luna and Alpha, mates and equals. Their boots crunched softly on the frost-dampened ground. The assembled wolves parted for them, a ripple moving through the crowd. Some bowed their heads low, a genuine show of respect. Others watched with haunted, wide eyes, their gazes clinging to Fallon with a mixture of hope and fear. To the side, Kira and Thorn stood guard, their forms solid and silent, over the three prisoners, Alpha Silvermoon, his beta Dane, and a terrified young guard who would surrendered. The guard's face was a mask of stark terror, his body trembling visibly. Her father, Alpha Silvermoon, stood with a false defiance, a brittle pride barely masking an undercurrent of disquiet. Dane, by contrast, looked utterly resigned, his shoulders slumped as if under an invisible weight. "Bring forward to the Alpha and his beta," Slate commanded, his voice crisp and carrying, slicing through the tense quiet. "Release the young one." The guard was unchained, the metallic clatter of the silver links sharp in the stillness, and given a rough shove forward. He stumbled, then fell to his knees immediately, a desperate thud against the earth. His voice, reedy and frantic, spilled out in a rush. "Thank you, Alpha. Thank you, Luna." "I swear my loyalty to Blackridge." "You swear nothing yet," Slate interrupted, his voice a cold blade cutting off the frantic words. "You will watch what happens to those who value power over pack, over family. Then you will decide if you want to join us." The guard scrambled backward, away from the grim tableau, a frantic crab-like retreat. His face was stark white, his eyes wide with a deep, visceral fear. He melted into the back of the crowd, vanishing amongst the huddled figures. Alpha Silvermoon and Dane were dragged roughly to the center of the clearing, the silver chains grating and clinking, forcing them to their knees. The cold gleam of the silver, wrapping around their wrists and ankles, kept them weak, unable to shift, unable to fight. Their shifters quelled, and their muscles were useless. For the first time, as Fallon's father looked around at his former pack, Fallon saw a flicker, a thin sliver of something like genuine fear in his eyes. His voice, hoarse and desperate, broke through the quiet. "My wolves," he called out, trying to project authority. "This is a mistake. Blackridge has deceived you." "Silence!" Slate's voice cracked like a whip, sharp and resonant. The raw alpha command embedded within it made even some of the Blackridge wolves flinch, their instincts overriding. A hush fell, heavy and absolute. "You had your chance to speak. That time has passed." He moved to stand before the assembled pack, his presence radiating power. Fallon felt the prickling weight of every eye, 1,000 invisible threads of anticipation and dread, all focused on them. "You were Silvermoon pack," Slate began, his voice deep and rumbling, carrying across the clearing with ease. "For some of you, this was the only home you have ever known. Your Alpha told you that you were family, that pack meant everything, that loyalty was the highest virtue." Low murmurs of agreement, a soft collective sigh, rose from some of the older wolves, their weathered faces etched with memory. "But I am here to tell you the truth about your Alpha," Slate continued, his gaze sharp, pinning Alpha Silvermoon, "about the man who claimed to value family above all else." He pulled out the letter, the same crisp, brittle paper that had utterly shattered Fallon in the war room days ago. It looked innocuous, just words on parchment, mundane and harmless. But Fallon felt a fresh, sharp ache in her chest. Those words had destroyed a daughter and damned a pack. "2 weeks ago we raided Silvermoon territory," Slate said, his voice steady, deliberate. "We captured Fallon Silvermoon, the Alpha heir. We sent a message to Alpha Silvermoon informing him of this, expecting negotiation, ransom, some attempt to recover his daughter and heir." The crowd was utterly silent now, a collective holding of breath, the air thick with unspoken questions. Instead, Slate's voice went cold, chillingly devoid of warmth. "We received this letter. I am going to read it to you, all of it. Because you deserve to know the truth about the man you called Alpha." He unfolded the paper with a faint, dry crinkle. Fallon felt her throat tighten despite herself, a sudden, familiar constriction. Hearing those words again was like being gutted all over, the pain fresh and searing. "Blackridge," Slate read, his voice clear, hard, and utterly devoid of emotion. "I received your message regarding my daughter's capture. After careful consideration with my counsel, I must inform you that we have no interest in negotiating for her return." Sharp gasps, like startled birds, ripped through the crowd. A ripple of disbelief spread, some wolves shaking their heads, their eyes wide, as if they would misheard the damning words. Fallon Silvermoon was always a problematic heir, too willful, too emotional, too unwilling to follow pack hierarchy. Her capture, while unfortunate, presents an opportunity for a cleaner line of succession. An older woman near the front, her face already pale, made a choked raw sound, her hand clamping over her mouth, trembling. Fallon recognized her. Miss Albright, her childhood tutor who had taught her to read, braided her hair with gentle fingers when she was small and soothed her scrapes. Therefore, Slate continued, his voice growing harder, colder with each word, we formally renounce any claim to her. She is no longer Silvermoon. Do with her as you please. Keep her as a pet, kill her, trade her to another pack. We do not care. She is your problem now. The silence that followed was deafening, a vacuum, an oppressive weight that pressed down on every soul present. Then, someone screamed. It was a sharp, guttural sound that tore through the heavy quiet. It was a young woman, perhaps 20, tears already streaming down her flushed face. No, that is not. He would not. Fallon was. Her voice broke, thick with agony and disbelief. It is signed by Alpha Silvermoon, Slate said, his voice cutting through the rising chaos like a honed blade, and witnessed by his council. Official and binding. He renounced his own daughter. Told us to kill her if we wanted. Said he did not care. You are lying, someone shouted from the back. A raw, desperate challenge. Slate held up the letter, the parchment crisp and stark against the blood-red morning. Come read it yourself if you do not believe me. His signature, his seal, his words. Several wolves, hesitant at first, then more determined, moved forward. Slate allowed them to examine the letter, holding it steady. Fallon watched their faces as they read, shock slowly melting into horror, horror hardening into a simmering, dangerous rage, jaws clenched, hands fisted. He wrote this, one of them said, his voice shaking with the effort to control it. This is his handwriting, his seal. The confirmation hung heavy in the air. Fallon, the older tutor woman called out, her voice breaking, fragile with unshed tears. Sweetheart, is this true? Did he really? Fallon stepped forward, a single, decisive pace. The woman's face crumpled further, her features collapsing into an expression of profound grief when she saw the stark, undeniable truth written plainly in Fallon's own anguished expression. He threw me away, Fallon said quietly, her voice thin and strained. A raw wound. She had to force each word out, like I was nothing. Like all the years of training, all the loyalty, all the attempts to earn his approval meant nothing. Her voice cracked, a tiny, ragged sound, despite her best efforts to maintain composure. I saved my mate's life, and my father told him to kill me, said he did not care what happened to me. The tutor woman started sobbing, a deep, guttural sound, her hands now pressing uselessly against her mouth. Others joined her, one by one, a ripple of broken cries spreading through the crowd like a tangible plague. A collective sound of weeping filled the clearing. You told us we were family. A man roared at Alpha Silvermoon, his face flushed scarlet with fury and streaked with tears. You said the pack was everything. You said we protected our own. She was your daughter. Someone else screamed, the sound piercing and accusatory. We watched her grow up, the tutor woman cried, her voice hoarse with pain. We trained her, taught her, loved her like our own child, and you just threw her away? She was not fit to lead, her father snarled, finally finding his voice, a venomous, guttural sound. A sneer twisted his lips. She was weak, emotional, too much like her pathetic mother. Her mother was a saint, an elderly male roared, his voice deep and booming with righteous indignation. Her mother was worth 10 of you. The crowd was getting angry now, truly, dangerously angry. Fallon could feel the change in the air, a physical shift, a rising internal heat. The betrayal, the horror, the dawning, sickening realization that everything they would believed about their Alpha was a calculated lie, simmered and began to boil. Low growls started to ripple through the throng. You called Fallon family from its midsummer feast, a woman cried, her voice shaking with hurt and outrage. You stood before the pack and said my daughter, my pride, my future Alpha. You made her swear oaths of loyalty, and all that time she meant nothing to you. She was a tool, her father spat, the words dismissive and cold, cutting like knives, a means to an end. When she stopped being useful, she was a child. The tutor screamed, a high-pitched shriek of pure anguish, a little girl who worshipped you, who tried so hard to make you proud, and you called her a tool? Someone picked up a rock. Fallon saw it happen, an older man, his face twisted with a primal grief and blazing rage, bending down with a grunt to grab a fist-sized stone from the damp ground. Its rough texture would be cold against his skin. "You bastard," he said, his voice low and choked with venom. Then through it, the rock flew, a dark blur, and hit her father squarely in the shoulder with a dull, wet thud. He flinched violently, more from the shock of the unexpected assault than any immediate pain. His eyes widened in disbelief. Then everyone was scrambling for rocks, the sounds of hands tearing at the earth, scraping against gravel, the rustle of clothes, rose into a furious roar. "You monster!" A woman's scream tore through the air as she threw a sharp-edged stone that caught her father's cheek, splitting the skin open with a sickening crack. A blossom of crimson bloomed instantly against his pale face. "How could you?" Another rock flew, striking his ribs with a heavy thud, eliciting a choked grunt from him. She was family. More stones, coming faster and faster now, a blurring hail of fury. We loved her. She was one of us. The rocks came like rain, a relentless, drumming clamor of impact. Her father cried out, trying desperately to shield himself, but the heavy silver chains clinked and hampered his movements, twisting uselessly. Blood streamed down his face from a dozen cuts, a horrifying mask of crimson against his skin. "Enough." Slate's voice boomed across the clearing, an explosive alpha command that cracked like thunder. "Enough." The throwing stopped abruptly, a sudden, jarring cessation of noise. Wolves stood frozen, many with stones still clutched tightly in their hands, their chests heaving. Tears streamed down their faces, mingling with the sweat of their fury. Their grief and rage, still buzzing in the air, were almost palpable. "Please," the tutor woman begged, collapsing to her knees with a rasping sound against the damp earth, her eyes wide and pleading. "Luna Fallon, please, we did not know. We would have, if we would known he would abandon you. We would have come for you. We would have fought for you. I loved you like a daughter," an older warrior said, his voice breaking. "I taught you to fight, watched you grow into a warrior, and I did nothing when—" He could not finish, just stood there sobbing. Fallon felt tears burning in her own eyes. These people, they had loved her, in their way. They would have been the family her father never was. "I know," she managed. "I know you did not know, but we should have," the tutor cried. "We should have questioned when you were captured and he did nothing. We should have demanded he negotiate. We should have—" She broke down completely, and several others moved to comfort her. A teenage girl pushed forward, maybe 16, her face wet with tears. "You used to help me with my training," she said to Fallon. "When the others said I was too small, too weak, you stayed after and worked with me, made me believe I could be strong. I remember," Fallon whispered. "And he threw you away," the girl said, turning to glare at the alpha. "He threw away the best of us, the one who actually cared about the pack, about family, about making us strong together, instead of just himself." "She was everything an alpha should be," the elderly male said, his voice heavy with grief. "Honorable, fierce, protective. And you," he looked at Alpha Silvermoon with pure contempt, "you were never worthy of her. You were never worthy to be her father," the tutor added. Her father was bleeding from multiple wounds now, his face a mask of rage and humiliation. "You ungrateful. I built this pack. I made you strong. I gave you territory and wealth. You stole that wealth from the garden hunters," someone shouted. "We know what you did, what you kept in that safe room." The crowd shifted, angry murmurs rising again. "You massacred an entire pack," a woman said, horror in her voice. "Children, families, and you called it victory. You kept trophies," another added. "We saw them. Blackridge showed us. You are a monster." "The garden hunters were weak. They were innocent," the tutor screamed. "And you slaughtered them, just like you would have slaughtered your own daughter If it had served you, I should have, her father snarled, looking directly at Fallon. I should have drowned you the day you were born. Save myself the disappointment. The words should have hurt. A week ago they would have destroyed her. Now Fallon just felt cold. You are right about one thing, she said quietly. You should have killed me when you had a chance, because now I am going to kill you. She drew her blade, the one Slate had given her, perfectly balanced, deadly sharp. Wait, the tutor woman said, moving forward. Please, Luna Fallon, let me speak before you do what needs to be done. Fallon nodded. The older woman approached, stopping a few feet away. Her face was ravaged by tears, by grief, by guilt. I am sorry, she said simply. I am so sorry we failed you. You were a brilliant child, so bright, so eager to learn, so desperate for his approval. She gestured at the Alpha. And we watched you try and never be enough for him. We told ourselves it was just his way, that he was hard on you because he loved you. Her voice broke. But he did not love you. He never loved you. And we should have seen it, should have protected you. You could not have known. But we could have tried, the woman sobbed. We could have questioned, could have demanded better, could have. She fell to her knees. I loved you like a granddaughter, and I failed you. We all failed you. Around the clearing, Fallon saw echoes of the same guilt and grief. Warriors who had trained her, hanging their heads in shame. Women who had watched her grow up, weeping openly. Young wolves she would mentored, looking devastated. You did not fail me, Fallon said, her own voice thick with emotion. He failed me. He failed all of you. He was supposed to be Alpha, supposed to protect his pack, his family. Instead, he used you, used all of us. She looked at the assembled wolves, her former pack, now refugees in their own territory. Blackridge did not come here to destroy you, she continued. We came here to destroy him. She pointed at her father. He is the cancer. He is the poison. And once he is gone, you are free to choose. Join Blackridge as true pack, as family, or leave and start fresh somewhere else. But you are not his anymore. You are free. Thank you, the tutor woman whispered. Thank you, Luna. Others echoed her. Thank you. Bless you, Luna. We do not deserve your mercy. Fallon turned to face her father, who was still on his knees, bleeding and chained and stripped of all power. Any last words, he asked. He looked up at her with pure hatred. You are weak. Just like your mother, you will never be a true Alpha. You are right, Fallon said calmly. I will never be the kind of Alpha you were. I will never sacrifice my pack for power. Never throw away someone I am supposed to love. Never mistake cruelty for strength. She raised her blade. But I will be something you never were. I will be worthy. She brought the blade down. It was quick, a single stroke that opened his throat. Her father's eyes went wide with shock, then empty. He fell forward, dead before he hit the ground. Fallon stepped over his corpse and moved to Dane, the beta who had stood by and watched her father abandon her. Please, Dane begged. I was just following orders. I did not. You signed that letter, Fallon said coldly. You witnessed it. You made it official. You could have refused, could have spoken up, could have done anything other than help him throw me away. I'm sorry. Not sorry enough. Her blade found his throat too. He died choking on apologies that came too late. Fallon stood there, blade dripping blood, looking down at the bodies of her father and his beta. She waited to feel something, grief, satisfaction, regret. Instead, she just felt free. It is done, she said, turning to Slate. He pulled her close. She let herself lean into him. Through the bond, she felt his fierce pride, his love, his absolute certainty that she would done what needed to be done. Behind them, the former Silver Moon pack began to kneel. One by one, they dropped to their knees, warriors and civilians, young and old, all of them bowing to their new Luna. Blackridge, they called out. We swear to Blackridge. The tutor woman was among them, tears still streaming down her face. We failed you as Silver Moon, she said. Let us serve you as Blackridge. Let us be the family you deserved. Fallon looked at Slate, who nodded. Rise, she said. You are pack now, true pack, and we protect our own. As the sun climbed higher, painting the clearing in gold, Fallon felt the last chains of her old life fall away. Her father was dead. Her siblings were dead. The Silver Moon pack was no more. But standing in the ashes of everything she would lost, surrounded by wolves who actually valued her, bonded to a mate who saw her as an equal, Fallon realized something profound. She had not lost anything that mattered. She had gained everything. The war room, once the heart of Silvermoon's Alpha Lodge, now pulsed with a different kind of power. It was a grander chamber than the stark functional space at Blackridge Fortress, the air thick with the scent of polished wood and old parchment. Slate stood at the head of a colossal table, a dark, imposing figure against the backdrop of maps that unfurled like ancient scrolls, detailing the newly acquired Silver Moon territory and the familiar ruggedness of Blackridge. His inner circle, a constellation of his most trusted lieutenants, was assembled and at the ready, their faces etched with a mixture of anticipation and grave determination. This was the precipice after the roar of battle had faded, the meticulous, often grueling work of consolidation. This was the planning that would cement their victory, transforming a brutal conquest into a stable, unified territory, or risk being consumed by the chaos that followed. Fallon, her presence a quiet strength, stood to Slate's right, her gaze sharp and unwavering. Cormac, ever the pragmatist, was at his left, his hand resting lightly on the table's edge. Kira, her posture radiating competence, and Thorn, his brow furrowed in thought, formed a semicircle around the table, their attention locked on their alpha. Behind them, a more extensive array of figures had been gathered, logistics coordinators with their stacks of manifests, border specialists, whose lives were spent studying the subtle shifts in terrain and pack movements, and the heads of various pack departments, their faces a study in focused responsibility. This was no longer merely a war council. This was the genesis of a new nation, a careful, deliberate construction. "Let us begin," Slate's voice, a low rumble that commanded immediate attention, sliced through the murmur of hushed conversations. A profound silence descended, as if every breath had been collectively held. "We have taken Silver Moon territory, absorbed their pack, and eliminated their leadership. Now, we need to make it work." He gestured with a broad sweep of his hand towards the maps. "Blackridge territory is here." He indicated the jagged, dark lines of the northern mountains, mountainous, defensible, rich in mineral resources, but limited in agricultural capacity. "Silver Moon territory is here." His finger traced the gentler curves to the south, flatter, blessed with better farmland, access to 3 vital rivers, but inherently harder to defend. "Complementary strengths," Cormac observed, his tone measured and insightful. "Exactly." Slate's finger followed the newly drawn, now unified border between the 2 territories. "Together, we control a continuous territory that stretches from the northern peaks to the southern river valleys. That is over 800 square miles of land. The largest pack territory in the region." A flicker of unease crossed Thorn's face. His voice, though quiet, carried its customary weight. "Which makes us a target," he added, his gaze meeting Slate's. "Every pack within 200 miles is going to be nervous about us now. They will see this as an expansion, a threat." "Let them be nervous," Slate replied, his voice hardening, a steely resolve evident. "But we need to be smart about this. Cormac, what is our total wolf count now?" "Full accounting, including the integration of the Silver Moon wolves." His beta consulted a slim, leather-bound notebook, the pages filled with precise script. "Blackridge had 420 wolves before the raid," he stated, his voice steady. "Silver Moon had 230. We lost 18 in the assault." "They lost 68, mostly warriors who refused to surrender, fighting to the last. That gives us a combined population of 564 wolves." Marcus, his face a mask of calculation, let out a soft sigh that seemed to carry the weight of the numbers. 564 mouths to feed," he said, the practicality of the statement hanging in the air. 564 wolves to house, to organize, to integrate, to make it into one cohesive pack, which is precisely why we are here, Slate affirmed, his gaze sweeping over each of them. "First priority, borders. Kira, I want your assessment of the Silver Moon defenses. What are we inheriting?" Kira moved with a swift, decisive grace towards the map, her entire demeanor shifting into one of absolute focus. "Silver Moon's borders are inadequate, Alpha," she stated, her voice crisp and professional. They relied heavily on early warning systems and constant patrols, but the actual defensive positions are weak. Too much flat, open ground, too many easy approach vectors. We got in through those tunnels, but a determined traditional assault force could have breached from at least 6 different directions, possibly more. Her finger began to trace lines on the map, marking specific locations with a small, almost imperceptible pressure. We need to establish proper defensive positions here, and here, she declared. Strategic watchtowers with overlapping sight lines, so no blind spots remain. Reinforced patrol stations at all major approach routes. And we need to double the patrol frequency on the eastern border. That is where Riverstone territory starts, and given their history, they are going to be watching our every move with extreme scrutiny. What about the tunnels? Thorn interjected, his voice laced with a practical concern. We used them to gain entry, but are they an asset or a liability now? Both, Fallon answered, her voice low but resonant. We use them to attack, which means others might try the same. I recommend we collapse 2 of the 3 tunnels, leaving only one. That one can be reinforced, secured, and kept as our absolute emergency escape route. Its existence must be known only to those within this room, a secret weapon, not a potential vulnerability. Agreed, Slate said, his gaze fixed on Fallon, a silent acknowledgement of her astute assessment. Kira, make that happen. I want those tunnels dealt with within the week. No lingering threats. On it, Alpha, Kira confirmed, her focus already shifting to the logistics of such a task. Border fortifications will take longer, Kira continued, her voice regaining its strategic tone. I am estimating 6 to 8 weeks for the watchtowers to be fully operational, another month for the patrol stations to be established and reinforced. We will need materials, a significant amount of lumber, stone, and iron for reinforcements. The existing structures are insufficient. We have the resources, Slate stated with absolute certainty. Immense wealth liberated from Silvermoon had already begun to change their strategic possibilities, which brings us to our second priority, the spoils. Marcus, you took inventory of the safe room. Give us the numbers, all of them. Marcus flicked open a thick, leather-bound ledger. Fervor. Even though he had clearly seen the contents before, his expression still held a flicker of awe, a hushed reverence for the sheer magnitude of what they had uncovered. The garden hunter's treasure is extensive, Alpha, truly beyond expectation. He cleared his throat, his voice gaining a professional edge. Old bars totaling approximately 47,000 ounces. At current market value, that is roughly 90 million in liquid assets. Thorn whistled, a low, sharp sound that cut through the stillness. 90 million, just the gold. That is just the gold, Marcus continued, his voice gaining momentum as I worked through the list. We also recovered jewelry appraised at an additional 12 million. Paintings, 18 total, several by masters, their provenance confirmed, estimated value of 25 million. Tapestries, sculptures, and various other art objects bring it to another 8 million. And then there is the cash, approximately 5 million in various currencies, neatly packed and secured. Slate did the quick, internalized math, his mind already processing the implications. We are looking at approximately 140 million, he stated, his voice calm but firm, in total recovered assets. 140 million that Alpha Silvermoon stole from a pack he systematically exterminated, Fallon said, her voice a quiet but potent indictment. A chill settled over the room as the words hung in the air, a stark reminder of the brutality that had preceded their arrival. Blood money. Blood money that we are going to use better than he did, Slate replied, stone resolute. He looked around the table, his gaze meeting each of his leaders. Here is how we allocate it, piece by piece. First, fortifications. Kira, you have a budget of 20 million for border security. Build it from the ground up. Make it impenetrable. Kira's eyes widened, a spark of excitement momentarily eclipsing her professional composure. 20 million. Alpha, with that budget, I can build fortifications that would make the northern fortress look like a child's sandcastle. We can ensure our borders are utterly secure. Good. Do it. Slate moved to the next item on his mental agenda, his voice unwavering. Second, infrastructure. Thorn, You're in charge of housing and integration. We need to expand housing capacity in both territories, upgrade facilities in the former Silver Moon pack house to accommodate our new members without friction, and create shared spaces where wolves from both packs can interact, bond, and begin to truly see themselves as one. A budget, 15 million. I can work with that, Thorne said, his quill already scratching furiously across his notes. We will need to prioritize communal areas, training grounds, and even shared hunting territories to foster that unity. Third, economic development, Slate continued, his gaze shifting to Cormac. Silvermoon territory has 3 rivers and prime farmland. We are going to develop that potential to its fullest. Establish proper agriculture, robust fishing operations, perhaps even investigate some light industry that can utilize the natural resources. Cormac, you coordinate with our economic advisors. Budget, 25 million. Cormac nodded, a thoughtful expression on his face. That will make us largely self-sufficient within 2 years. Alpha, possibly sooner, if we can get the irrigation systems and processing facilities up and running efficiently. Fourth, military expansion, Slate stated, his voice taking on a more commanding tone. We have just become the undisputed largest pack in the region. That means we need to be the strongest. New weapons, improved training facilities, upgraded armor and equipment for all warriors. Marcus, that is your department. Budget, 20 million. Consider it done, Alpha, Marcus replied, his mind already running through the procurement and logistics. We will need to secure dependable suppliers for rare metals and specialized crafting materials. Fifth, reserves and emergency funds, Slate continued, his gaze steady. We keep 40 million liquid. That is our safety net for any unexpected problems, medical emergencies, natural disasters, or any other unforeseen challenges that may arise. It is crucial to have a buffer. He paused, his eyes falling on the final item on his meticulously planned list. A moment of quiet, of anticipation, filled the room. And sixth, reparations. The word hung in the air, a foreign concept in the aftermath of such a brutal conquest. The room went quiet, the low hum of activity ceasing entirely. Reparations? Thorne asked carefully, the single word brimming with a mixture of surprise and a subtle curiosity. Slate met Fallon's eyes across the table. Through the invisible thread of their bond, he felt her surprise, a sharp intake of breath, followed by a wave of fierce, unadulterated approval. Her gaze held his, a silent testament to shared values. The garden hunter's pack was exterminated, Slate stated, his voice unwavering, carrying the weight of truth. Men, women, children, all killed so Alpha Silvermoon could steal their wealth, their lands, their very existence. We cannot bring them back, but we can honor them. We can acknowledge the wrong that was done. He gestured to a specific point on the map, a small, serene area in the former garden hunter's territory. There is a hill overlooking the river valley, a place of natural beauty, peaceful. We are going to build a memorial there, a proper monument, a lasting testament to remember what was done to them and to ensure that their story is never forgotten, a monument that speaks of their existence and their tragic end. How much? Cormac asked quietly, his voice imbued with the same respect that now settled over the room. 10 million, Slate said without hesitation, and I want it done right. Mission the best sculptors, the most skilled architects, create something that will last centuries, something that will stand as a stark reminder and a symbol of their lost people, something that tells their story and honors their memory with the dignity they deserve. Fallon's hand, warm and strong, found his beneath the table. Her fingers closed around his, squeezing tight. Through the bond, he felt the overwhelming surge of her gratitude, her love, and her profound pride in him, a silent affirmation that resonated deeper than any spoken word. That accounts for 130 million, Marcus calculated, his voice measured, bringing them back to the practicalities. What about the remaining 10? We find survivors, Slate said, his gaze steady, his resolve unwavering. The garden hunter's pack had to have some wolves who were not in the territory during the massacre. Traveling wolves, traders, pack members who had left for other territories before the attack. We track them down, and we give them reparations, cash settlements, A formal apology from our pack, a place in Blackridge if they wanted, or assistance in finding a new home. We make amends in whatever small ways that we can. He looked around the table, his gaze intense. Alpha Silvermoon committed genocide. We cannot undo that ultimate tragedy, but we can make it right in whatever small, tangible ways we can. It is incredibly honorable, Alpha, Thorn said, his voice laced with genuine admiration. Several other murmurs of agreement rippled through the room. This was more than just conquest. It was a new way of leading. It is the right thing to do, Slate said simply, his tone conveying the absolute finality of his decision. Moving on. Territory management. We are going to run both territories as integrated units, not as separate packs with their own agendas. That means shared resources, shared patrols, and a shared, unified leadership structure. He gestured once more to the map, his focus now on the administrative future. I am establishing regional commands. Kira, you are head of security for the entire amalgamated territory. You will have sub-commanders in both the northern and southern regions reporting directly to you, ensuring unified defense and an unbroken chain of command. Understood, Alpha, Kira replied, her eyes alight with the challenge, already envisioning the implementation of such a grand strategy. Thorn, you are head of civilian affairs, housing, education, healthcare, community building. All of it falls under you. I will need a team. You will have whatever you need. Marcus, you are head of military operations, training, equipment, tactical planning. Make our warriors the best in the region. Already on it. Cormac, you are still my beta, but your role expands. You are now overseeing economic development, trade relations, and diplomatic outreach. We are going to start establishing formal relationships with neighboring packs, trade agreements, non-aggression pacts, whatever makes sense. Cormac smiled. Going legitimate? Going smart, Slate corrected. We cannot raid and conquer forever. At some point, we need to build something stable, something that lasts. And Fallon? Kira asked. What is the Luna's role in all this? Slate turned to his mate. Fallon is Luna of the entire territory. She is my equal in authority. Any decision I make, she has veto power. Any initiative she wants to implement, she has full authority to do so. And specifically, I am putting her in charge of two critical areas. He pointed to the map. First, Fallon leads the memorial project. She knows what her father did, knows the victims deserve justice. She will work with designers and architects to create something meaningful. Fallon nodded, her expression solemn. Second, Fallon is in charge of pack integration. We have got former Silvermoon wolves who just watched their alpha executed by his own daughter. We have got Blackridge wolves who raided and killed their packmates. We need to build unity, trust, and shared identity. That is delicate work, and Fallon is the perfect person for it. She is from both packs now, understands both perspectives. I will do my best, Fallon said quietly. You will do better than that, Slate said. You already have. Half the former Silvermoon wolves are ready to follow you anywhere after what you did. Use that. He turned back to the larger group. Now, logistics, housing assignments. We are not segregating former Silvermoon, Blackridge wolves. We are mixing them. Every housing unit, every patrol team, every work crew, mixed. Force them to interact, to work together, to become one pack instead of two. That will create friction, Thorn warned. Short term, yes. Long term, it is the only way to build real unity. Slate looked at his team. We are not creating Blackridge plus Silvermoon. We are creating something new, something bigger, and that requires we break down old identities and build new ones. What about pack names, someone asked. Are we still just Blackridge? Slate considered. For now, yes. Blackridge has the stronger reputation, the better established identity. But in time, as we integrate, we may evolve into something else. We will let it happen naturally. Fair enough. All right. Specific action items, Slate said, pulling out a detailed timeline. Week 1. Housing assignments completed. Former Silvermoon wolves fully integrated into Blackridge pack structure. Here it begins security assessments. Marcus begins weapons inventory and training schedules. He continued down the list. Week 2. Tunnel collapses and reinforcement begins. Thorn starts housing expansion projects. Cormac initiates contact with neighboring packs to inform them of our expanded territory and peaceful intentions. Week 3. Memorial design proposals due. Fallon reviews and selects. Economic development assessment of Silver Moon farmland and river access completed. Border patrol schedules fully integrated. Week 4. Watchtower construction begins at critical points. First trade delegation to Riverstone Pack to establish formal relations. Community integration events begin. Shared meals, training exercises, social gatherings. He looked up. Within a month, I want this to feel like one pack. Not perfect, not without problems, but moving in the right direction. Can we do it? Yes, Alpha, came the unified response. Good. Individual department meetings start tomorrow. Kiera, I want security details by noon. Thorn, housing plans by end of day. Marcus, military assessment by tomorrow evening. Cormac, draft diplomatic messages tonight. I want them sent out first thing in the morning. Orders were acknowledged. Responsibilities accepted. Slate could see his team already thinking through the logistics, planning their approaches. One more thing, he said, and the room quieted again. The former Silver Moon wolves who surrendered. They are not second-class citizens. They are not probationary members. They are full pack, with full rights and full responsibilities. I hear anyone treating them differently. There will be consequences. We are one pack now. Act like it. Understood, Kira said, and others echoed her. All right, we have been at this for 3 hours. Take a break, get food, then department heads report to your assigned areas. We reconvene tomorrow at dawn for progress updates. Dismissed. The room emptied slowly, wolves talking amongst themselves, already problem-solving and planning. Slate watched them go with satisfaction. This was what he did best, not just conquering, but building, creating something that would outlast him. When only Fallon remained, she moved into his arms. You were brilliant, she said. The way you organized everything, delegated responsibilities, thought through every detail. That is what an alpha is supposed to be. I learned from watching what not to do, Slate said, thinking of her father. He took and hoarded and used. I would rather build and share and strengthen. The memorial, Fallon said softly. $1 million to honor wolves you never met, from a pack that was destroyed before we even bonded. Why? Because it is right, Slate said simply. Your father stole their lives, their dignity, their memory. We cannot give back their lives, but we can give back their dignity. Make sure they are remembered. Make sure what was done to them is never forgotten. I love you, Fallon said suddenly. I do not think I have said it out loud yet, but I do. I love you. Slate cupped her face, thumbs stroking her cheeks. I love you too. From the moment you cursed me out in that burning compound, I think part of me knew you were going to change everything. For better or worse? For better, he said firmly. Always for better. They kissed, slow and deep, the bonds singing between them with contentment and love, and the satisfaction of work well done. Come on, Slate said when they finally broke apart. We should check on the housing assignments. Make sure Kiera is not putting all the warriors in one building and all the civilians in another. She would not. She absolutely would. She thinks tactically, which is great for security, terrible for integration. Fallon laughed, and the sound made Slate's heart lift. A week ago, she would have been breaking apart in his arms, destroyed by her father's rejection. Now she was laughing, leading, building something new. They walked through the former Silver Moon territory together, Luna and Alpha, and everywhere they went, wolves bowed their heads in respect, not fear, not obligation, real respect. In the Commons area, they found a mixed group of former Silver Moon and Blackridge wolves sharing a meal. There was awkwardness, yes, stilted conversation, uncertain glances, but they were trying. Building bridges one conversation at a time. It is working, Fallon said quietly. It is starting to work, Slate corrected. We have got a long way to go, but we will get there, together. Together, he agreed. That evening, they stood on the hill where the memorial would be built. The sun was setting over the river valley, painting everything in gold and orange. It was beautiful, peaceful, the perfect place to remember those who had been lost. What should it look like? Fallon asked. The memorial. I do not know, Slate admitted. Something that tells their story, shows who they were, not just how they died. Maybe a wall with all their names, sculptures showing pack life, families, children playing, wolves in harmony. Garden, Fallon said suddenly. The garden hunters. They were known for cultivating the most beautiful gardens in the region. My tutor told me stories about them. What if we create an actual garden here? Something living and growing, with the memorial at the center? Slate considered. I like that. Life instead of just stone, growing and changing and enduring. We could plant a tree for every wolf who died, Fallon continued, her voice gaining excitement. Different species, different colors. So when they bloom, the whole hillside becomes a living memorial. That is perfect, Slate said. That is exactly what we should do. They stood there as darkness fell, planning and dreaming. Two wolves who had been enemies and became mates, now building something that would outlast them both. Below in the valley, lights were coming on in both territories. Blackridge wolves and former Silver Moon wolves, working together, eating together, slowly becoming one pack. It was not perfect. There would be conflicts, resentments, problems to solve. But for the first time in generations, these territories were not divided by borders and old grudges. They were united. And under Slate and Fallon's leadership, they would become something unprecedented in the region. A pack built not just on strength and conquest, but on justice, honor, and remembering those who came before. We did it, Fallon said, leaning against Slate's chest. We actually did it. We are just getting started, Slate replied. But yeah, we did it. And standing there on that hill, watching their territory settle into peaceful night, Slate Blackridge felt something he would never expected to feel. Hope, not just for conquest or power or expansion, but for a future worth building, with his mate at his side. The chill of the pre-dawn air still clung to the stone walls, a faint, earthy scent of damp soil and pine needles, carried on the breeze that snaked through the open windows of Slate's study. The sky outside was a bruised canvas of deep indigo, just beginning to bleed into the softest shades of rose and lavender at the eastern horizon. It was then, as the first hesitant rays of sunlight began to paint the world in muted hues, that the messenger arrived. 3 days had passed since the integration, a period marked by a tense quiet, the palpable stillness of a pack absorbing new territory, and the uneasy weight of its newly acquired responsibilities. Slate, his large frame settled comfortably behind a heavy oak desk, was engrossed in the latest Border Patrol reports. The crisp paper rustled softly as he turned a page, the scent of ink and aged parchment mingling with the sharper, metallic tang that always seemed to emanate from Cormac, his second-in-command, who sat opposite him. Cormac's steady presence was a familiar anchor in the swirling currents of their new reality, his weathered face etched with a quiet vigilance. Suddenly, the heavy oak door burst inward with a resounding thud that echoed through the spacious room. A figure stumbled into their midst, chest heaving, ragged breaths misting in the cool air. It was one of Kira's scouts, her usually impeccable posture marred by exertion, her dark hair a disheveled halo around her sweat-sheened face. Alpha, the scout gasped, her voice rough with exertion. She clutched a hand to her side, as if to quell a flutter of panic. We have visitors. Northern border. Delegation of 15 wolves under a peace banner. Slate's hand, calloused and strong, moved with an almost involuntary speed, his fingers brushing against the cool, worn leather of his blade hilt. The ingrained instinct of a warrior, honed through years of conflict, surfaced readily. From which pack? He asked, his voice a low rumble, cutting through the scout's ragged breathing. Meadowbrook Alpha, she replied, leaning against the doorframe for support. Their Alpha is requesting a formal audience, says it is urgent. Meadowbrook, the name registered in Slate's mind, a faint imprint of a territory he would barely skirted. A smaller pack, perhaps 60 miles north, nestled in fertile plains known for their bountiful harvests. Agricultural, peaceful, a pack that had always preferred to navigate the complexities of pack politics with a gentle paw rather than a bared claw. He would had minimal dealings with them. They were the quiet neighbors, the ones who paid their tithes of respect to the stronger packs, and survived through careful diplomacy. Armed? Cormac's voice was a low, steady inquiry, devoid of alarm but laced with the same underlying caution that now permeated Slate's thoughts. Lightly, the scout confirmed, pushing herself upright. Personal defense only. They are flying peace banners and their alpha came himself. That is unusual. Unusual was an understatement. An alpha personally leading a delegation to the border of a pack that had, just days ago, significantly and decisively expanded its territory, was either an act of profound bravery or one born of utter desperation. The air in the room grew heavier, tinged with a new, unarticulated tension. "Get Kira, Thorn, and Fallon," Slate ordered, his gaze sharp and unwavering. He rose from his desk, the movement fluid and imposing. "War room in 10 minutes. And send word to the Meadowbrook delegation. They can approach under escort, but they remain outside the compound until I decide otherwise." The words were delivered with an authority that brooked no argument, each syllable carrying the weight of his alpha status. 20 minutes later, the war room buzzed with a low, focused energy. Slate stood at the head of a long, polished table, his inner circle arrayed around him. Cormac, ever stoic. Kira, her sharp eyes missing nothing. Thorn, his younger, more impulsive nature barely contained. And Fallon, her presence radiating a thoughtful calmness. Through the large, arched window, Slate could see the Meadowbrook delegation waiting in the outer courtyard. They stood in a loose, respectful formation, their movements unhurried. Their alpha, he noted, was a lean man, his features weathered and kind, his temples streaked with silver. He stood calmly, hands clasped behind his back, his posture one of patient, unwavering respect. It was not the image of a desperate wolf Slate had half expected. "What do we know about Meadowbrook?" Slate began, his voice resonating in the quiet room. Cormac consulted a small, worn notebook. "Small pack, maybe 80 wolves. Agricultural economy. They are known for producing exceptional crops. Mostly keep to themselves. No history of aggression or expansion. Alpha Reed has led them for about 20 years. He is known for his calm demeanor and fair dealings. Why would they come here now?" Thorn wondered aloud, his brow furrowed. "We stubbled our territory and wiped out a neighboring pack. Most alphas would be avoiding us, not requesting meetings." A scent of uncertainty, of a puzzle yet to be solved, hung in the air. "Maybe they are scared," Kira suggested, her voice quiet but firm. "Asking for mercy before we decide to expand further." Her gaze was steady, her mind already dissecting the possibilities. "Or they want something," Fallon said, her voice a soft murmur that nonetheless captured everyone's attention. Through their shared bond, Slate felt the subtle undercurrent of her curiosity, a cautious intrigue that mirrored his own. Only one way to find out, Slate decided, his eyes sweeping over his counsel. "Bring them in, but keep guards posted. I want to hear what Alpha Reed has to say." Echo of his words seemed to settle in the charged atmosphere. 10 minutes later, the heavy door opened again, this time with deliberate slowness. Alpha Reed entered, not alone, but accompanied by 2 advisors. The woman was middle-aged, her face framed by soft brown hair, her eyes holding a gentle, almost maternal warmth. The man beside her was older, his frame stooped slightly, but he carried himself with an innate dignity, the quiet confidence of a scholar. They bowed respectfully, their movements fluid and unhurried, their eyes meeting Slate's with an open sincerity that disarmed immediate suspicion. "Alpha Blackridge," Reed began, his voice a calm, measured baritone that carried easily in the hushed room. The air around him seemed to radiate a quiet respect. "Thank you for seeing us. I know our arrival so soon after your recent expansion must seem strange." "Strange is one word for it," Slate responded, remaining standing. It was a subtle power play, a way to establish the dynamics of the encounter. Before the conversation truly began, he let the silence stretch for a beat, allowing his words to land. "What brings Meadowbrook to my territory, Alpha Reed?" "A proposal," Reed said, his gaze unwavering. He took a shallow breath. "But first, if I may, is it true what we have heard? That you have built a memorial for the Garden Hunters pack? That you are dedicating $10 million in special resources to honor them?" The question landed like a stone in the quiet pond of the war room. Every eye snapped towards Slate, surprise rippling through his counsel. This was not the opening anyone had anticipated. The faint scent of pine and damp earth from the scouts' arrival seemed to have been replaced by a more complex aroma, that of unveiled history and unexpected truth. "Where did you hear that?" Kira's voice was sharp, laced with suspicion. She had been instrumental in setting up the memorial, and his secrecy surrounding its funding had been paramount. "Word travels," he replied with a slight, knowing smile, "especially news that's shocking. The warlord Slate Blackridge, known for conquest and raids, building a memorial for a pack destroyed 5 years ago." He met Slate's eyes, his own steady and searching. "Is it true?" "It is," Slate confirmed, the words feeling surprisingly solid in his mouth. He felt a flicker of pride, quickly suppressed. The garden hunters were massacred by Alpha Silvermoon. He stole their wealth and kept trophies of his genocide. We have recovered their treasures, and we are using those resources to ensure that they are remembered. Why does Meadowbrook care? Reed's expression softened, a profound grief mingling with something akin to relief. Because the garden hunters were our friends, our closest allies. When they disappeared, when the whole pack just vanished overnight, we searched for answers, but Alpha Silvermoon claimed it was a plague, said the territory was contaminated, and warned us to stay away. A faint tremor ran through his voice, the echo of old pain. "Jesus," Thorne muttered, the word a soft exhalation of shock. "We believed him," Reed continued, the weight of his words pressing down on the room. "We mourned him and moved on. It was not until recently, until refugees from your raid started talking, that we learned the truth, that there was no plague, that Silvermoon slaughtered them and stole everything they would build." The female advisor stepped forward, her kind eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I knew their Luna, Maya. She was my closest friend. We trained together as children, bonded as adults. When she disappeared, She trailed off, pressing a hand to her trembling mouth, the scent of her sorrow suddenly palpable. "I am sorry," Fallon said, her voice a low, soft murmur of genuine regret. "What my father did was monstrous, unforgivable." Words hung heavy in the air, a stark acknowledgement of past atrocities. "But you are trying to make it right," Reed said, his gaze steady, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. "The memorial, the reparations, the search for survivors." He took a deep breath, the scent of hope now subtly mingling with a lingering sadness. "That is why we are here." The garden hunters were brilliant, innovators in agriculture, sustainable living, renewable energy. They shared their knowledge freely with allies, with us. "What kind of knowledge?" Cormac asked, leaning forward, his usual stoicism replaced by a keen interest. The scent of intellectual curiosity filled the air. "Farming techniques that increase crop yields by 40%, the older male advisor stated, his scholarly demeanor evident as he spoke. "Soil integration methods that rebuild depleted land in half the normal time, irrigation systems that use 70% less water, and solar panel designs that are more efficient than anything commercially available." Slate felt a subtle shift in the room, a palpable ripple of dawning realization. This was not merely knowledge, it was power, economic power, the kind that could transform entire territories, reshape alliances, and alter the very landscape of their existence. A faint scent of fertile earth suddenly became more potent, carrying with it the promise of abundance. "The garden hunters taught you all this?" Thorne asked, his voice tinged with awe. "They did," Reed confirmed, his eyes shining with quiet pride. "We have been using their methods for years. Our territory produces more food per acre than any pack in the region. We are completely energy independent. We have surplus crops we trade for other resources, all thanks to what they taught us." "And you want to share this with us," Slate said slowly, the scent of opportunity now almost overwhelming. "Why?" Reed met his gaze steadily, his expression open and honest. "Because they would have wanted their knowledge to survive them. Maya used to say that innovation shared is innovation that endures. She would hate the thought of their discoveries dying with them, locked away and forgotten." The female advisor nodded, her voice firm despite the lingering emotion. "When we heard you were building a memorial, you were honoring them. We knew we had to come. We have to pass on what they taught us. It is the only way to keep them alive. There is more to it than that, Slate stated, his voice low and knowing. It was not a question, but an observation. He could feel the subtle currents, the unspoken layers beneath the surface. Reed smiled slightly, a flicker of weariness and resolve playing across his features. You are perceptive. Yes, there is more. We are a small pack, Alpha Blackridge, peaceful, agriculture. You do not have the military strength to defend ourselves if a more aggressive pack decides they want our territory or our knowledge. With Silver Moon gone and Blackridge expanded, the power structure in this region has shifted dramatically. You are afraid, Kira said, her voice a quiet pronouncement, cutting through the hopeful scent of shared knowledge with the sharp tang of pragmatic fear. We are realistic, Reed corrected. You could take our territory tomorrow if you wanted. We could not stop you, but we are hoping to offer you something better than conquest. An alliance, Slate said. A partnership, Reed countered. We provide you with Garden Hunter's agricultural and energy knowledge. We help you develop Silver Moon's farmland to its full potential, and believe me, with their methods and your resources, you could be producing enough food to feed twice your population within 2 years. We also offer trade routes through our territory, access to our agricultural surplus, and our expertise as consultants, and in return, Cormac asked, protection under Blackridge territory, Reed said simply. We do not want to be absorbed. We want to remain Meadowbrook Pack with our own identity and autonomy. But we want to be officially under Blackridge protection. Any pack that wants to attack us has to go through you first. And trade routes, the older advisor added. We need guaranteed safe passage to bring our surplus crops to market. Your territory sits between us and the main trade hub. If you protect our caravans, we will split the trade profits 60-40 in your favor. Slate looked at his team. Kira was calculating security implications. Thorne was clearly thinking about infrastructure development. Cormac was already running economic projections. Fallon spoke first. The Garden Hunter's knowledge. You said farming techniques, irrigation, solar panels. What else? The female advisor smiled through her tears. Sustainable forestry, water purification systems, composting methods that turn waste into enriched soil in weeks instead of months. Maya and her pack were geniuses at working with nature instead of against it. This could revolutionize how we manage the expanded territory, Cormac said quietly to Slate. The Silver Moon farmland has been neglected for years. Fallon's father was more interested in raids than agriculture. With these techniques, we could make it productive again. The solar panels alone would be worth it, Thorne added. Energy independence means we are not vulnerable to supply disruptions, and the cost savings over time would be enormous. Security concerns. Slate asked Kira. If we are protecting their caravans, we are extending our patrol ranges, Kira said thoughtfully. But Meadowbrook is directly north. It actually fills a gap in our defensive perimeter. If they are under our protection, we can establish joint patrol zones. It might actually strengthen our borders. Slate turned back to Reed. You said the Garden Hunters shared their knowledge freely. Why should we pay for it with protection and trade concessions? Because the world has changed since Maya was alive, Reed said quietly. Back then, packs were more cooperative, more willing to share. But after what happened to the Garden Hunters, after we learned that innovation and openness made them targets, we have had to be more careful. This knowledge is powerful. In the wrong hands, it could be weaponized, used to consolidate power while others starve. But you trust us with it, Fallon said. We trust that you are trying to be more than just a warlord, Reed said, looking at Slate, building a memorial, offering reparations, integrating packs instead of just enslaving them. That suggests you want to build something that lasts, something worth protecting. He paused. The Garden Hunters believed in building, creating, sustaining. If their knowledge helps you become the kind of alpha they would have respected, then we are honoring their memory properly. The room was quiet. Slate felt the weight of the moment. This was not just about an alliance. This was about who he wanted to be, what kind of legacy he wanted to build. Through the bond, he felt Fallon's gentle encouragement, her belief in him. The memorial, Slate said finally. Tell me about Maya, about the Garden Hunters. If we are going to honor them properly, we need to understand who they were. Reed's expression softened. The female advisor moved to the table, pulling out a worn photo album from her bag. Maya was brilliant, she said, opening the album. But more than that, she was kind. She believed every pack should thrive, not just survive. She would spend months teaching others her methods, never asking for anything in return except that they pass the knowledge forward. She showed them pictures, a vibrant pack, wolves working in gardens, children playing among solar panels, a community feast with tables laden with food. They built something beautiful, the advisor continued, sustainable, harmonious, and Alpha Silvermoon destroyed it because he could not stand that someone else had something he did not. Fallon made a choked sound, and Slate pulled her closer. He knew she was thinking about her father, about all the destruction he would cause in the name of power. If we do this, Slate said, the memorial needs to reflect who they really were, not just names on stone, but their vision, their innovations, their belief in sustainability and sharing. The garden idea, Fallon suggested, Reed said. Maya would have loved that. She always said the best memorials were living things that brought joy and sustenance, not just grief. Then we do it right, Slate decided. He looked at his team. Opinions. I vote yes, Cormac said immediately. The strategic and economic benefits are obvious. But beyond that, this is the kind of alliance that makes us stronger without violence. That is worth pursuing. Agreed, Thorne said. If we can develop Silvermoon farmland with these techniques, we solve food security issues for decades. That is transformative. From a security standpoint, it is sound, Kira added. Meadowbrook as an ally gives us buffer territory to the north, and early warning on threats from that direction. Worth the patrol commitment. Slate looked at Fallon. Luna? She was staring at the photos, tears on her cheeks. My father destroyed them because they had something beautiful, because they were willing to share it. She looked up at Reed. Yes, absolutely yes. We honor them by continuing their work, by making sure their innovations spread instead of dying with them. Slate nodded. Alpha Reed, Meadowbrook Pack, has an alliance with Blackridge. We will provide full territorial protection, guaranteed safe trade routes, and a joint patrol zone along our shared borders. In return, you provide us with full access to Garden Hunter's agricultural and energy innovations, consultation services for implementing them, and a 60-40 trade split as proposed. Relief flooded Reed's face. Thank you, Alpha Blackridge. You will not regret this. There is one more thing, Slate said. The memorial. We want Meadowbrook involved. You knew them, understood them, loved them. Help us create something that truly represents who they were. The female advisor sobbed, pressing her hand over her mouth. Maya would. She would be so grateful to know she is not forgotten, that her work continues. She is not forgotten, Fallon said firmly. None of them are. We will make sure of it. They spent the next 2 hours hammering out details. The older advisor, an engineer named Thomas, laid out the technical specifications for the farming and irrigation systems. Cormac took copious notes on implementation timelines. Kira and Reed worked out patrol zone maps and coordination protocols. By the time the Meadowbrook delegation prepared to leave, it was late afternoon. Reed clasped Slate's forearm in the traditional alliance grip. You are not what I expected, Reed said quietly. The stories about the Blackridge warlord, they paint you as brutal, uncompromising, interested only in conquest. I was those things, Slate admitted. Maybe I still am, in some ways. But I am learning there is more than one kind of strength. The Garden Hunters taught us that true power comes from building, not destroying, Reed said. It took me a long time to really understand that. I think you are starting to. After they left, Slate stood in the war room with his inner circle, looking at the maps and notes and plans spread across the table. This is different, Thorne said finally. We just gained territory, resources, and allies, without shedding a single drop of blood. It is called diplomacy, Cormac said with a smile. Revolutionary concept. It is called evolution, Fallon corrected. She moved to Slate's side, taking his hand. You are not just a warlord anymore. You are a leader. There is a difference. The warlords surrender, Kira said thoughtfully, surrendering the need to take everything by force, accepting that some things are worth more when they are given freely. Slate looked at Fallon, and through the bond he felt her love, her pride, her absolute certainty that this was who was meant to become. "I did not surrender," he said. "I evolved." "Same thing," Fallon said, smiling. "You surrendered who you were to become who you needed to be." That night, they stood on the Memorial Hill again, but this time they had new information, new understanding, new purpose. "Maya's garden," Fallon said softly. "We will make it exactly like the one she built. Thomas gave us the designs, the plant species, the layout. We can recreate what she loved." "And in the center, the memorial," Slate added, "with every name, every face, every innovation they created. So people who come here do not just see death, they see life, legacy, the continuation of everything they believed in." "My father tried to erase them," Fallon said. "Instead, we are going to make them immortal." Slate pulled her close, and they stood there as the sun set, planning and dreaming and building something that would last far beyond their lifetimes. The warlord had surrendered to something greater than conquest. He would surrender to the possibility of being more, and in that surrender, he would found the greatest strength of all. 4 years had slipped through their fingers like fine sand, each grain a memory, a milestone, a shared breath. Fallon stood in the arched doorway of their daughter's bedroom, the scent of lavender and baby powder a comforting balm. Sunlight, filtered through delicate lace curtains, painted dancing patterns across the polished wooden floorboards. Her gaze settled on Slate, her mate, a formidable presence even in this domestic scene, as he attempted the seemingly impossible task of lulling their 4-year-old to sleep. It was, by all accounts, the third valiant effort within the last hour. Air, usually filled with the hushed tones of nap time, was instead punctuated by the unrestrained, silvery tinkling of little giggles, echoing from the depths of the ornate, antique bed. The sound, a sweet rebellion, confirmed the futility of Slate's current endeavor. "Danny, sweetheart," Slate began, his voice attempting to adopt the deep, commanding cadence of his alpha persona, a tone that had once struck fear into the hearts of adversaries. "It is nap time." The words, however, were laced with an undeniable warmth, a hint of amusement that betrayed his true feelings. "No," the 4-year-old's favorite word, delivered with an unwavering conviction that rivaled any seasoned orator. It was a declaration of independence, a tiny dictator's decree, spoken by a child who possessed an uncanny understanding of her father's soft heart, knowing he was utterly, delightfully, wrapped around her impossibly small finger. "Yes," Slate tried again, the smile in his voice no longer concealed. He reached out, his large hand gently stroking the little girl's curly hair. "No nap. Play," Danica demanded, her voice a melodic chirp. She wriggled in his arms, a tiny bundle of energy defying the concept of rest. "We have been playing for 2 hours, little wolf," Slate reasoned, his gaze softening as he looked at her. "You are exhausted." "Daddy, no," Danica countered, her tiny brow furrowed in mock concern, completely misinterpreting the word, but in an undeniably endearing way. Fallon pressed her hand against her mouth, a wave of silent laughter shaking her shoulders. Through the potent, invisible thread of their bond, she felt Slate's amused exasperation bleed into a profound, overwhelming surge of love. Their daughter, their fierce-spirited Danny, somehow managed to transform the legendary feared Blackridge warlord into a puddle of affectionate mush. It was a transformation Fallon cherished more than any victory on the battlefield. "Fine," Slate surrendered, the sound a low rumble of defeat and adoration. He nuzzled his cheek against Danica's soft nipple. "But just 15 more minutes, then nap," agreed. "Deal, deal," Danica crowed, her little face lighting up with triumphant glee. The promise of more playtime, a reprieve from the tyranny of sleep, was a victory she savored. Fallon finally entered the room, a soft smile gracing her lips as she shook her head. "You know she is playing you, right?" she asked, her voice gentle. "I know," Slate admitted, his gaze never leaving their daughter's face. He scooped Danica up from his arms, pressing a kiss to the dark silken strands of her hair, which mirrored Fallon's own color. She had Fallon's striking gray eyes, flecked with silver like a stormy sky, and Slate's stubborn, determined chin. It was a combination that promised both beauty and a formidable will. But look at this face, Fallon. How am I supposed to say no to this face? Mama? Danica's small arms reached out, her eyes now blinking slowly as she extended them towards Fallon. Fallon accepted her daughter, inhaling the sweet, milky scent of her skin, and lavished kisses on her chubby cheeks. You are supposed to be napping, little wolf, Fallon cooed, her voice warm with affection. No nap, Danica stated, her protest losing its usual vigor. She was already rubbing her eyes with a sleepy fist, her eyelids growing heavy. Kara's at the border doing inspections, Fallon explained, smoothing Danica's hair. But she will be at dinner tonight. Thorn? Danica asked, her voice muffled by her hand. Also working, Fallon confirmed. Everyone's getting ready for the big ceremony tomorrow. Danica's small face scrunched up in thought, processing the information. Then a wide, cavernous yawn escaped her lips, her little fist disappearing into her mouth. The weariness finally claimed her. 5 minutes later, after a soft lullaby sung by Fallon and a final, lingering kiss from Slate, Danica was a peaceful, sleeping form in her bed. The rhythmic rise and fall of her tiny chest was a testament to her slumber. Fallon and Slate, their shared duty momentarily fulfilled, escaped to the quiet sanctuary of their office across the hall. She is going to be a handful, Slate said, pulling Fallon into the circle of his arms, his body a comforting weight against hers. The scent of his skin, a blend of leather and something uniquely him, was a familiar solace. She already is, Fallon agreed, leaning her head against his chest. The steady beat of his heart was a comforting rhythm. She had Marcus teaching her knife throwing yesterday. She is 4 years old, Slate. Marcus said she has excellent hand-eye coordination, Slate countered, a hint of pride in his voice. Marcus is a terrible influence, Fallon declared, though a smile played on her lips. Marcus is wrapped around her finger just like the rest of us, Slate corrected, his voice a low murmur as he tilted her chin up. He kissed her slowly, deeply. Even after 4 years together, the bond that connected them still sang with a vibrant, raw energy, as if it were brand new, a testament to the strength of their union. How are the final preparations going, he asked, his voice pulling away from the intimacy of their kiss. Fallon sobered slightly, the weight of responsibility settling on her shoulders. Everything's ready. The garden is fully grown. Thomas and his team did an incredible job. The memorial structure is finished. Alpha Reed confirmed that 32 garden hunters survivors are coming tomorrow, and she paused, a hint of apprehension tinging her voice. The former Silver Moon Wolves asked if they could participate in the ceremony. They want to formally apologize to the survivors for what my father did. What did you tell them? Slate asked, his grip tightening slightly around her. That it was not their fault, but if they want to honor the garden hunters, they are welcome too, Fallon replied, leaning her head against his chest once more. It has been 4 years, and they are still carrying guilt for his crimes. Her voice was laced with a deep sadness for the lingering pain. That is because they are good wolves, Slate said, his voice firm. The kind who take responsibility even when they were not directly responsible. Those are the ones worth keeping. They moved to the large window of the office, their gazes sweeping over their expanded territory. The lands that had once been a source of conflict and bloodshed were now a testament to their vision. In the 4 years since the conquest and subsequent integration, a profound transformation had taken place. The former Silver Moon lands, once neglected and barren, had been revitalized by Meadowbrook's innovative agricultural techniques. Thriving farms now stretched as far as the eye could see, producing an abundance of food that fed both packs with plenty left over for trade, fueling their continued development and prosperity. Gleaming solar panels adorned nearly every building, a remarkable gift from the garden hunters' technological advancements channeled through Meadowbrook. They were now completely energy independent, their excess power a valuable commodity they were beginning to sell to neighboring packs, further strengthening their position. Kira's meticulously constructed watchtowers stood sentinel at strategic points, their presence a silent deterrent. Yet, conflict had become a rare occurrence. Most packs in the region had chosen the path of diplomacy over confrontation, recognizing the strength and stability of the newly expanded Blackridge territory. It is really working, Fallon said softly, the words imbued with a sense of wonder and relief. Everything we planned, the integration, the alliance, the development. It is actually working. Did you doubt it would? Slate asked, his voice gentle, searching her face. Sometimes, she admitted, turning to face him fully. The memory of the early days, the raw friction between the two packs, was still vivid. Those first 6 months were rough. Remember the fight between the Blackridge and former Silver Moon warriors in the training yard, the one where Kira had to physically separate them and threatened to make them all run laps until they vomited. Slate's smile was a warm, reminiscent curve of his lips, hard to forget. Or when the housing assignments caused that protest, and we had to completely redo the system, Fallon added, a ghost of a laugh in her voice. Or when someone vandalized the Silver Moon Memorial Garden, and we had to hunt down the culprit, Slate added, his expression turning more serious. Turned out to be a 15-year-old kid who had lost his parents in our raid and was acting out, who you handled with remarkable patience, Fallon said, her voice filled with admiration. You sat with him for hours, let him yell and cry and blame you. Then you found him a mentor, made sure he got counseling. The old me would have punished him for disrespect, Slate admitted, his gaze distant for a moment as he reflected on his past self. But you taught me that sometimes people need understanding more than discipline, and you taught me that sometimes they need both, Fallon countered, her hand reaching up to cup his cheek. Her touch was soft, rounding. We balance each other. A polite knock on the door interrupted their moment of quiet reflection. Cormac entered, a sheaf of papers in his hand, and a broad, pleased smile on his face. The latest economic reports just came in, he announced, spreading the papers onto their expansive desk made of dark, polished wood. We are up 42% in agricultural revenue compared to last year. Trade agreements with 5 neighboring packs are showing consistent profit. And the solar panel contracts are about to double. 3 more packs want to buy our excess energy. He gestured proudly at the figures, a tangible representation of their hard-won success. That is incredible, Fallon said, scanning the numbers. It gets better. Meadowbrook's trade routes through our territory are performing above projections. The 60-40 split is netting us an additional $2 million annually. And Thomas says the new irrigation system we are installing in the eastern fields should increase yields another 15%. All from knowledge the garden hunters developed, Slate said quietly, and would have shared freely if they would lived. Their legacy lives on, Cormac said, which is what tomorrow is all about. He paused. Speaking of which, Alpha Reed just arrived with the Meadowbrook delegation, and the survivors are beginning to gather at the memorial site. Already? Fallon checked the time. The ceremony is not until tomorrow. They wanted to see it before the crowds, Cormac explained. Alpha Reed thought it might be overwhelming for them to see it for the first time with hundreds of wolves watching. Fallon and Slate exchanged glances. We should go, Fallon said. They deserve to have us there. 20 minutes later, after checking that Danica was still napping with her nursemaid watching, they made their way to the memorial site. The hill overlooking the river valley had been completely transformed. What had been bare stone and wild grass was now a carefully cultivated garden, exactly recreating the legendary gardens the garden hunters had been known for. Flowering trees lined the pathways, their blossoms creating clouds of pink and white. Vegetable gardens demonstrated the innovative techniques that had made the garden hunters famous. Vertical growing structures, companion planting, soil enrichment systems, solar panels were integrated into the design, their sleek surfaces reflecting the afternoon sun. And in the center, on a raised platform of white marble, stood the memorial itself. It was beautiful and heartbreaking. A curved wall bore the names of every garden hunter's pack member lost in the massacre, 217 names, from newborn pups to the eldest elder. Above each name was a photograph and a small plaque describing who they were, what they loved, what they would contribute to their pack. In the center stood a bronze sculpture, a circle of wolves, adults and children, working together in the garden. Their faces showed joy, cooperation, the harmony of a pack living in balance with nature. At the base, an inscription read, "The Garden Hunter's Pack, whose innovations fed bodies and spirits, whose generosity enriched all who knew them, whose legacy grows eternal. In the gardens they taught us to tend, may they never be forgotten." Around the sculpture, trees had been planted, one for each life lost. Different species, different colors, creating a living memorial that would bloom and change with the seasons. 32 wolves stood scattered through the garden, most of them crying as they touched names, looked at photographs, remembered. Alpha Reed saw them approach and came to meet them, his own eyes red-rimmed. "They are overwhelmed," he said quietly, in the best way. "They never imagined. I do not think any of us imagined something this beautiful." A woman approached, maybe 40, with kind eyes and gray-streaked hair. She walked directly to Fallon and took her hands. "You are Fallon," she said. "Luna Blackridge. I am Sarah. I was Maya's sister." The woman's voice cracked. Thank you for doing this, for remembering them, for making sure the world knows they existed." "It was the least we could do," Fallon said, her own eyes filling. "Your sister, what she built, what she believed in, it is changing our territory, feeding our pack. We are teaching her methods to our children, so they will pass them on to their children. She will never be forgotten." Sarah pulled her into a hug, sobbing against her shoulder. Around them other survivors approached, introducing themselves, sharing memories, weeping and laughing as they recognized details in the memorial. Plants Maya had loved, quotes from their old Alpha, photographs capturing moments of joy. Slate found himself talking to an older man who had been the pack's head engineer. "You actually built the solar panels from our designs," the man said wonderingly. "I thought, after we scattered, after we lost everything, I thought all our work was gone, but you preserved it. You are using it. It is brilliant work," Slate said. "It is transforming how we manage our territory." "Maya always said innovation was meant to be shared," the man said. "That hoarding knowledge was the same as destroying it. She would be so happy to know you are spreading what we learned." He looked at Slate directly. "I heard what you did to the Alpha who killed our pack, that you let his own daughter execute him for his crimes." "I did." "Good," the man said simply. "Justice delayed is still justice. Thank you for that." As the afternoon wore on, more wolves arrived. Former Silver Moon Pack members came nervously, many carrying flowers or small gifts. They approached the survivors hesitantly, offering apologies for crimes they did not commit, asking forgiveness for failing to question their Alpha's lies. To Fallon's surprise, the survivors accepted them with grace. "You did not know," Sarah said to a group of former Silver Moon wolves. "You believe what your Alpha told you. But you are here now, honoring our dead. That is what matters." The sun was setting when Danica woke from her nap and was brought to the memorial by her nursemaid. The moment she saw Kira arriving with the evening patrol, she squealed and ran on little toddler legs toward her favorite warrior. Kira! Kira scooped her up and spun her around, kissing her fiercely. "There is my little wolf. Were you good for your mama and daddy?" "No nap," Danica announced proudly. "No nap, you rebel." Kira carried her over to where Thorn was studying the memorial with respectful awe. She sat down on a bench and placed Danica on Thorn's knee. The head of civilian affairs made silly faces at the toddler, making her giggle. "You are getting so big, little one. Soon you will be running patrols with Kira." "Patrol," Danica agreed enthusiastically. "Not until you are at least 7, Kira said seriously, and Thorn snorted. Fallon watched the interaction with a full heart. Danica was loved by the entire pack, but she had her favorites. Kira brought her treats and taught her to be fearless. Thorn read her stories and made her laugh. Cormac did magic tricks that fascinated her. Marcus let her help with weapons training by handing him practice blades, but her father, Slate, was her absolute favorite. She followed him everywhere, copied his expressions, and demanded he carry her whenever possible. The fierce warlord, who had once conquered territories without mercy, now spent his evenings playing tea parties with a 4-year-old who calls him daddy, with absolute confidence that he would give her anything she wanted. And he did, every time. "Tomorrow's going to be special," Fallon said, joining Slate as he watched their daughter charm half his inner circle. "It already is," Slate replied. "Look at this. Former enemies, survivors of genocide, wolves from 3 different packs, all here together, honoring the dead and celebrating their legacy. This is what the garden hunters believed in," Alpha Reed said, joining them. "Community, sharing, building instead of destroying. They would be so proud of what you have created here. The memorial dedication ceremony began at dawn, with the rising sun painting the garden in gold. Over 500 wolves gathered on the hillside, the entire Blackridge pack, the Meadowbrook delegation, the garden hunter survivors, and representatives from 6 neighboring packs who would come to pay respects. Slate stood at a memorial with Fallon at his side, Danica drowsy in her mother's arms. The toddler was wearing a tiny formal outfit and kept trying to grab the ceremonial sash Fallon wore as Luna. "Welcomes," Slate began, his voice carrying across the assembled crowd. "We gather here to remember the Garden Hunters Pack, 217 wolves whose lives were stolen in an act of genocide. 217 innovators, teachers, friends, and family who believed in a better world." He paused, looking at the names carved in marble. "And 2 years ago, we discovered their treasure, stolen and hoarded by an alpha who valued gold more than lives. We could have kept that wealth, used it purely for our own gain. But that felt like continuing the crime, like letting them die a second time. So instead," Fallon continued, taking over the narrative, "we decided to honor them the way they deserved, by remembering their names, by preserving their innovations, by teaching their methods to new generations, so their legacy grows instead of dying." She gestured to the garden around them. "Every plant here was chosen based on its design. Every solar panel uses their technology. Every farming technique we have implemented came from their brilliant minds. They are feeding our children, powering our homes, making our territory thrive. They live on," Slate said simply, "not just in memory, but in action, in growth, in the gardens we tend and the knowledge we share." He nodded to Alpha Reed, who stepped forward with 32 survivors beside him. "The garden hunters believed innovation should be shared freely," Reed said. "That hoarding knowledge was the same as destroying it. Today, we are honoring that belief by formally opening their memorial garden to any pack that wants to learn. Any wolf who comes here in peace can study their methods, learn their techniques, and take that knowledge home to their own territories." A murmur of surprise rippled through the crowd. That was unprecedented, offering access to valuable innovations to anyone, even potential rivals, because that is what they would have wanted, Sarah, Maya's sister, added. She was crying but smiling. "My sister believed that a rising tide lifted all boats, that making others successful made everyone stronger. We are going to prove she was right." One by one, the survivors came forward to place something at the memorial: photographs, personal items, small plants from gardens they would created in exile. Each time, they said a name, remembered a story, shared a memory that made the 217 names more than just words on marble. When they finished, Fallon stepped forward with Danica, who'd woken up and was watching everything with wide gray eyes. "Danny," Fallon said gently, "these are the garden hunters. They were special wolves who made beautiful things and helped everyone around them. Can you say hello?" "Hello," Danica said seriously, waving her chubby hand at the memorial. The crowd made soft sounds of affection. Sarah stepped forward, tears streaming down her face, and touched Danica's hand gently. "Hello, little one," she said. "You are so lucky. You are growing up in a world they helped create, a world that remembers them." "Pretty," Danica said, pointing at the flowering trees. "Very pretty," Sarah agreed. "Just like your grandmother Maya would have wanted." As the ceremony concluded, wolves began walking through the garden, reading names, studying the plants, and examining the solar panels. Former Silver Moon wolves mingled with Blackridge warriors. Meadowbrook farmers discussed techniques with neighboring pack representatives. The garden hunters' survivors answered questions and shared stories. It was exactly what Maya and her pack had believed in: knowledge shared freely, communities supporting each other, growth through cooperation instead of conquest. Fallon stood with Slate on the hill's edge, watching their expanded pack interact with allies and former enemies, all united in honoring the fallen. "We did it," she said softly. "We built something worth protecting. We built something worth being," Slate corrected. He pulled her close, Danica squirming between them. 4 years ago, I was a warlord who took what he wanted. Now I am an alpha who builds what he needs. That is because of you." No, Fallon said. It is because of us, because we chose to be better than what we were expected to be. Mama. Daddy, Danica said impatiently. Down. Play. They set her down, and she immediately toddled over to where Kira and Thorn were talking with some Meadowbrook wolves. Kira scooped her up automatically, continuing her conversation while their daughter played with her braided hair. She is going to be a handful, Fallon said again. Just like her mother, Slate replied. Hey, I meant it as a compliment. He kissed her, slow and deep, not caring who saw. She is going to be fierce and brilliant, and unwilling to accept limitations. She is going to challenge everything, and refuse to be anything less than exactly who she wants to be. It's both her parents, Fallon corrected. Exactly. They stood there as the sun climbed higher, watching their pack, their family, celebrate the memory of wolves they would never met, but whose legacy lived on in every growing thing around them. 2 alphas, 1 pack, built not through conquest but through choice, through honor, through the understanding that true strength comes from building up instead of tearing down. The garden hunters had believed in a better world, and standing there on that hillside, surrounded by wolves from different packs working together, sharing knowledge, honoring the dead by nurturing the living, Slate and Fallon knew they would help create it. Their daughter laughed somewhere in the crowd, the sound carrying on the morning breeze. And the garden, a living memorial to those who had been lost, loomed eternal, a testament to the truth that the best revenge against destruction is creation, the best response to hatred is love. And the best legacy is not what you take, but what you give. The warlord and the heir he would captured had become something neither expected. They would become exactly what their world needed. That is the end of this tale. But in the world of the supernatural, there is always another shadow waiting. Thank you for staying with me through every twist, turn, and heartbeat. If you enjoyed the ride, there is more waiting for you. Take a look at the other audiobooks on this channel. Do not forget to subscribe if you want more magic, monsters, and stories that go bump in the night. Until next time, stay curious and brave, and never stop listening.